Where are we at? Seems like we're in turn 4. Gonna counter on 1. Actually, this is just turn 2 probably. Yeah. So. It's kind of blurry for me. So we see a chilling rain coming in with the ice quake and also fused. So when this hits, it will deal, it will create a frostbite as well as pay 1 or discard 1 on hit. Yeah, good. So Chane basically has to block this if he wants to play anything. We know that Sebastiaan still has 2 more cards. 3 more cards? 2 more cards in hand. So there's probably another arrow coming in. And basically Chane won't have a turn. But that's okay, because Chane just needs to survive until Shackle 4 or 5 or something, and then he should be able to overtake it. I actually did play against this Chane before, with the same list, and I did win against him as well back then. So I don't think it's a great matchup. You basically, as Lexi, you need to keep up the pressure really well. And if you stumble, I think Chane does get a chance to come back into the game. But just don't stumble. And Shackle 1 hit Howl from Beyond off the top. So he doesn't do anything with it. Gets a blood that takes 1. And we're back to Lexi's turn. So as long as Lexi managed to keep up the pressure, this will be good. Winter's Bite coming in. Oh my god. And already taking 1 card away from Chane. Also, once again with a Frostbite, so it's not looking like Chane is going to have a good next turn either. But yeah, like I said, you just need to survive. Just need to make it until Shackle number 4, basically. And you should be able to overtake it a little bit. And ooh, there's the Channel Lake Frigid. Yeah, that's going to be tough. That's going to be very tough to actually get a playthrough now. But it doesn't actually seem like he had arrows yet. But now he has 3 of a kind. So this is going to be another 2-arrow turn at least. If Chane doesn't block, for example, a Boltyn shot, it could even be a 3rd arrow. So there we see full terror load number 1 getting a chilling Ice Vein in. The Chane will have to block this, basically. Because otherwise he will lose another block. Although, I think he's still floating some. Or is it a red shrill there? If he's still floating some, he can actually just take this and pay 1 off of his already pitched card. So yeah. I think, oh shit, there's a mutated mass in hand. That doesn't block amazingly, but luckily he already has something in pitch, so it has some block value. The second arrow will be another Chilling Ice Vein. So, but there's no reason to attack. So Lexi chooses to just load an arsenal, go for a second 6-card turn afterwards. Because he knows that Chane won't be doing anything this turn. All you need to do is keep up the pressure, and this is a good way to keep up the pressure. So I think Chane won't be doing much with a Channel Lake up. Wait, yeah, Channel Lake and a Frostbite, so you won't even be able to Shackle. Yikes, dude. Takes 2 blood depth and back to Lexi we go. Okay. Unit counter number 3. Ice Quake getting flipped. Back with the Frosty we go. And every time Ice Quake hits the board, that's such a powerful turn already. And you also see the Chilling Ice Vein still, so if Sebastiaan can basically use any arrow right now, and he would be fine. I think that's a Boltyn shot coming in, also threatening the Frostbite from the Boltyn shot, from the Ice Quake. Doesn't seem like he pitched Ice, so the Channel Lake Frigid will probably die, and he's getting blocked with the Carrion Husk already, and the Rain Razor. Oof, that must hurt. So he's already taken another Frostbite. Every arrow getting buffed by +2 arrows next turn. This could be rough. Not sure. Yeah, okay. So his last stack will be Chilling Ice Vein fused. So if this hits, one more Frostbite and one pitch or discard. And that's definitely not what Calum wants to do right now. And yeah, you'll basically have to block this as well and still try to make a play afterwards. If he doesn't block, he loses a card anyway. So, but it's a big hit. It's buffed with Rain Razors as well. I'm not sure if it's a yellow or a red Chilling Ice Vein, but it looks like a yellow. So that would be coming in for 6. Blocking 6 seems a little bit awkward for Calum right now, and keeping a turn afterwards, especially with the 2 Frostbites already on board. He does have an Arsenal. Ooh, is that a 3-card block? Yeah, that's a 3-card block. So once again, he's not going to do anything next turn. Probably not even Shackle. He does collect a bunch of Blood Depth cards in his banish, which could be good, which could be bad. But damn, not being able to Shackle must hurt. And yeah, what do you do here? Do you pitch Art of War for Shackle and then pass turn again, or nope? He just takes 3. Is he still a Shackle 1? Ooh. You know, earlier I said you just need to reach Shackle 4 or so, but I never expected him to actually not be able to Shackle that far. That's kind of funny. Still trying to get. Oh my god. My phone to mute. Winterspite already stripping 1 card from his hand. And also creating a Frostbite. I wonder if Sebastiaan has what it takes to kind of put the nail in the coffins here. Another Channel Lake Frigid. Yeah, okay, that works. That definitely works. It does seem that like he's not going to be attacking much this turn. He's got a full tear, but not enough pitch to fuse. And he could have with the tuna counter, but he chooses not to because Channel Lake Frigid already taxes enough. And next turn he will have a huge turn with 6 cards going into what is it, turn 5? Also with a tuna counter. Yeah. Chane will have to put up a lot of pressure, but he won't really be able to with the Frostbite and the Channel Lake and all that. Needs to pay 3 for his Art of War. Basically, if Lexi manages to get a good turn afterwards, this game seems very sealed. So I wonder how Calum is going to come back from this. doing some takebacks. I think he didn't realize how much this artifact would cost. And a Shadow of Ursa coming in. Needs to pay 2 for that. And doesn't have go again yet, but he'll probably banish his Riftbind in hand. Shadow coming in for 2. Lexi's like, yeah, okay, 2, sure. We've got the time. We can take 2. I don't think he's going to threaten 24 damage through a Channel Link. And that's a Rosetta. And I think that's the turn. And he's going to take 4 more Blood Depth. And Lexi's going into her turn with 4 cards in hand and 2 cards in arsenal. This could be big. Activating Tunic for the extra resource. Oof, Art of War. Using +1 and banish 1, draw 2. So already extremely strong turn. +1 on every arrow, basically getting +3 at least. If he manages to get 3 arrows this turn. He could have chosen Go again here, which would have been interesting to get his. Oh yeah, he doesn't really need it because like he has Snapdragon Scalers, of course. So he shoots his Blizzard Bolt without Go again right now. Use coming in for 6, and we can definitely see the Snapdragons coming in there. So every hit will be dealing an extra Frostbite. He didn't pitch Ice yet. Ooh, Rain Razors. Ooh, coming in for 8 Snapdragons. If he has 2 more arrows, this seems like it's pretty much game. And there's a Boltyn shot coming in. This one will be for, I think, 7 with another Frostbite on hit. And the thing is, Chane can't actually take everything. Chane, I mean, this is lethal, of course. But if he takes a Boltyn shot, there's another arrow coming in. If he blocks, he's going to die to his own Blood Depth. So all he can do is pray that that Lexi does not have another arrow. And with Sebastiaan touching his prey with his bullseye bracers, it seems like there's going to be another arrow coming in. Combat Chain is breaking though, so he gets another Arcanite Skullcap block, I think. But I don't think that will be enough to go through the Rain Razor's Art of War turn. And a final Pathing Helix will probably put the nail in the coffin here. So, yeah, if he blocks with this, he'll die to Blood Depth. Doesn't block this. He's choosing to block for 4, taking 4 damage, getting another Frostbite, and reloading as well. Channel Acreage is gone at least, but Calum needs to pay out all of his Blood Debt basically. He needs to not get an additional one. Okay, he didn't. And then that's just surviving, right? After this, he still needs to actually make a turn to win this game. So we'll see if he manages to do anything. If he even manages to pay out 1 of his Blood Debt cards to survive. And then Lexi will still have a lot of pressure on her side. So it seems like, yeah, once again, this Lexi deck puts up so much pressure, not just in frostbites or chilling, taxing effects, but also in terms of damage. Like once a Rain Razor's turn comes down, it's pretty much over. And I think this is basically the game. I don't think I hear him talk a little bit in the background, so yeah, that's a Rift Bind, takes 3 blood depth, and that's game over. So once again, you get to see Lexi just take momentum, never ever letting it go. And this is a very rough place to be in if you're Chane. Like Icequake, they have Icequake, Chilling, Blizzard Bolts. All of those cards are like cards that force you to block, and as Chane, you actually don't really want to block. So you're kind of forced to take a little bit of damage, and you'd be like playing a handicap turn. I think needing, yeah, you really need to be able to reach Soul Shackle 4 and just pressuring life extremely hard against Lexi, and that's just very hard to do. I think one of the main win conditions for Chane here is basically that Lexi whiffs on her stuff, so it doesn't get her Chilling fused off and Blizzard Bolt fused, and basically if it's just Icequake, that's kind of fine. But if everything falls together, like just now with the channel like Frigid, with the Chilling Ice Veins, with the Icequakes, that's just a very, very rough time for Chane. You need to time a very good Carrion Husk with like 4 Shackles or something. And even then, you still need to put up a lot of pressure. But I think that's it for round number 1. And we'll see. It's Jimmy. And we'll see. Oh. We'll see what happens next round. See you guys then.
All right. So you have to do with me this round, since Ian is gone. So this round we have Philip van Donselaar on Starvo against the one and only Wytze on Briar. Which, personally, I think this matchup is slightly Starvo folk favored, but we'll see how it actually pans out. Also depends a lot on who goes first. You can never count out Wytze from only Wytze, the legend himself. So we'll see if Philip can stop him or not. I'm not sure if Philip swapped from last time, but last time he was on the more casino-ish build with a lot of elemental fuse, less 3 blocks, with some Art of Wars to fix hand as well. So basically, looking to end the game pretty quickly, first cycle usually, as opposed to some of the builds that play more 3 blocks like Disable, Blues, Thunderquakes, that kind of stuff. But we'll see what he comes up with. Actually, I have the deck list, so I could look, but it's more fun to be surprised, right? Also intimidating his opponent with the national championship playmat and the tunic sleeves, but I think his opponent is phased. One thing I do believe is that Wytze is playing Spellbound Creepers. We'll see if that's still true. Which, while not being as consistent and safe as the Snapdragon Scalers, can offer you some surprising burst embodiments. And there it is. Spellbound Creepers. Interestingly, also taking Ether Ironweave over Tunic, which may make sense if he expects this to be a quick game. Gets 2 resources instead of 1. Assuming we're not going to reach 2 Tunic cycles. And he can also block with it preemptively rather than having to wait until the end or after he uses his Tunic counters. Looks like Philip will start. Looks like Wytze will start on about 33 HP. If we can believe the Starvo trigger to have a break ground or similar attack action. He's thinking about what to reveal though. Or is he? So yeah, just playing Oakenold Fused. The discard effect may matter because now if he 1-card blocks this, he has to discard 2, so he may not be able to block out the hammer either. Unless he's specifically playing something like Sink Below or Sigil of Suffering if Philip doesn't pitch. So he may have to throw his Skull Cap or something in, unless he's confident he will draw blue to play through the Frostbite. Yeah, Oakenold hitting for 11, dominate with the Starvo trigger and the fuse, so it's starting on 32, not even 33. It's to keep one of these cards, the other 2 go on the bottom. Oh, nice signed Oakenold there. Most likely will come in with the hammer. If he pitches the Ice and Lofts, he threatens the Frostbite, which will probably prompt a cap block? No cap block. Interesting. So he'll get a Frostbite. Or was it fully blocked? No, it was not. Not sure if they... Okay, they Fix the damage. Vytze pitching blue to make a rune Chane to place farming Gloomveil. Otherwise, there's no guarantee that the Gloomveil has go again, since it gains go again after you make 1 aura. It can gain go again from hitting itself because it makes an embodiment of Earth, but Philip probably knows this, so he would block it with a 3 block. So Wytze choosing for the safe option here, ensuring that Gloomveil has go again at the cost of having to pitch his blue. Making a rune chant. Philip already crowning with a red. Whoa! Am I getting a guest commentator already? Whoa! Do you see a blue light? Maybe hold it a bit longer. You can press this so the clip opens.
Oh wow, next level stuff. Yep.
Also, actually get Mr. Battle-Hardened winner himself,
Yeah.
Donovan from Bake.
Oh, Big D is in the house.
I gave you a buy so you could commentate this game, but we'll tell nobody about this. Nobody
Okay,
will.
yeah.
Nobody will ever know. Did you see the start of this?
I did not see the start of the
Philip
game.
basically he opened Oakenol Few Starvo trigger, and then hammered, and the frostbite hit. Then Wytze was forced to make it. Oh god!
It's fused?
I don't think it's Starvo triggered.
Doesn't look like a double ice. Spinal Crush is so devastating against Briar.
Yeah.
I mean, like Crippling Crush is like, of course, it's the nuts, but the Spinal is just. The only good follow up is like an E-strike for 7. Otherwise, you only have the small attack. So.
Yeah. So you have to block it. If you don't block it, then you can't play out your full hand anyway. So
Yeah,
there's
exactly.
No
Yeah.
point. So you have to. Don from Only Wytze? No, Don is not from Only Wytze.
Trademark pending. Yeah.
I've seen you feature on his videos many times. So.
I did do some Only Wytze videos.
Maybe you are featured on. Maybe you are Only Wytze.
Maybe I am. Wytze wasn't aware of it at the time.
Played the Tome of Harvest.
Yeah, so Wytze is like a little bit different from the most Briar decks I've seen. I played him yesterday.
Yep.
He plays the Sotomorrows. So in my matchup, he played Channel 5 times.
5 times.
Yeah.
That's
I've never seen so many channels.
I'm only playing one Sotomorrow, but it's because all the other blue earths are bad in Briar.
Yeah, he played multiple Earth cards though. He played way more than you see normally in a Briar.
Oh right, I think he's holding Channel, no? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he's holding another Tome.
He makes weird lines with the to get the token. He did that yesterday as well. Normally you play non-attack, non-attack, attack. He just changed plays a lot. Oh, this is weird. So he played
he's passing.
Maybe he didn't have an attack. I don't know. Or wants to keep it in hand.
But at least you could pitch the card to Rosetta.
Yeah, right.
Because it doesn't take your embodiment.
Unless it's an Earth card, right? And you really want to keep it for the next turn. I don't know. You're the king of Briar, so.
I'm already shocked. I saw 3 Sotomorrows there. There was actually 1 engrave and 2 lane pitch, just like you said.
He's trying to fatigue Starvo.
I mean, if you play more 3 blocks, they become 4 blocks. You know? 4 blocks are good.
Yeah, 4 blocks are the nuts, but
except that you get dominated sometimes.
Yeah, you have to kind of make an embodiment every turn, which feels difficult.
Okay, so step 1 is Philip not starvoing for Wytze to have a nice day.
Yeah.
Looks like that's the case. And step 2 is don't spinal or crippling crush me, so I have to block. Also note that he doesn't have an embodiment of Earth yet.
Yeah.
So if he does hit him with spinal or crippling, in the best case, it's a 2-card block. But it might be worse.
And Ice Hammer is also annoying, right? Because normally you can make, if for 1 blue, you can make Rune Chant, Rosetta, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And that's no longer an option.
And we think he's holding up blue because he was holding 1 card at the end of the turn. So
at least 1. Spinal Crush on your channel mount turn. I mean, that's so annoying, right?
Okay, so best case for him is he gets 1 cap block, 2 grass block.
Yeah.
He already used the Iron Weave, and then he has to have a 3 block card.
Iron Weave is an interesting choice.
Yeah, that's what I also said.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. Because I mean, there's no better option right now, right? And it's still good if you don't see everything you need, and chances of playing a non-attack and an attack are pretty huge.
Yeah, you're always gonna get the 2 resources at some point.
Yeah.
And you can block with it beforehand instead of with Tunic, where you have to wait until the game is basically over. So
yeah,
those are nice cards, though.
Oh.
Sonata's a bad card, as you know. I've played it against you many times, I think.
You mean you whiffed against me many times?
I literally caught 0, half an embodiment, doesn't do anything else.
Yeah.
I see some people like grab an attack action from the cards they reveal with Sonata, but I've never done that before.
Does it have an effect?
Oh, he has another one.
Oh wow, ooh, this is pretty big. Yep, it already hit.
So Snatch, and he has an embodiment of lightning.
Snatch is so good with the token already on board and the channel.
Wytze was just planning for this all along.
Yeah.
What a beast.
Big brain Wytze.
I'm telling you, you can't underestimate him.
No, but he played well yesterday. He didn't make a lot of top cards yet, but overall, I think he's going really solid on Briar so far.
Yeah, I think lately we've seen a lot more. I don't know if you've noticed the same trend, but I think there's a lot more Briars in the Netherlands nowadays.
Yep.
But
way more.
It makes sense to me. It's an easy deck to pick up. It's pretty strong.
Yeah. We had the red line Briar deck
around Nationals time.
Yeah, around Nationals time, and then pretty much you were basically the only one on. Well, maybe a couple more, but like during the last ProQuest season, I mean, we've had 10. At a 40 people tournament, there were 8 to 10 Briars.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a fun deck, right? It's what you say. It's relatively easy to pick up, but mastering it's quite difficult. Knowing when to do what, but you pick up a deck, Flesh and Blood deck, you can just play everything out and then see what happens, right? And you still have a chance of winning, and it's a pretty forgiving deck as well, I think.
Right.
Or to a certain extent, of course, but
of course there's things that you can do better. There's some better lines, but the baseline is relatively simple and relatively effective.
Yeah, exactly. And the spreading the damage is also pretty huge, right? Makes it difficult for you.
See, Philip kind of has to block this Snatch right now, so Alwart for +1 most likely.
Alwart is pretty good, right? Even on the defense, the +1 is really relevant, especially in this game, because Briar has so many awkward 4 blocks if you don't play Rampart, which I think is the right call with Starvo. But then your 3 blocks turn into 4 blocks.
Looks like he has a crippling. I'm not sure if he wants to block with it. He has to cover 7. 1 will be covered by Crown, so he needs to cover 6. Could be covered by Ironhide. Oh. Could be covered by equipment, I guess.
That's pretty good. So that's 6.
Man, I wish my equipment blocked like this.
So he did not Crown, right? He just played. Did he play Art of War from Arsenal?
No, he did Crown. He did Crown.
Oh, he did Crown. Okay, he did Crown. So that's 7. 7 right there.
Yeah, so he's covering 7 with just equipment, which is pretty crazy.
Doesn't look like Wytze has a buff.
Yeah, needs a cheeky
I don't-
lightning press or something. but
I don't think he's on lightning press.
I think
He's on the amulet, which is not on board. So
he could flash it in with creepers, but he hasn't fused yet,
Yeah.
so he can't buff. Okay, so now Philip has fully blocked the snatch. He's given him a frostbite.
so that probably means that he can still play the crippling.
Yes,
That we've
that he
we've
has
seen
in
as- yeah.
hand.
which is a huge follow up, right?
This frostbite might be huge as well if Wytze
Yeah.
only has like 0 cost 4 attacks that he wanted to follow up this snatch with.
Yeah.
It's actually huge. I hate playing against Stalagmite.
Stalagmite is tough to play against, right? You have to play around it. If you can do that effectively, it's not that annoying. But sometimes you just have to block the Guardian player, and then you can't. Yeah, there's no way that you can keep a blue card in hand, and then you're basically very dependent on if your opponent is going to use it or not.
So he can use his Iron Weave for 2 resource, but he has to pitch
Okay.
his snatch for it, which he would really have liked to play
Oh.
here.
Oh, that is wow.
Wait, but did he play it as an instant? No, he didn't. Yes, did he?
Yeah, he did. He did.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
he used because
Philip is shocked.
Yeah.
What is this equipment?
This is the nuts. I really love this play. Like
This is actually really nice.
this is huge.
So it's
Oh, wow.
sad that he had to give up the snatch to do
Yeah.
this, but he gets to continue his turn at least.
And he just made
Maybe not the greatest follow up though.
it sucks.
But the play was nice. He gave himself a chance where otherwise it would have been really hard to make something happen. So he just tried to draw into at least one attack, but it seems like he didn't get any. So the problem for him is that we know Philip still has this crippling crush, so probably just play it. Mount is gone.
Yeah, the thing with Crippling Crush is that you sometimes you can just not block it as a Briar player, take all the damage and just discard 2 and try to be lucky. Whereas when you play Spinal Crush, you kind of have to block, right? Because there's just no other option.
Yeah, also it just stops your turn.
Yeah. So unfused, Crippling Crush, just 11.
Just 11.
Yeah.
Just 11.
Just 11.
But again, Wytze has no embodiment, so
Tiger Rush, E-Strike, make out the other 2. The Whisper of the Oracle, is that?
oh no, is he
I don't think
taking
so.
a page from my book?
I think Whisper of the Oracle is pretty good, right?
I think Whisper of the Oracle is good for 2 reasons.
Sonata.
It's better than Sonata because it opts.
Yeah, but it's good if you play before Sonata, right? You opt for. You're sure that's the only time when you actually want to play the Sonata out.
Yeah. Oh, this is only 5, but he'll cover 6. But 6 is not enough.
He's going to play with the 6 and then Creepers for 7. Or does it? Or
That's not
block-
enough.
Oh, that's
Okay, so he's gonna block everything.
8.
Yeah, now it's 8. We have to give up 2 cards and basically all of his other equipment.
Yeah, but I mean, the game is all about tempo, right? Sometimes that's just what you have to do.
It's true.
If you can put a little pressure on, no, that's not the pressure you want. 5 go again. So he
I think
he drew a
did
card
draw
and
one.
then yeah. I mean, it's okay.
If it's an attack action for 9, it's pretty decent.
Yeah.
If it's gonna be a swing for 2 with Rosetta, it's kind of yikes.
It's suboptimal at best. But
what can you do? This is just one of your in-between turns.
Yeah.
Looking to pressure him a little bit, maybe.
the thing is that it's not irrelevant on it. It doesn't have a relevant on-in effect. So Philip is not really forced to block, and he can just filter if he needs to with the crown, prevent some damage, and then have a big turn hopefully.
Just trying to look for a Starvo activation. No, I think he has Search, Break Ground.
He hasn't seen a lot. Starvo
Right.
activations,
I think he only Starvoed in turn 0. Which is good.
it's
but-
pretty broken, right? Dominating first turn is just so good.
It looks like he doesn't have it still.
He's blocking everything. Okay.
He,
That's a 5 block.
this is Wytze is really happy to see this
Yeah,
because these
yeah.
are just 2 blocks.
Yeah, now you know you're getting an extra turn, right? And if it's only Ice Hammer, I mean, yeah, Enchanted Melody.
What?
Yeah, preventing 4 damage.
What a beast.
Yeah,
What a beast.
white border as well.
What a beast.
It was like I've never seen this card.
This is basically like Kevin yesterday against Azalea.
Oh yeah.
He's like, what does this do?
Yeah. I think Ricardo had to play upside down because then he could show all his cards.
This round's on me? What?
Enchanted Melody is actually not a bad card, right? Because it prevents 4. It's a red, so you can. So it's a hammer prevention, and it's better sometimes better than Sync because you actually are able to create embodiments. That's what you want.
Does it cost 1 or 2?
I think it costs 2.
It's a bit expensive.
It's a little bit expensive. It only blocks for 2
But-
as well, right? So yeah, look, this is beautiful, right? You have a full hand. You don't have to do anything. You just prevented the hammer.
In cases where you were gonna pitch blue anyways to
Yeah.
Rosetta, instead of the rune chant, playing
Yeah.
the enchanting melody is actually pretty
Yeah.
sick. Because now he gets to keep his 4-card hand.
Exactly. Whereas where you sink, you lose
You
a card. Ooh, that's another Sonata. Should we ask Wytze to put his Sonatas in the banish zone?
I think it should be fine.
Yeah.
So you are correct. Officially, they should be in the banish zone, but I don't think either of these decks has any interaction.
No, that's fair, but
But you're
yeah.
correct.
Yeah.
They should definitely be in the banish zone.
Wytze has kind of a weird way of presenting his deck and graveyard and or discard pile.
Is he doing it for 3? X is 3?
Yeah.
2-1, 3-1, 3-2, 3-3.
Oh, the nuts!
No, I have to study this. I'm gonna put this in my notebook.
Royal flush right there.
Oh, I have to put this in my notebook. This is how you play Briar.
Yeah. Yeah.
The only problem though is that he can't pitch for these figure rushes that he just got.
Yeah, so he took 3 red cards, right?
Oh, he means like I can't use his life counter.
Wytze.
And so 2 vigor rushes cost 1 each. I didn't think the third was a rebel. So at least he can play the rebel, but he doesn't want to play the rebel. He wants to play a vigor rush because it potentially gives him a draw from the force of nature.
Yeah, force of nature is big. Like he also it's also difficult to see the force of nature right now, which can be big if you don't spot it.
So I think personally I would pitch vigor rush for vigor rush, but I'm not convinced. I think you have to pitch one of them to play a vigor rush, but I'm not
He's
sure.
gonna go Ravenous first, right?
He could, but then he wastes the +1 from the force.
Yeah, that's right. Oh yeah, yeah.
So yeah, this one threatens the on-hit draw. I don't think Philip will let him hit this.
Which is kind of cool, right? Because he already blocked with his armor, so he can just Arsenal pass here after this. If Philip decides to block,
Mhm.
and if he doesn't block, you can just play another card and draw a card. So pretty huge.
I think Philip has to block this if he can 1-card block it after crowning with the Crater
Yeah.
Fist maybe.
Yeah.
I think it's worth it. Maybe you think differently. I think personally I would just throw a 3-block in the Crater Fist here. Even 2 cards maybe if you can't Starvo.
If you don't have a turn right, might as well use cards in hand and keep the equipment block.
Because giving him a draw is kind of spooky.
Yeah, you don't want to give him a draw. Okay, this is perfect, right? Because well, you only block with Stalagmite here if you are letting him draw the card. I think this is kind of weird what Philip is doing here.
I think he would. I would block with Crater Fist.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
'Cause
Unless you let him. Yeah.
with the reasoning being that you already see him pitch red for
Yeah,
the figure rush,
yeah.
so he doesn't have resources.
Yeah.
So I get Philip's logic is like, okay, if I Stalagmite him, his turn is over.
Yeah.
But
You have,
Wytze can Arsenal.
exactly. You have perfect knowledge here, right? So you know it's a red card in hand.
You know it's Figure Rush even
Yeah.
because he revealed all of them.
Yeah.
So
And you don't care about the Rosetta that much. I mean, he's at 25, so he has all the time in the world to.
So- yeah, so he's stopping Rosetta now,
Yeah.
but at the cost of Wytze having the Arsenal. So
Uh,
Wytze doesn't care that much, I think.
I don't like this play.
I think the best stalagmites are those disgusting ones where
Yeah.
you prevent the Rosetta straight up and
Yeah.
they will not have a card.
Yeah, exactly.
Because this is like a halfway, but we'll see.
He's gonna channel.
Channel Lake?
Yeah, he's gonna channel Lake.
You saw Channel Lake?
Yeah.
That's a
And,
good
and
turn.
an icy encounter, I think, or at least I think that's what he's gonna do. I think channel is pretty big. Then I think what he's thinking right now is I don't have a hammer to follow up, or I lose an arsenal. So I think now he's gonna hammer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, because he pushed Earth, he
Yeah,
has the hammer.
Yeah. Yeah, you're giving up your arsenal, but I think in this spot it's okay because channel is. Although we just playing so many blue earth cards that
Right.
yeah,
Philip might not know that.
that's a double nimblism star for us. What is that card? Can't
Scar, the bottom.
Scar
is-
double nimblism. Yeah,
The bottom, I don't know. Wytze won't show us. He's like, oh. I'm not going to show you.
yeah. Combined with an ice hammer, right? If you don't have blue in hand, it's like your turn is over.
This Ice Hammer is pretty big, though.
Yeah.
Because Wytze has a 2-card block this if he doesn't want to take the
Yeah.
bite.
Yeah.
If you have a blue, you can debate taking the bite, but there's also Channel Lake.
But the thing is, like for Philip, that he's giving away 10% of using. Pretty annoying.
Is that how it works with not Arsenal?
Yeah.
Okay. It's good to have him.
It's you can go up to almost 60% if you have the arsenal.
It's good to have a Guardian expert on here.
All thanks to Erik Balhuis making.
I made the calculator.
Yeah.
So this is Snatch.
Snatch of 4.
Doesn't
Snatching 1.
have to block this. Since Wytze already has the Vigor Rush, we have information on this.
I think what he should have played the Scar for Scar here. Keeping the snatch in deck.
Also.
Maybe.
Unless it hits,
Letting it,
I think that's fair enough. This draw doesn't matter. He would draw to 4
Exactly.
anyways. There's no follow-up.
There's no way he could lightning press because you don't have the card yet. So
We know that it's
Yeah.
Vigor Rush, so...
yeah.
Oh, Philip doesn't need the 10%. man.
Okay. He just needed the 50-50.
He doesn't need the
Win
50.
his bite. Is so huge if you.
How often do you
which
play
I
out?
think
How often do you play out the Winter's Bite? I'm very
against
curious.
Briar, it's really good, right? Because you make sure they don't have the full hand.
Do you think he's gonna play it, or do you think he's gonna hammer?
Probably gonna hammer. I think that's just better at the moment.
He had the extra card, then you would play it and then.
So Wytze didn't block.
He
Yeah.
needs to block this. So what's a bit unfortunate for Wytze is if he doesn't play the 3 block non-attack actions, he has to 2-card block this or get a frostbite.
He's going to 12.
The damage is fine.
Damage is fine.
It's just that does he have the blue or not? Seemingly from this he
Yeah.
does. So
Yeah, probably. Otherwise, he wouldn't take it.
yeah.
Guess. Well, if he can apply enough pressure, right? Double pitch.
I wouldn't be mad.
Oh,
Okay, now I would
Okay.
be slightly mad. But
okay.
I wouldn't be mad to be in this position as Wytze.
No, this is pretty huge. Drawing 3, already played 1 on attack. 2 floating at the moment.
3 with 2 floating.
I can't make out what he dreamed.
He doesn't want to show us.
Oh, that's good.
White Border Rebel. Hitting 2
blue cards.
Red Lord Search.
Wytze is the only Briar I've played that reveals blue cards from the top of his deck. He hasn't developed that skill to his full potential yet.
I refill blue cards too.
Yeah.
Yeah. But only half the time. It's better than Sonatas.
Yeah, if the other half is revealing your tome, then
That's pretty worth it then.
I'll take those odds.
But yeah, 2 is not too threatening. The only thing Phil really might care about is the embodiment. But there will be
Yeah.
follow-up after this anyways.
If he has the perfect hand, right? He just doesn't have to. Yes, if there's no channel on the table.
Looks like he'll crown. This is a very tame game as far as I think these decks can be very explosive.
Yeah.
Philip is playing like a higher elemental count.
Yeah.
So he has a lot of Starvo potential. He hasn't done it that many times. And then Wytze is of course playing channel, so but the one turn he had channel, he didn't have that many attacks.
Philip is pitch stacking though, but I don't think it matters.
Yeah, I think the matchup between these two between these two specific decks is often a first deck game.
Yeah. 9 out of 10 times, I'd say.
He's out of 4.
Yeah.
I don't think you block this. Okay, so
think-
what does he have? Like Heaven's Claw? Earth?
The
2 Earth?
beauty of playing Out of War on the defense is that you have options, right? Because if you draw into the nuts and you complete your hand, otherwise you probably won't play the card. You can still decide to not block and go bananas next turn, or
That's true.
or you don't. Your hand doesn't get fixed, and you can just block it out with the +1/+1. So such a diverse card.
Oh, it's Enchanting Melody again. And he makes the embodiment.
This is big.
He's actually
Oh wow. This is huge.
Oh god, is Wytze the best Briar in the world?
I mean, Philip can block with 1 card, blocking the 4. No force of nature. There's
But
no.
I think he's holding break grounds. He's holding a Heaven's Claw, I think. So that should block
I
4.
think I said I want as well. It's just a 1 card
That's
block.
fine.
There's a box here.
It's just a box with some plastic in it.
yeah.
Don't worry about it. So this, you're right. He gets the 1 card block
Yeah,
this, which
so
is huge for him.
This is big.
You get embodiments, I get embodiments too.
Yeah.
Mine work on attack actions.
Yeah.
What's Wytze gonna do? Arsenal? Good Rosetta?
I don't like Rosettaing if you.
It depends on what card you have. I think Arsenal's better 90% of the time.
Yeah, he has the Enchanted outright, and Philip has only 2 cards left. So you can prevent pretty much everything, and if he comes for 7, it's not relevant.
Yep.
What's happening on the? So he forgot to take the hammer the previous turn.
Yeah, I think they're also Philip's also taking notes on his paper.
Yeah.
So just making sure those line up. But yeah, this Enchanting Melody is actually doing work because again, he converted his 2 floating that he wasn't really gonna do anything. Yeah, he could have Rosetta technically, but
look, this is beautiful.
Nice hammer.
Yeah.
What hammer?
Yeah, what hammer? Yeah. Philip's still enchanted.
And then you get the upside that if they come with Dominate, Oakenold, or Crippling Crush, you already have 4 prevented, so you only need to block.
And he gets momentum back, right? Because now he can play a 5-card hand.
Yeah.
Just fused Bramble Spark. Pretty big.
That's a pretty cool tech, actually.
Yeah, I quite like it. Floor
floating 1. And
Yep.
This is like where you would have liked to see the Stalagmite.
Yeah.
This is where you're like, okay, you have 1 floating.
Yeah.
If I Stalagmite you, you're not resetting, you're wasting the resource.
He's gonna draw from the E-Strike.
For sure. Now he has the option of playing it with Go again, if it's like Rabble or something.
Yeah.
If not,
you can just Rosetta.
If not, we Rosetta, we Arsenal, it's also fine.
Beautiful,
Everything's beautiful. Everything is nice. And I think so Philip finally has a 5-card hand with using the Tunic and Crown of Seeds trick.
Yeah.
But does he have it? I think I see is that a Crip? It's really hard to see. I think I see a break round.
Or it's a shock.
I think that's
That's
2 Earth. Luckily for us, we
Reorder East. Oh yeah, it's a crippling crush.
tested, so
Yeah.
they shouldn't be able to hear us. We tested this. It is a crypt though, but I don't think he has Starvo.
I mean, it's still relevant, right?
Yeah, that's true.
But then again, you're taking coming in 4 plus. Is it a
Plus
blue
3,
card?
plus 3. So 6,
So-
1 arcane, so it's 11, 1 arcane.
I think it's he drew a card, so it's 5 plus. Oh yeah, plus the bramble spot.
Yeah,
Oh,
because he
damn.
fused it too.
Yeah, that's a big hit. I don't think. I mean, the thing is, if you're not able to fuse, you still want to do.
This is where
Yeah.
Aldo.
Yep. He's gonna take it.
So yeah, there's 2 options here, right? Either you take this huge chunk of damage, you play the crypt, or you block with the crypt.
Yeah. Gonna take this as
So
well,
yeah,
right?
this is where
going to
Stalagmite
6.
would have
Yeah.
blocked for 5,
Yeah.
essentially.
Yeah.
And this might cost him in this game. Well, we don't know. But
Wytze doesn't have any equipment blocks left.
that's true. So if this was actually Starvo Crypt, this would be huge.
Yeah.
It might still be pretty big. It's still gonna force a block.
You have to start with. Or he's
I
just
don't
gonna
think
pitch.
so.
Oh.
I think he likes shoving the Starvo in people's face
Yeah.
if he
Yeah.
has it.
Look at me.
But I think he had double Earth, double Lightning Crypt, so that's unfortunate for him. Because I think if this was Starvo fused, it would be a huge momentum swing.
That pretty much would be game right. In Arsenal card, Wytze loses his life and his hand.
He's gonna. What does it do? 13. You're gonna block like 4 max. So you're gonna take 9.
Yeah. Look, Philip is on 6. Wytze is like, I can just not block here. I can just not block here. Go to 1. And
What's channel mount?
hopefully
His channel mount.
he has the mount. It's a little late for that.
But it's true. That's what I was gonna say too. I think you're correct. I think it's you can't discard 2 and then play mount and then hope to survive.
Yeah.
Because he will pressure you.
Exactly. So do you risk going to 1, having a turn, putting the pressure back onto Philip? Do you block this out, and then the ball is in Philip's hand again, right? So that's the thing, because he has an arsenal, he can crown to make sure he can Starvo ability next turn. Then you're still losing, right? So I don't know, difficult.
I think if I had another 4 block in hand, I would actually throw the mount.
Oh yeah.
The mount and the other 4 block cover 8, take
Yeah.
3. But I don't think he has a second one. I think I saw break round in hand, the blue.
Oh.
What?
Okay. That's I get that.
Okay.
So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Assume they verbally communicated. That's
Yeah.
a full block, or
Yeah.
if it's not.
I guess it's a full block, right?
But
I don't hate
it's
this.
not the worst. You traded 4 cards of his for 4 cards of yours.
I don't hate this.
Looks like he still took 1, but fair enough.
Now is Philip lucky? Unlucky.
I think I see double ice.
See, but I do.
Yeah, it's definitely.
It's Foxy channel.
Which might be huge
Oh, it's
here.
just
It means he can play channel and ice hammer most
so
likely.
he's not fusing. Yeah,
But
and that's big, right? It gives you an extra turn trying to get back into the game, fuse.
But it's dangerous because, like you said before, Wytze has more than average blues.
Yeah.
So you might actually be able to play through
Yep.
channel lake.
Yep.
If he's holding 2 blues, you're like, okay, cool. I'm gonna take your ice hammer, take the frostbite. I'm gonna pitch
Yep.
2 blues and play 2-3 cards.
Yep.
So that's the risk. He's
Yeah.
pitching ice for this, so he probably has another ice. A hammer.
Winner's bite.
Yeah.
Maybe I would have played it.
Then he pitches for
Oh, okay.
break crown.
You
So
see?
it's choosing for the damage over the frostbite.
I think over here I would have played the Winter's Bite. You break up his hand, right?
Yeah.
And then you play the channel. Then you hammer. You still have a card in arsenal.
If he has another blue in hand, so it would be
Yeah.
there instead
Yeah.
of the Winter Sprite. I think I agree with this. I don't like.
Because this is vanilla damage.
He
You
gave
don't-
up an extra card for 3 vanilla, but he loses the Frostbite effect.
Yeah.
So it's not going to disrupt him. If Wytze's hand is really good, he can just take 7.
Exactly.
And you don't want to give him the out of being able to kill you with
Yeah.
a good hand. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I like. Oh,
Less, and he can't have pummel.
I think it might be better over just vanilla hammer, this breakground, but I don't think it's better than playing Winter Spite into hammer. Because then you can kind of say the Winter Spite is taking a card, but the card is more valuable than the 3 damage.
Yeah. Because if you Winter Spite, you channel, and you hammer, that's so huge.
So I have to see if Wytze even has the blue in hand.
He doesn't have to blue, you just block it.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's a blue though.
Yep.
But he will. So he's taking the 7, but he will still be under the effect of Channel Lake at least.
Yeah.
But it's Briar. It could be pitch blue, 0/0/0, pay 1/1.
I bet up's on 6, right? So he's down to.
Philip's block just. Oh, he's gonna overpay for Channel.
Yeah, I like.
Which is good. If we're under Channel Lake, we want to play as least cards as possible.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh.
He's gonna pay 1 for.
That's not helpful.
And he's 1 floating for 10. Okay, so
you have to respect this.
not only did he have 1 blue, he had 2
Yeah.
blues.
Oh.
And actually, if we look at this, the Channel Lake took away his Rosetta, but it's okay.
Yeah.
We get this channel. You have to block this for 10.
Whereas if you would have, this is for 10.
This is 10
4, yeah.
because of the nimblism.
Whereas if you would have,
So let's say
ice hammered with the Winter Spite.
Okay, so let's say he ice hammer. So let's say with the spite, probably he throws the nimblism.
Probably.
And then you hammer.
So then you have a frostbite and a channel up.
So then
you can play the channel and then you pass your.
Cost 4 or 5. Actually, he could have played channel mount light through the Winter Spite line.
Yeah.
But then he takes 7 instead of 10.
Yeah. You can just equipment block.
Right.
This is big.
But him having the 2 blues is huge. And Philip's deck does not like to block without artifiers. Now, he's throwing this card for 2. He's even making
He's taking 6 if he does. Oh, he crowned. He goes to 1.
It's like, don't die like this.
The thing is, if he blocks, he probably is able to view.
Yeah.
Otherwise, why would you ever keep?
Yeah.
And the thing is, Wytze only needs 1 card. He only needs to be able to attack. He can.
Starvo.
Okay. Oh, spinal.
So this is.
Damn, he's dead.
Yeah, Philip had it.
That was the nuts.
It took so long, but when he had it, it really mattered.
Yeah. Oh man.
Even the perfect fuse 3-hander.
Yeah.
It had to be either
2 and
candle
3.
hold, candle hold and the ice, or ice and loft and the lightning. Else he couldn't pay Spinal Crash, but
wow,
that's.
I did not expect. I thought like he had just 3 elements and then. Wow.
That does take it home. I would. Oh.
Yeah.
Had it at the perfect time there.
Yeah.
If he played Break Round red would have killed him too, though.
9. Yeah.
He had no more equipment block, so.
He was on 6.
No, it wasn't 5, I think.
5. So he could have blocked 4.
and then he takes 5.
Yeah, he still did. Yep.
So yeah,
Yep.
Philip just
Yep.
got the futures in time.
Yeah.
But that's you can't say you can and you can't say that that's lucky. It was bound to happen because
Oh, no.
he missed like so many. It was bound to hit at some point.
It's not lucky, but
It's not lucky, but
it was
it's
the
good
perfect
timing.
combination.
It's good timing.
It's pretty good.
It's pretty good timing. You can say that. So Starvo takes it over Briar. Not in the type of game I expected. It was drawn out longer than I thought. The enchanting melodies were really cool. But yeah, he would have liked to see one there as well.
Yeah, that
But
would be the nuts.
Not that he would be able to pay for it.
Yeah, I think Enchanted Melody is just a good call overall. If we compare them with the sinks, it's not, especially if you play a lot of Earth cards, right? Blue Earth cards, because you're able to just make them.
You can make them do something.
Yeah.
A lot of the blue Earth cards don't really do something in your Briar deck. Earthlore Search bumps 3, but it's like paying 2 for Nimblism, right?
Exactly.
With some upside, of course. But Weave Earth basically doesn't do anything.
Yep.
So tomorrow can help you for a long game. This was not expected to be a long game. So
But it kind of was.
But it kind of was in the end. But yeah, Enchanting Melody. We need to copy Wytze's book now.
I mean, yeah.
Wytze's genius.
We're all enchanted now, and we have to pick the card up.
I was actually playing. My deck list will be posted anyway. I can say it now. I was playing Yellow Whispers to hedge for Frostbites and as 4 blocks.
Yeah.
But that's only if you get embodiments, right?
Right.
It works as long as you're trading in the late game. They have to bleed 1 and take the embodiment. That's when it works. But
the Starvo decks are bleeding though, because I mean they don't like blocking everything.
Yeah, that's true. So that's my logic for playing that. But this fulfills a similar role.
Yeah. And it's non-attack action card.
Like you said, it's a non-attack action card, so you might end up with an embodiment of lightning on your turn, setting up for next turn.
It lets you keep 5-card hands.
Yeah,
and that's so huge in Briar, right?
That's pretty sick. Yeah, don't have to worry about the ice hammer, ice hammer. I don't care which hammer it is. I'm not gonna take damage anyways.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is really cool. All right. Ian has a chart. Oh, Ian doesn't have a chart.
And it's gone.
What a tease. That was actually a tease.
Yeah.
I think
Someone Prism first round, so that's kind of rough. It's rough.
that matchup is like 595 or something.
Yeah, I thought I became quite good at dodging, but apparently not today.
It's okay. I gave you a buy afterwards.
Yeah.
So. You can do the submarine thing.
Now I hope all prisms are 2-0 or
or O2.
O2.
Well, not O2.
Yeah, that's not
but
possible.
even if your previous Prism opponents 1-1, you can't play him anymore. So. And that was it. Eats beter. That was the lace bar. I think I saw Reinar Katsu.
Yeah, Reinar. 2 Reinar decks.
Oh, this is rough.
None's on Reinar.
1 Boltyn.
Oh no.
1 Levia.
Oh.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we can talk over there now. Yeah. Okay, so what do we have?
Fusion! Never fuse, only when you're about to lose.
Bravo. Well, that's a good time, to be honest.
Eén heb ik me ook nog voor 10 gezet. Daarna heb ik volgens mij één
Niet
keer
meer, ja.
of 0 keer.
Never, ja.
Dan echt in totaal verkeerd.
Lexi, Oldhim, Reinar Katsu, Viserai 2?
Levaya.
Dash 2?
Bravo, Levias.
Bravo.
Yeah, None's on Levaya, right?
Yeah. Did he win?
Net zoveel Briar.
Boltyn, Azalea. The Azalea from yesterday.
Dorinthia.
And Dorinthia.
Dorinthia lost first round against Chane. It was from what I've heard, it was a beating.
Was it Axis?
It was extra turns, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, they can't apply enough pressure, and then you just automatically lose, right? Against a deck that can apply
Do
pressure.
you lose? Levia lose?
Lavaya dead.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep.
He did win a game. It doesn't matter how you win the game, right?
We have 2 Katsus. I'm surprised we have 2 Katsus.
Same, actually.
It's not the Katsu format right now.
It's not even Nam.
I wish it was, but
Nam would be crazy enough to play Katsu at the
Preparing
ProQuest.
for fight.
yeah, prepare. Yeah. Big brain moves right here. Okay.
All right. Thanks a lot, Don,
Yeah.
for helping us out this round. You'll have to play next round and win. So good luck.
Yeah.
And
I'm gonna do my best.
we'll see you in the top 8 again.
Hopefully.
Is deze? Oh, deze. Ik wil Wytze's deck ligt gewoon hier.
Ik zat echt zo super lang na te denken van. Oké,
Mute?
ik ga hier.
Oh, zie je me.
And we're back with round 3. Holy shit, this pixel. So we're with Wouter playing Briar versus Hiem on my Prism list. So I piloted. Okay. Een van de twee was minder goed te horen. Hallo? Test. Oké. Hallo, hallo, hallo. Test 1, 2, 3. Nee. Luider. Ik wil gewoon luider en dan komt het wel goed, denk ik. Question mark. Oké. Deur dicht. Okay, so this is actually the list that I piloted to number 13 of the Pro Tour. So I know everything about this Prism list. Yeah, so basically in this matchup, you tend to sideboard in fractal aggro. Like, there's a special package that I put in my deck that contains Phantasmaclasm, Fractal Replication, Herald of Protection Red, and Warchin Herald Reds. And I sideboard out a couple of auras in this matchup. Cola. And basically, you try to make your deck as consistent as possible to aggro down Briar. And Briar is a really hard deck to aggro down, to be honest. So you need to get pretty lucky in terms of where the Phantasm blocks land, in terms of when they will get their Channel Mount Heroic, but you can put a lot of pressure down on them and in turn take less damage in return as well. So on the Briar side, most of the times they will sideboard in cards like Mana Conquer, Runic Reclamation, and Lead the Charge. So there's quite a lot of Phantasm blocks. Sometimes they even Lightning Press one of their 4-attack cards and get a Phantasm block that way. So it'll be rough, but hopefully he will be able to pressure, or hopefully for Prism, they'll be able to pressure Briar down enough so that they can win. So another one of the tricks that's always like a classic against Briar is keeping an Arclight Sentinel in your arsenal for whenever they play their Channel Mount Heroic. Actually, me and Manhim tested this matchup a lot yesterday. I think he played like 5 rounds. And honestly, it wasn't that successful. So, but Manhim was still learning my deck as well. It's like, it's a little bit different because you need to block differently than you would usually do if you're playing Prism versus Briar. So we will see how this will go. It's definitely going to be a rough matchup for him. I wouldn't say that this matchup is much better than, like, I don't know, what is it, 30, 40% maybe on the Prism side. So he'll definitely have to get a little bit lucky with where the Phantasm blocks land. If Wouter manages to find like good timings for Lead the Charge and his Phantasm blocks, or find Channel Mount Heroic in time, stuff like that, it will take quite a bit to win this. So we'll see. Maybe. I've also played against Wouter quite a bit. Every time it really feels like he just has some nuts. kan hem ook daar buiten ophangen. Ja. Dat is wat handiger. Ja. Okay. Shuffling a bit. I wonder if Jimmy put a timer on. If not, Jimmy, turn on a timer. You should be listening to this commentary anyway. Okay. So this is where we will see equipments. Obviously, Briar will be having the Rosetta Thorn cup. Wait, what's that? Looks like Stone Creepers? Mark. Quite tough to see for me because of for some reason I'm watching a 420p stream or something. Snapdragons. Okay, he's running Snapdragon Scaler, so there's less spooky combat tricks that Wouter can do than the list we tested yesterday. And there's no real way to pass by Spectra unless he has lead to charge. And when Hiem starts off with a Phantasmaclasm on turn 0. Okay. So Phantasmaclasm says you get to look at your opponent's hand and pick a card, you get a new one instead. Then we'll go, that card will go to the bottom. I wonder what the reasoning behind this is. I think it might be because he still has a Fractal in hand and wants to push through like a lot of damage on turn 1. I'm not convinced that this is going to push enough damage such that it's worth it. But we'll see. Because he'll probably not have an arsenal after this. And he's coming in with a Herald of Protection red afterwards, I think. And he pushes through 7 damage already, 8 damage on turn 0. Damn. Okay, okay. So, we don't have a life counter on stream yet. Jimmy, if you hear me, life counter, please. I think it should be 32 to 40 right now. So that was a strong turn 0 play. Technically, he's even 41 because he's already had 1 shield as well. And Wouter starts with Force of Nature, revealing a Channel Mount Heroic. Oh no! If he has the blue to pitch for Channel Mount Heroic, this could be dangerous. But then again, he doesn't have many cards in hand. If he pitches blue, he would only have 1 card to attack with, and Hiem would be able to full block that probably, hopefully. So I don't think Channel Mount Heroic is hitting this stage this turn yet. But there could still be like 2 very dangerous attacks coming in. So, and honestly, sometimes Prism doesn't block that well. They could have like non-block auras and stuff. So I think this is really scary for Hiem. Having turn 0, getting to start as Hiem feels really good. So E-Strike's coming in for, I think it would be 6 go again. Although, yeah, 6 go again puts the most pressure on. 7 would become 8. And on hit gets a draw, but that doesn't matter in that case. Yes, it does seem like 6 go again, so I think Hiem is pretty much forced to block. And we're not sure either if Wouter chose to bottom deck Channel Mount Heroic, which is a little bit of a risky play, but might work out well if he has another card with go again, like a 4 go again in this turn. Soul Shield coming in, and I think that's the Channel Mount Heroic that's being arsenaled right now. But that's a very efficient block, so we might see a strong play on Hiem's side now this time around. Maybe just push with the Herald. That's, I think, Fortune Herald Red coming in for 7. And once again, those red cards are putting in a lot of pressure onto Wouter. And if he doesn't have like a high amount of Phantasm blocks, this could just force him into very awkward place in the late game, or in the nearby future even. And even if he has a Phantasm block, he would be forced, or it's okay, because Hiem could still use Footsteps, poke him for 1, and that's just a pretty solid turn in general. I think seems like he does not have the popper right now, and that either means he's going down to like 25 or something, or blocking with a couple of cards. Depends on what Briar will be able to play out right now. Yeah, it seems like this might be one of those games where Prism actually has a good chance to take it. We'll see what the block will be. I'm thinking maybe blocking 2 probably. Also doesn't have embodiments yet, so it will be tough to block with non-attack actions. Ideally you would block with like 2 cards, but he's actually taking 3 cards away, including a Channel Mount Heroic. That's kind of rough. He's probably giving Prism a 4-card hand now. And 4-card hands can be pretty scary in my build. It's there's a couple of double Herald plays that push a lot of damage. Wouter does manage to find a Lightning Surge. So going back in for 4. Probably going to take away the Spectral Shield, depending on how well Prism's hand is looking. And we'll see. I think usually you wouldn't let the Spectral Shield get popped, but you could argue that you would want to deny Briar the embodiment of Earth so that they won't be able to block your attacks that well. Or even if you just block with 3, then they wouldn't be able to get their embodiment anymore. Lightning Surge also doesn't have go again, so and if we read Wouter correctly, there's still a Channel Mount Heroic in Arsenal. So there goes the life counter. And there it is again. Okay. Okay. Taking 3, losing the spectral shield. That's fine. It's probably lets Manhim play out a very strong turn right now, and keeping up the pressure is how you win this matchup. And what are we seeing here? Tunic counter. Probably pitching a yellow in addition. Oh, he's actually playing out Arclight Sentinel. And hitting for 1, of course. I think there might be a second aura coming in. He had 2 Arclight Sentinels in hand. That's kind of rough. Like that's one of the problems with a kind of a hybrid list like this, is that sometimes you just get aura hands, and when you have tempo, you don't really want those aura hands. But then again, I don't know if Wouter can do much to remove this Arclight Sentinel. It's probably going to be like, best thing he could do is maybe set up a mount, but also maybe not. Get an embodiment of lightning. It's not ideal to have a 5-card hand onto Arclight Sentinel on board. So now x equals 1. I'm going to reveal 4 cards off the deck. Hitting 1 at least, and only 1. But he does get to choose. So if he grabs the Command and Conquer, for example, he could just keep it in hand and have the Phantasm block in hand. However, Manhim would be able to know about that. So we'll see if that's going to work out well. 1 arcane damage heading into Manhim's way now. And I think most of the time she just try and play out a 4-card hand. But we'll see if Manhim actually has, or actually feels like he needs the 4th card. Maybe prefers the 1 life over it, or the 1 life plus a shield. What to do? I think being able to develop a shield right now is pretty strong in general. Against in this matchup, most of the times, you don't really need much soul. Usually they just take a lot of herald hits. You get a lot of soul for free, but you won't ever be able to finish all of it unless you get a good Celestial Cataclysm in. And there we see the Celestial Cataclysm in pitch, actually. So he doesn't get the extra value off of that. And there's a lead to charge even, so he did find the outs against Arclight Sentinel here. But I don't think there's a huge follow-up here. Seems like the last card in hand is still the Command and Conquer, which could come down. Or he could go for a Rosetta Swing. It seems like he's going to play out the Command and Conquer, forcing out another 2-card block probably, or forcing him to play the card in Arsenal. This is such a strong play right now, because it really seems like he's trying to keep the 3-card hand there to, I don't know, maybe do something like pitch, play a Herald, and maybe even have a Fractal from Arsenal coming in. But that won't be possible right now. We'll probably have to also, like, 1-card hands on Prism are just historically rather weak unless you have like the 0-cost auras in hand. And there's no good way to block 3 out here. Like that. Yeah. He loses his fractal replication, which is huge. That's such a strong counter against this. So now probably he's going to swing back with, like, I don't know, a red protection or whatever. Maybe an erudition. And then be sad that you don't have the fractal anymore. So right now, this is like kind of how you get punished for pitching the Celestial Cataclysm away last turn, because it could have worked for your block, and it could have helped you get a good block onto the Command and Conquer, and as well as yeah, preserving a high pressure turn for next turn. And now the channel mount's finally hitting the board, and a snatch is following it up with going in for 7. So this snatch does not have go again, but very obviously, if this is hitting, he will give it go again with the Snapdragon Scalers. And 7 is always a super awkward number for Prism to block, because usually you use the Phantasmal Footsteps to get the extra 1 block in. But when it's about 7, you won't be able to block it because the Phantasmal Footsteps will break. He's actually taking the 7, and Snapdragon Scalers are not being popped. So that's surprising. Oh, okay. I wonder what the card in hand would be that he would keep it over using the Snapdragon Scalers there. Probably too awkward. Ooh, and a Phantasmaclasm coming in. I think this is going to get popped by Channel Mount Heroic, though. But that's kind of fine, I guess. Because Channel Mount Heroic makes every attack action +3. It even pumps all of the attack actions on your own combat chain while defending. So Enlightened Strike is a Phantasm block, Burgeoning is a Phantasm block. Both of them are like high threats to remove right now. I think especially Enlightened Strike will be scary, but also the fact that Wouter has 2 Earth cards in his hand means that... Ooh, he's taking away the Bramblespark. It means that he might be able to keep up the Channel Mount Heroic over their next turn. And I think Hiem is anticipating that Wouter is going to use one of those attack actions to pop the Phantasmaclasm. Did he have enough pitch to actually do something? To actually keep up the mount a second turn? There was a Burgeoning Weave Earth, I think. And another blue that didn't actually... oh no, it was Bramblespark, right. So he doesn't quite have the pitch or the costed cards to pitch 2 Earths. So I guess here's the Phantasm block. Burgeoning has 7 attack right now because of the Mount Heroic. And that might just be the end of the turn for Prism. Another Spectral Shield being made, and then just hitting in for 1. That's... I wonder what the reasoning behind the Bramblespark is. Putting that away. Oh, and there's ALS. Maybe... Oh, right. That's such a sick trick. He actually played the ALS in response to the embodiment of Earth popping. We happened to read that yesterday. I was like, wait, embodiment of Earth triggers at the start of the action phase? What? You can actually ALS at that moment? And yeah, he's actually applying it right now. That's so crazy. So, Rune Chant, Rosetta, Channel Mount Heroic is gone. We survived one of them right now. I think another one was also used for blocking in the early game. And Hiem still has a 2-card hand after this. So he could still push some damage with, for example, a Miraging Metamorph coming in for 7. Doesn't have Go Again though. Doesn't need Go Again. You can, using the Tunic, he's able to develop an arsenal and maybe coming back in for a 5-card turn later, or getting a block and a 4-card turn or something like that. So this will already put a lot of pressure on Briar, maybe just on her life. Slightly awkward that if Briar happens to take this, Scar for a Scar would be able to have Go Again. So if we actually happen to see Scar for a Scar here right now, it's kind of sad for Hiem, but for the rest it's okay. And Wouter did take it, so this could actually be it. Be the reason. No. So that's our Arcanix. X equals 1. Trying to hit the 2 cards off of the top. Finding at least a Runic Reclamation. Ooh. Channel Mount Heroic, his last Channel Mount Heroic. Gotta get shuffled back into his deck. That's not ideal for Wouter. But still, both of these cards are putting out a lot of damage, pressure. Runic Reclamation, actually not that great in this position because Prism didn't actually develop auras. And Twine Lightning, only really having Go Again if he already has a Lightning card in hand. So maybe this will be a Swarming Gloomville. And if he has a Lightning card in hand, it would always be almost always be the Entwine Lightning, I think. Yeah. And one Arcane coming into Hiem. He can block it. He can prevent it with the Arcane Barrier, but he does not. So maybe this means that Hiem is going to push back with a big hand next turn. And maybe it just means that he doesn't plan on getting value out of the pitch. Could be anything, honestly. Do we have a read on what is in Wouter's arsenal? Not specifically. Ravenous Rebel coming in for 4, revealing a red card. For 1 and 4, actually. So if Hiem had like a blue, he would have gotten pretty good value out of it because there's a Rune Chant on board as well as the Sonata Arcanix and the Footsteps that he could pay for. So I think he probably doesn't have a blue in hand or doesn't want to spend anything on blocking in general this turn. Then there's a Lightning Surge with Go Again coming in. Once again, pretty scary. I don't know how many cards are still in Wouter's hand. It looks like 2. So Nata Arcanix was already played. And there's still 1 floating. Seems like E-Strike is coming in for 5 Go Again and finishing the turn off with Rosetta Thorn for 2 and 2. So Hiem decides to use his block on an E-Strike, preventing 2 of the damage, and then taking the next 3, as well as probably the 2 and 2 from the Rosetta Thorn. I think the life counter hasn't been updated yet, but it will probably go down to like 8. Okay, no. He's still on 11? Okay. I think he should be down to 8. Maybe I missed it. That's 12. Am I? Okay. Okay, maybe there was something wrong in the communication there. So he is going down to 8. Okay. So Hiem took, was it 13 damage or so? Maybe more? 17 damage? Quite a bit of damage anyway. Come in for 6 with a Herald of Judgment. So as Briar, I would be inclined to take it, but we'll see what Wouter thinks of that. This doesn't really pose a real threat. It's probably a bait. Seems like a Phantasm block bait. And an Erudition from Arsenal. But Wouter still has the armor block to prevent Erudition from hitting, so I wonder if there's a follow-up on this. We'll see if, I mean, this is definitely getting blocked, right? So we'll see if Hiem actually has the Fractal Replication to follow up on this. Oh, just a shield. Okay, just a shield. So he just took, how much damage was that? 17 damage or something? For push back with an Erudition and a Judgment. At least one of the armor pieces is gone now. So the next time Erudition hits the board, Wouter would be able to would be forced to block with the Grasp and the Tunic. And he's starting off with a Entwined Lightning fused with Lightning Press. And obviously, this actually threatens lethal, except Rune Chant gets prevented by Spectral Shield. Then if it also has Go again, so there's also going to be a follow-up with a 2/2 of the or just a 2 off of the Rosetta. And when he decides to pitch to prevent the Rune Chant at least. And I'm actually not sure if Wouter is planning to use his Lightning Press right here, or just going to bully into eternity in the future turns. So Hiem is considering to just take 2, then maybe block the Rosetta Thorn with the Footsteps, or maybe develop a shield after taking the damage of the Footsteps. Both of them quite solid plays. Developing a shield obviously gets a little bit more value because you get to attack with a shield as well. And Wouter chooses not to use his Lightning Press here. So it seems like the Lightning Press is going to hit the Arsenal, which means that Wouter actually has a Phantasm block most of the times. And finishing it off with a Rosetta Thorn for 2. Just a 2. Not the strongest turn, but a pretty good setup turn for next turn, because Lightning Press will either be used to force very awkward blocks by just sitting in Arsenal and while he's playing like 4 Go Again cards, or it will be a Phantasm block. And both of them are very strong very strong plays for Wouter. So it seems like Hiem will need a pretty strong hand to make this worth it. And we'll see how that goes. Going too low while your opponent has a lightning press ready is always kind of scary. He chooses for the footsteps over the shield that he could have developed. I think lightning press will be pretty scary for him next turn. And what will we see? That's a Warden Herald. It seems like a yellow one coming in for 6, floating one. So even if he pops, that's still going to be able to make an extra action point. And honestly, as Wouter, I wouldn't be that afraid of this. He could just, he'd probably just take it, honestly. It's not really worth popping with the Phantasm, or at least not with the 2-card combo of Lightning Press plus 4 attack, 0 cost. And Hiem only has 1 card left in hand, so what's the worst that can happen, right? And the worst that can happen is actually another Wartune Herald. I think this might be a red one. So that one's actually a little bit more scary because Wouter's actually getting low on life right now. And wonder, what would Hiem need? Let's say if Wouter takes this, right? He goes down to 3. What would Hiem need to actually win this game from that point? And, oh, it's a yellow one? Okay, it's a yellow one. He goes down to 4. Yeah, what would you need there? It's going to be really rough to find something that actually gets you back into the game from that position, because you're now forced to block, right? And you're forced to block taking into account the lightning press that's in Arsenal, and also the one that's on top now, apparently. So let's say you block 3, right? You block 3, lightning press hits. Now you're down to 1. How do you get back into this game from this position? And I think the answer was basically just an Arclight Sentinel in response to the embodiment of Earth popping or something. Or yeah. Oh, it was a red and he blocked with the grasp. I see. But yeah. I think right now Hiem is trying to just bait out the lightning press. And it's going to be hitting for it's going to deal 4 damage in that case, which is kind of okay. Could be worse, you know. You can't overblock because if you do that, there's still 3 more cards coming in at you. And it's just going to be really rough to block that out. I think right now we're kind of forced to block out and maybe hopefully make a shield. Maybe poke down with that a little bit, but there's just a little bit too much life to get back from this position. Either Wouter needs to have like a terrible hand. If the follow-up here, for example, would be Rosetta, a Runechant Rosetta or something, that would be doable. He even closes the combat chain here, the Runechant. If Hiem has a Fractal Replication in hand, it's now dead. And another Rebel. And this time around, Hiem actually can't afford to underblock this. So he's preventing the 1 Arcane. If he underblocks this, that means he's going to die to a Lightning Press. So this is going to almost always going to be a stock for 6 or something like that. And then 2 and 2 is coming in for. He's coming in for another 2 and 2, so that would be another 2 damage taken probably, or like 1 damage taken after No Rune and Phantasmal Footsteps. So it's rough. I think Oldhim survives this turn, but how do you ever get back into the game? That's the real question. And I think that it might just be a little bit too much to deal with. I think baiting out the lightning press is. Although, do you? Next turn, Wouter will have 2 lightning presses available if you don't bait it out. But no guaranteed attacks yet as of now. So maybe you can hope that he doesn't have it available. And this is always getting lightning press. Phantasmal Footsteps are getting broken now. And that's going to hurt. Will Oldhim go down to 1 with this? Only 1 card left in hand. So it's not like can do an awful lot. And that's game. Yeah, this game after the Rosetta anyway. So even though Oldhim had a really good start with pushing 8 damage on turn 0 and developing a Spectral Shield, it wasn't quite enough. What were the big turning points in this game? I mean, obviously, Channel Mount Heroic. I think maybe the Phantasmaclasm back then might have been. What happened there? Bremblesprock went to bottom. So one big thing in this game was that Channel Mount Heroics. Was it the second Channel Mount Heroic already? Yeah, no. On the Channel Mount Heroic turn, you managed to get an Arclight Sentinel on the embodiment pop. So that was that was looking to be a really good comeback. But it didn't seem like it was quite enough. Tricky. And at some point, yeah, Briar just deals a lot of damage. It's always been a really hard matchup, and I don't think he even had that many poppers. Just an occasional pop off of the, for example, the Channel Mount Heroic pop. And yeah. Just need to hope they don't find it, I guess. So yeah, I guess that was round 3. I think we'll be back with round 4 a little bit later. I think Jimmy will take it over at that point. So for now, we'll see you guys then. And yeah, see you guys then.
All right. We'll be heading into round 4. We have a more unique pairing here. You most likely haven't seen that often on stream. We have Dash versus Boltyn. I thought this would be quite spicy to see. Maybe you disagree, maybe you don't. Yeah, I'm unsure if... actually, I've seen Alwart play a game as Raiden Boltyn, but the nice thing about Boltyn is that you can relatively easily, flex into both sabers and to the Raiden build, depending if you want to play more aggressive or a bit more defensively. What would I do against Dash? Against Dash, I would consider playing defensively, I think. But it also depends on what Dash is playing, because he also has quite flexible options. I think we've seen Hayden Dale recently post a deck tag. Shout out to Hayden, where he showcased his aggro and more mid-rangey Dash in the same 80 cards. I'm not entirely sure if Boss has taken this deck or if it's slightly different, but the option is there to play more aggressively or a bit more mid-rangey. We can probably tell from the starting item. You can either go Teklo Pounder if you want to play a bit more aggressively. I think you can even do Teklo Core or Induction Chamber, of course. Yeah, we'll see what item he starts with. Players are still shuffling up. Actually, I can see if I can find their deck lists and talk about it a little bit. Hey, is this Ian? Don't want to talk too much about the decks because it will be a bit, how do you say this? It will negatively affect them in case other players are looking at the stream. And I'd give you their entire 80 cards, but just have a quick peek, see what's going on. Okay, so it looks like Boltyn does have both Saber and Raiden options. I think most Boltyns play that way. Is there... Knock, knock. Who's there? Knock, knock. Ooh, we don't want to say too much about this. So you have to find out. Looks like Alwart will start with Raiden option. I'm looking to play more aggressively, actually. And Boss is playing Goliath Gauntlet. Doesn't have to be 100% tell, but the Teklo Pounder, however, is... So yeah, looks like Us playing a very aggressive dash build, starting with a Tackle Pounder. And he's now reading the Helm of Sharp Eye. Oh, I think it's an attack reaction if you have an attack with more than base power. You can pay 1, banish the top card of your deck, and play it if it's an action. But I'm actually also not sure. Look it up real quick. Oh, you can play it if it's any card, but only this combat chain. And you can only use it if you control a weapon with greater than twice its base power, while Raiden can get more than 20 times its base power if you just give it +1, and if you charge, you get +3. So once you charge and you attack with Raiden, you always have this attack reaction available on the Helm of Sharp Eye. And it basically helps you get an extra card for the cost of 1. So it's quite neat. Also has Battle Worn 1. Start with an Express Lightning. Looks like Alwart is starting. Probably just coming in for, depending on the color, 4-3 or 2. Maybe 4 or 3. But the point is not dealing damage with this. The point is that Alwart gets 1 soul going first. He actually charged a Courageous Steel Hand, which he could have used to push more damage. If boss underblocks this or blocks exact. So I'm wondering if he has another one. Yeah, I think the play for boss is to 2-card or 3-card block this, depending how bad his hand is. And looks like that's it. Oh, we'll just draw back up to 4, get an arsenal, of course. Now let's see how much damage aggro dash push out. Although it might not be that much. Maybe looking to set up his 5-card turn where he ends with Overblast or Maximum Velocity, that kind of card, which requires you to boost 3 times. Which, of course, requires you to have 3 boost attacks. But it looks like we're going a different route. Oh, this is actually quite nice. So he's going to play Spark of Genius, pay 4, which means he can search a 2-cost item. Will probably be another Tackle Pounder. And then he has the card in hand left over to Arsenal. So he's actually perfectly setting up for a really, really aggressive next 3 turns. However, the danger is he's giving Alwart full 5-card hand to play with. However, Alwart only has the 1 soul as of now. We'll probably get a 2nd soul on his turn, so it's not a huge threat. But he may very well take around 12 to 15 damage if he wants to play his own turn with triple boost or really aggressively. We'll see what happens. Looks like a Command and Conquer in hand for Alwart, which is pretty nice. See if he boosts first. Okay, so he's gonna, charge. Sorry. He's actually gonna charge the Command and Conquer, which is a bit sad to see, but this does mean he can play at least Raiden afterwards. And he still has a card in hand in an arsenal. Take Flight naturally has Go Again, so he doesn't have to give up a soul to give this Go Again. So this may very well be Take Flight Raiden and some other attack, or Courageous Steel Hand, which is not the worst for boss. He actually probably doesn't mind taking his entire turn. It doesn't look that threatening. Although, of course, the way Boltyn plays is he's going to slowly set up his... Oh, Snatch! Okay, I did not see that one coming. What I wanted to say is that Howard slowly wants to build up his soul and then come in with the big Lumina turn a bit later in the game. But Snatch. If I am boss, this is a bit suspicious to me because it very well could have been Raiden go again into Snatch or Arsenal card into Snatch, possibly. He does not have a way to give this Snatch go again, except for Snapdragon Scalers. If boss does not decide to block this with an attack action, which would boost the Snatch to 5 with Boltyn's hero ability, but looks like the Courageous Steel Hand from turn 0 is actually coming in. Probably a red, boosting it to 7. If it's a yellow, boosting it to 6. And he's waiting to give it go again with the Boltyn ability attack reaction as well. Yep. So he's gonna give it go again with Boltyn. And looks like Alwart threw a Sync Blow, but that's not the worst because the backup plan is always to swing with Raiden here. So the go again would never be wasted. Either Raiden. Swinging for 3, I believe. And then I believe Alwart drew the Sync below, which will go to. Let's see. Boss has not blocked a single card from his hand, so we'll see if he has this huge boost turn ready. Is that a Rotary Ram? Yeah, I believe this is Rotary Ram, so it gives the next attack action +3. If you've boosted this turn, it goes to bottom. However, you can't always play it in that sequence because you might break the combat chain, which is relevant for Overblast. Since Overblast gains power based on how many times you boosted in this combat chain. So it might be that he has an Overblast here. He's boosting the throttle. I believe this, I can't tell what color it is. It's either coming in for 8 or 12, or 8 or 10, sorry. 4 from the Tackle Pounders, and then 4 to 6 on its own. So there I would place a Sync below. Seems like he also has a Soul Shield in hand, which he may play here or may choose to save for future attack. Looks, oh, he's pitching 2 for it. That hurts a bit. That hurts a bit. It's not the worst, but committing 3 cards for a 6 block, essentially. So this seems like, oh, I forgot the Rotary Ram as well. So taking 2. It was 12, so it's a yellow throttle. Yeah, even through double defense reaction, he's still pushing some damage. But it looks like he'll just end this turn by playing another item. This is a convection amplifier that gives dominate to attack action. It actually has 2 steam counters on it, and you can, as an action, remove a steam counter from it and give the next attack dominate. So that's quite interesting. Might not be that relevant right now, but you can also choose to keep this until the very, very late game. At which point, the dominate may threaten lethals. See how it pans out. Not a super aggressive turn for boss, but still got to getting a card in Arsenal and develop that. amplifier. We'll see if that pays off for him. So here's a snatch that he most likely will one card block, and then one with the cap. You don't really want to give him the... Well, it does the same job, but blocking with the Tekla Foundry hard also blocks one, but I think blocking with the cap would be slightly better just because you can't rely on having another block from the cap, whereas you always have the second block from the Tekla Foundry hard. But in this turn, it achieves the same, so... Okay, going back to Buster. Looks like he's going to give Dominate to something. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. He's choosing to boost. I believe he forgot his Tekla Pounders, which points out. So this is nice. The Combustible Courier says if you hit, next attack you boost gains +3. And it's going to be huge. It's going to be 8 most likely with Dominate. There you go, 8 with Dominate. This is where that Convection Amplifier really pays off. Because now his next attack gets +3. If he boosts it. He's using Tekla Foundry Heart. But this breaks the combat chain. So this will actually take the buff off of Combustible Courier. I believe they have also noticed this, but maybe he didn't have the resources to play another boost attack afterwards. Oh. Yeah, he didn't have the resources to play Overblast afterwards. That's a bit unfortunate for him. Because that also means this won't get the +3 from the Combustible Courier, and also not the +1 from itself. It's only coming in for 5. Whereas it could have been for 7, but he couldn't really do anything about it. He didn't have the resources to play both of them, unfortunately. A bit curious to see what he has in the arsenal, maybe. But it could be that this was his only way of playing out his hand. So, okay, another Take Flight. Pitching a blue Take Flight. So this says go again unconditionally. It doesn't trend any on it, so it seems very likely that he'll just take the 2 or 3 or 4, whatever it is. Okay, so Battlefield Blitz. This has go again if you have boosted. And it's, I believe it's 5. It's the red one, which is just a nice chunk of damage at the cost of only 1 resource. You will see. Boss decides to block this. Don't think so. Oh, he could 1-card block this. Oh, maximum velocity. You can play Engulfing Light. We can still play the engulfing light, I believe. Since it's on the same comet chain. So one thing I forgot to mention is that you actually cannot play non-attack actions with the Helm of Sharp Eye, since they can only be played when the comet chain is closed. But I don't believe Alwart has a lot of non-attacks anyways. It might just be Lumen Ascension, and well, I guess he has defense reactions as well. But yeah, that's a hit for him. Let's see what boss decides to do. Okay, so he's pitching 4 and playing high speed impact. If it hits the next attack that's boosted, gains dominate. And this will be the last of his Teklo Pounder buffs. So this one's hitting for 8. If it hits, the next attack gains dominate on this combat chain, which is relevant. It does mean he can't use Teklo Foundry hard, like we've seen before. This is blocking 2 with the bracers and 6 with Soul Shield. So the next attack won't have dominate, but it's not the worst for both. Okay, so he's gonna boost Super Hit now. Won't have dominate, but still hitting for 5. So already presenting 13. Still possibly at least has a Teklo Plasma Pistol shot after this. Looks like he'll block 3, take 2. Yep. And is the Plasma Pistol shot for 2. Most likely will take 2. Right. So Alwart has survived. Teklo Pounder turns. And he's still very healthy. Doesn't have a lot of hand left. An empty swing with Raiden? I believe his Raiden is just hitting for 0 now. And it can't be a threat, though, Courageous Steel Hand, because it only buffs if you boost it. I'm not wrong. Yeah. Just to keep you on your toes, you know? Just keeping you on your toes. Well, who knows? Okay, so High Octane, very good start of this turn. High Octane is a really, really strong card with the Teklo Plasma Pistol. It says it costs 1. When you play this, you get to draw a card to replace it. But it also says whenever you boost, you gain 1 action point. And all these action points can be converted into shots with the Teklo Plasma Pistol, since you don't have to give it go again anymore, since you have spare action points, assuming you boost a couple times. So let's say he plays 2 boost attacks now, and he hits the boosts, so the attacks themselves have go again. That means he will have 4 action points at the end of the at the end of those 2 attacks, and if he has the resources for it, he can convert all those action points into shots for 2. Wow! It's Wytze. Only Wytze. The Wytze from only Wytze. You also want to look. Also want to look at Boltyn versus Dash.
Doe jij commentaar nou?
Yeah.
Waar zit die camera?
There's
Die
no
microfoon.
camera. They only hear my voice
Waar zit die microfoon?
on my neck.
Oh, dus ik kan niet zwaaien naar de camera.
No. But you can go to the camera there and wave there. There's a combustible courier into T-Bone. This T-Bone will force Alwart to block with equipment, but he has Snapdragon Scalers, which I believe should just have a block of 0 value. So he can block with the Snapdragon Scalers. It doesn't have to, of course. But he can block with Snapdragon Scalers and nothing happens. But it does have +3 from the combustible. It might take 6. Nice. Now we have 2 extra action points, I believe. Oh, sorry, it would be 3 action points. He's using one of his action points here to play the payload, which has dominate because he boosted on this combat chain. So it should hit for 6 dominates, and he also has 2 action points left over. But he can't convert those to shots, unfortunately. If he had a leftover resource after payload, he could have used the resource for Teklo Foundry Heart. If he hits 2 Mechanologist cards, gets 2 resources, instead of his 1 resource, and then he could have used those 2. Pay for 2 plasma shots. But unfortunately, I think he pitched a yellow for the payload. Now Alwart's hitting with this. Did he charge? Not sure if he charged. I think either for 3 or 4 if he charged the Soul Shield. Guess he charged the Soul Shield because else he wouldn't be able to use attack reaction. Yep. Okay, so he took 4. Ooh, so that's Bolt of Courage for 4. It's red. And this says on hit, draw 1. And he can give it go again through Boltyn's ability because it has more than base power. Sometimes you have to break Snapdragon Scalers to do this, but in this case, you can just pay a soul. And this is actually where what I said a couple minutes ago about the Teklo Foundry Heart block actually mattering. Because had he blocked with Skullcap in that situation, he would have 1 block left over on Teklo Foundry Heart. He could possibly block this out for 4. However, he also needs to be careful of Boltyn's ability activating if he blocks with an attack action. It's like he can't block this effectively. I think at this point it has to become a 2-card block. Or he has to have a sync or 8. I don't think he's playing those in this aggressive boost list. But not blocking this can be dangerous for boss. Because it has go again. It will get go again for sure. So there's, at the very least, there's a Raiden swing coming after this. But if he allows Alwart to draw, it might be more than just a Raiden swing, since he has more than enough soul to pay for go again. Everything has +1 due to the V of the Vanguard, boosting everything with +1 because he charged 1 light card. So really has to think carefully about this. I think personally I would go for a 2-card block on this, just accept that his card is better value. But just restricting the using Snapdragon rather than paying a soul. Interesting. Perhaps trying to keep as much soul as possible for a Lumina turn, possibly. If he also swings with Raiden and gives go again, he might have to pay another soul, so he may not like going that low on soul. He also play Lumina now, but he will break the combat chain. I believe that means he loses his +1 from V of the Van. So has to think a bit carefully how he's gonna play his next card. Okay, so he does play Lumina. This does break the combat chain. So the +1 from V of the Vanguard won't apply anymore. However, the Lumina Ascension will also give the weapon +. So it will still hit for 4, and it can attack an additional time. And he has the soul to give it go again. So he will be able to at least swing twice with this Raiden, and then there may still be something in his arsenal. But even without the arsenal slot, this is coming in for 4, and then another 4, and also if it hits, he gets to reveal the top card of his deck. If it's a light card, it goes to soul and he gains 1 life. I believe it goes to bottom other. So now we're having this other problem of do we block this Raiden? Blocking this Raiden possibly is if you can block it for 4, it's essentially blocking 5 since your opponent will not be gaining 1. However, it can be really tough to block this with 1 card. He doesn't have cap anymore either, or he can't block with it at the moment. So either this is a 2-card block, or he's gonna take this one, I believe. Unless he has Sinks or Fates. It looks like Alwart will be paying a soul to give it go again. Counting his soul, so he swings Raiden, he's gonna have 3 soul. Right, if he gives it go again, now he's gonna have 3 soul. He swings it. Oh! He's playing Beacon of Victory, which works on sword actually, since it target attack. I think he banished 1 and he's gonna look for another Lumina Ascension. Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. I think damage-wise, it would have been a bit better to boost on the Bolt of Courage. Or sorry, to play Beacon on the Bolt of Courage. Just so this first Lumina attack, or this first Raiden attack, gets +2 from the Luminas rather than +. But now he ensures he's getting the hit, essentially. 5, he's going to reveal just 1. He's only played 1 Lumina at this point. It's a hit, so he's going to go to Soul. He's going to gain 5. Also, if he had played the second Lumina before this Raiden attack, then he would have gained 2 Soul and 2 life. So yeah, Alwart's about to get his Lumina turn. He's really, really strong. So this attack will turn 5, and he can swing another time after this. So yeah, that's tough for Boss. His cap block is on again, but now it's more than a card in the cap since it's hitting for 5 now. We may choose to go to 1 and double card block the last Raiden swing. Since he can't take both of them, he can take one of them. Let's see what he does. If boss manages to survive this turn, and the next turn he may get to a point where his convection amplifier can close the game out, as well as his Glide Gauntlet, but I'm not sure whether he will get a good opportunity at this point. I think Alwart needs a rather weak turn next turn for that to be possible. But even if boss 2-card blocks next Raiden swing, he may be able to push back, say, 4 or 8 damage, and at least force. Well, that doesn't. You may get at least 1 card from Alwart's hand, but it's a bit scary. You may also choose to just block both Raiden swings out, which I wouldn't be opposed to either. Do you think? I do think it may. But it's gonna get +1 to 6 at least, and then it's gonna swing again. Another 5. Possibly 6 if he double defends again. Well, that's tough. I'm not sure if the better call is to just block out the second attack, except that you won't push any damage back this turn, but have 6 health to defend his next turn, which should be a lot weaker than this. Let's not say a lot weaker. Maybe weaker than this. Or he tries to push back with the 2 cards left in his hand, which, if they're not 0 to 60s, I think may not be enough pressure back. Yep, okay. So he chooses to 2-card block this as well. So giving himself a chance to possibly take some damage next turn. Just accepting that this turn he won't be able to do. Oh, Alwart may have thrown a nice hand to pressure back again. Tunic also goes to 3. I believe he has Take Flights in hand. They can Tunic Take Flight. He could even Raiden after that and still have 2 cards in hand at least if he charges. There it is. Take Flight, charging, Snatch. So it has Go again. At the very worst for boss, there's gonna be I get triggered a Boltyn +1. I'm gonna take 1 from the Take Flight because it gets +1 from Boltyn. There's a swing for 3 with Raiden. The risk here of not blocking is also that Courageous Steel Hand is available. I believe we've already seen 2 though. So he may choose to declare no blocks. The tricky thing for him is his boost deck has a lot of attack action, so most likely if he blocks for 3, it's gonna boost the sword to 4, essentially making it only a 2 block. So he's gonna give it a go again. Possible leak another damage, I believe. From Boltyn giving it +1. Wow. Is that? I believe that Boltyn played. That may not be the name. I think it is Boltyn Blade, and I think it's hitting for 7 if it is. So that's a pretty big turn for Alwart, actually. So okay. Wait, so he can't single card block it. He can also not block it with Skull Cap because it's gonna get boosted to 8 and still pressure lethal. So yeah, I think he has the 2-card block this again. Takes you, yeah. So he was on 6, so let's he couldn't just take the first 2 attacks. Had he known this would happen, it would have probably been better to no. Can't fully block out the Boltyn blade either. With 2 cards. 3 cards. Then he would have taken 4 and would have ended the same result, so. This ProQuest winner. When was that set? Oh, it's already half an hour. I did win a ProQuest somehow. That's true. It's looking quite rough for Alwart. Sorry, for boss. This is a bit better. He's forced to pitch for take flight this time. So it's not quite as efficient as a turn. But it will still be followed by at least Raiden for 3. He blocks to an attack action 4. So yeah, he's doing the cap block. I'm gonna assume it's blue take flight because LC would be dead. Or if it's red, he's considering adding a card. I think it may be blue take flight though. So yeah, boss was taking 1 from the take flight. Now this Raiden is hitting for 3. This is if boss has a non-attack action, that would be really good. But he doesn't. That's lethal. That's 4, not 3. But this is looking like a very rough game for boss. He has to keep defending, and Alwart can keep pressuring him. He actually has to hope that his best chance was that Alwart was going to have something like a Bolt of Courage, that he could block it with a non-attack action so it wouldn't gain go again. But his take flight is guaranteeing the Raiden as well. And even Alwart can even give the Raiden go again afterwards because it has 0 base power and gains +3 if you charge. Or if you have charged. So Alwart has another attack action, he can give Raiden go again and swing again. And these breakpoints at this point are very, very hard to defend for boss. Thinking about go. I think if he has another attack action, he does it. But... Oh. Ooh. I wouldn't banish all 3 just in case. Well, actually, yes, I would because it's lethal. I was thinking he could maybe try and search his 3rd Luminap, but it's not necessary. In that case, he would have to give it go again, so he would need to save 1 soul, but boosting it by 3 actually makes it a lethal swing at 7 against 6, so that's it for this game. Boltyn takes the win over Dash. It's a bit unfortunate that boss didn't quite get to string the 1, 2, 3 boost attacks in a row, which his deck is very capable of. But I would put a lot of pressure on him, so that's how it goes sometimes. The Lumina turn was huge, of course, in swinging the momentum. After that, boss was only defending. So yeah, I believe this is it for this round. We'll see you again in 5.
Okay. And we're back with the Starvo mirror. On our left, we have Laurens, who already won the PQ in. Where was it? Hi, Jamie. Okay. On the left, we have Laurens, who already won a PQ. And on the right, we have Philip, who also played in the Pro Tour, actually. Managed to top 16 the calling there. He's also the Dutch national champion, so we're going to see some pretty high-level play over here. Pretty high-level fusions. We've played against both of them. The pressure against these players is pretty real. Especially when they get good hands. It's like, oof. Red Evergreen, red Oaken Old, red Spinal Crush Fuse. Oof, that really hurts. So, going into this game, what can we expect for equipments? Should probably be something like Seeds Tunic, Great Fist, maybe Shock Charmers. I sometimes see people play Shock Charmers in this matchup, just to get the upper hand on who's getting to fuse first or something. I'm not 100% sure if it's correct. And as the boots, Ironhide legs? I think Ironhide legs. I think this matchup is a lot about who gets to get momentum first and who gets to keep it. And basically finding as many Starvo fusions as possible, while also setting up a few defense reactions. I'm not completely sure. They're also playing matching sleeves, so this could get a little bit confusing. But it should be okay. Oh right, there's also the shields. The Winter's Will Stalagmite on the right, Rampart on the right, and the same on the left. And the exact same equipment suite on both sides. Okay, pretty standard stuff. Let's see who starts. Let's see who gets the first fusion of the game, the first blood. There it is. Laurens essentially starting with how much less life? 6 less life or something? We do need a life counter on stream still, so one moment. Oh shit, even the Oaken fuse, damn. However, Oaken doesn't actually deal that much damage here. Or it deals a lot of damage, obviously. It's hitting for, I think, 11 dominates, go again. But the on-hit effect isn't that relevant in this turn. What it does do is it might just force Laurens to get a frostbite from the Winter's Will if he chooses not to block if he chooses to block this attack, then two of his other cards will go to bottom deck, and then he won't be able to block Winter's Will efficiently anymore. So it's quite awkward for him at the moment. Especially, I think Laurens also has a fuse in hand, so must hurt a little bit to block here. Ooh, but I also see a Blizzard there, so he might actually just opt to use Blizzard. They need to go again here. We'll see. Or at least attacks Philip's hand a little bit. Maybe prevent the hammer from happening. That's a scary turn 0. There it is. Blizzard. Basically, Philip has 2 options now. It's either you just take it I think you always pitch, keep the options open a little bit. But do you prefer having Arsenal, or would you prefer having your opponent have a frostbite on their first turn? And the answer to that is not very clear, right? It's still going to be rough. Like, right now, Philip is hitting for 8 and removing both of his opponent's cards to from their hands. So like, it's a free attack with the Winter's Will here, and he's actually taking it as well. So that one's having a rough start, starting at 28 life with a frostbite, and without managing to keep his other 2 cards in hand. I'm kind of curious as to why he didn't use Rampart this. But yeah, that is going to be a fusion. Nope, just the Winter's Will. So a little bit of counter pressure. Philip does not have an arsenal, so getting to filter for his fusions is going to be a little bit harder this turn. And he also just decides to take it. So probably he'll just swing back with a hammer, maybe. Or if he manages to actually hit the fusion off the 4-card hand, obviously that would be great for him. And he managed to hit it, flipping over his full art side of Bravo. Wait, there's only 2, right? Okay. He's still thinking about which lightning to reveal. Okay. That might be a little bit telling for Laurens too, but okay. I wonder if Philip will go for a hammer follow-up this turn. So obviously the evergreen is going to hit. But is he also going to slam a hammer here? Or is he... Oh, it seems like he pitched his ice card. So it doesn't seem like he's going for an ice hammer afterwards. Philip still has a hidden card that he didn't reveal. So maybe he'll deal damage with that. One's blocking with a crippling crush. After already pitching a crippling crush for Crown of Seeds and pitching an Oakenhold for that. That doesn't seem like the best hand for him. Is it a full red hand? Oh boy, that's a rough start. Yeah, it seems like this is just going to be like a hammer plus... Oh, not even a hammer. Just an arsenal. Oof. And meanwhile, Philip just continues fusing, continues pushing Bravo over to the battlefield. He didn't flip it over this time, so he's not very consistent with that. He does Crown now, hoping to find maybe a blue card for a crippling or just an Oakenhold. Oakenhold for 11. Maybe there's some cute plays with Pulse here, actually. But yeah, this is already looking very rough for Laurens. He will definitely... Yeah, I mean, Oakenhold means he won't be able to fuse next turn, pretty much. And will basically have to block out, be on blocking duty for a while. So seems like he's still counting a little bit. Pitching probably for Crown and for Rampart. That would block for like 4 or 5. Ooh, he actually has a turn timber here though. So manages to block the full 2, 8, 11. Meanwhile, Philip's just coming back with a Winter's Will flexing the next turn, and also getting to set up Arsenal while keeping Pulse in hand, most likely. And this is going to be huge for Philip because this increases the odds a lot for fusing the next Starvo. He only needs to draw an ice. All you need to do, Philip. Lawrence ends his turn, and we'll get to see if Philip wants to filter to find his next fusion, or he already has one. It does seem like he doesn't have one yet. So, or does he? It doesn't seem like he's pushing his Bravo forwards this time, but maybe he has another strong play here. Returning his Frostbite underneath his hammer. Might be prepping it, but seems like he's going to play Pulse of kind of holds, and then going to try and put Ogonold back, but he doesn't have ice yet, right? So wonder what this accomplishes. Just Ogonold for Philip's also reconsidering. What am I doing? What am I accomplishing with this? And seems like, ooh, Evergreen from Arsenal, huh? Okay. I can see what's Still doesn't feel great, right? Because now he draws an Ogonold, but Ogonold does not actually get him very close to the next fusion. He does get to recycle it, obviously, which is good. And maybe sometimes you get to filter into... Ooh. Ooh. That's an Ogonold on the swing back now. Coming in for 11. Go again, dominate. He revealed a Pulse of Oldhim, so he can follow it up with a hammer for 8 if he likes to. Or he can just, you know, pitch for a hammer for 4. Without ice, maybe. And keep the Pulse of Oldhim in hand for more disruption in a later turn. However, yeah, it doesn't seem like Philip will be able to have a good turn after this. Best he can hope for is maybe keeping an ice to swing back with a hammer, I suppose. But it's fine, because he's 20 life ahead. Maybe Philip will be able to sacrifice some life in the later turns and just get a good natural Starvo fusion. Basically, for Lowens to come back, he'll have to consecutively hit like high disruption turns. And I mean, Starvo can do that. It's very possible for him to actually get to hit something like that. So now we see Starvo blocking for, how much is this? 11? Also blocking out the Ogonold. So this actually doesn't swing back the life total that much. However, Oldhim hammer for 8 without Frosties. I think technically Philip could take this, but it doesn't really matter much. He doesn't really need the last card. I think taking it does mean that he gets to swing with a hammer and develop Arsenal. So it would have been good because he has a big life lead anyway, right? So we'll see if we'll see what Philip can do. I think he's trying to proceed to Arsenal, and Laurens is not responding with the Crown of Seeds, which means we get to see another fusion. Breakground, Lightning Surge, and there's an Evergreen from Arsenal. I think it's coming in for 9. And, you know, fusing is good, right? But it's not really disrupting the turn. So maybe Philip actually will have some kind of swing back after this if he manages to hit his fusion. But I don't think he currently has it, so he will have to dig for it a little bit with the Crown of Seeds. And which is okay. You can actually block it out right now, it seems. And even just hammer pressure kind of win if you're ahead in life like this. So we'll see if Philip will go for like high damage swings. He will crown. Not crowning actually. So that means that he really wants to keep the card in Arsenal, it seems. And Dallas is actually pressuring back with a hit for 7 after this, rather than for with a frosty hammer or something. But that might be able to swing the life total once again. And I wonder what's in Arsenal. What would you keep in Arsenal in this situation? Is it just a red earth card? No. It's just going to be a hammer. What would you keep in Arsenal here? Is that an Oakenold? I think it might be. I think it might be Oakenold. Yeah, I think Philip is trying to set up a big turn where he can finish Laurens. Or like at least not really finish because obviously they're 16 life and it probably won't be possible to finish, but like it would be able to take back momentum to just continuously swing with fusions all the time. But it could be, a little bit gambly because like you'd need to naturally hit Starvo without using Crown of Seeds. Sometimes you just won't be able to put as much pressure on by doing something like this. So we'll see. He does crown it away this time around. So guessing he didn't find it yet. And maybe he'll actually block the additional 3 from the hammer. I do know Laurens tends to play a couple of pummels, so maybe Philip is also a little bit afraid of that. But it's not the end of the world. It's just a frostbite, right? Or just push 4 damage. Give you a frostbite. It's okay. It is always scary when he keeps 2 cards in hand. You really want to know what's going to hit you afterwards. But I think it's just going to be an Arsenal. Having some maybe some Lightning Surge with Go Again from Arsenal. That sometimes catches Starvo by surprise. Obviously you would need to have the natural fusion first. Or else it's not that special, not worth keeping it in Arsenal for a crown. Especially will have a good turn without the fusion as well. Seems like hammer just hits. making a Frostbite, and he has another fusion with a Pulse of Volthaven as well. So this turn could be big if he actually has. Oh, my chat. Jimmy, what are you doing? There's a chat. That's an Oakenold. Yep. If Lowens doesn't have any turn timbers or staunch responses, this could be game over actually. Oakenold, after that Pulse of Volthaven, Hammer, that could be huge. And the worst thing is, it's not even guaranteed that the Pulse of Volthaven Hammer is going to hit afterwards, or if he's going to go for the Pulse of Volthaven Hammer, he can just board it. He can just hold the pull. He can just hold the pulse. Okay, next turn, or he can just swing with a hammer, Arsenal Pulse, and get another 5-card hand with a potential Pulse of Volthaven play for the next turn as well if you already hit Fusion. It seems like there's a lot of good lines for Philip, and it seems like Laurens is in a really rough spot right now. Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's a D-React in the nearby future. So I was already saying goodbye to a couple of his equipment pieces, cards in hand. Doesn't seem like this is going to block out. Reaching the flash for Alright Lax, that's 4. Is Crown also incoming? He's not blocking from hand though. And there's a staunch response. So he actually had it. And in this case, it seems like he wanted to preserve a lot of hand because he's blocking with equipment, right? So it seems like this might be a place where you would want to force out a bunch of damage. So maybe this is the time for a hammer for 8, but does not have a frostbite at the moment. So I guess the card might not have been a yellow, or might not have been a blue. Plus evergreen in hand. In which case, hammer is always kind of underwhelming. And Lowens is just swinging back with a red evergreen for 7. And the life totals are getting pretty close right now. It's some well-timed D-reacts and suddenly the game swings. Will we see a crown on Philip's side? Will he need it for another fusion here? I would guess that in Arsenal there's the yellow or red evergreen that he had last turn. If it even was evergreen. And Starvo is hitting the stage once again. Still having the pulse of Volthaven in hand, as well as a break ground. I don't think he would have another Oakenold. Oh, there goes exposed to the elements. Could have also seen play somewhere. That's break ground. Is he going to use the effects? Doesn't seem like it. Just a break ground for 9. 9, go again, dominate. And maybe Philip will be able to do a Pulse of Volthaven Icy Hammer afterwards, which is still really disruptive. That's a really big turn on its own, right? It's a 9, go again, dominate, plus 8 with a Frostbite on it. But we'll see how Laurens is going to try and block this. Maybe he'll take it. If Lowens had a good hand, he could take it, but there's a big threat there, right? Ooh, there goes one more D-React. Blocking out 7 of it. And it seems like Philip is going to play the Pulse of Oldhim, pitching a blue ice card, coming in with an Icy Hammer for 8. And another Saunch response. So Lowens actually managed to block this out. But he does not have a hand for next turn. So once again, the turn goes to Philip. Maybe he'll try to use Crown to filter a little bit during Lowens' turn, but it does seem like he's having momentum. But Lowens is hanging on pretty well. Oh, and there's exposed to the elements during Lowens' turn. Well, he doesn't have any resources floating, so like this is going to be destroying Crown of Seeds. Probably. Yeah, he has the double fuse. This is going to destroy Crown of Seeds and going to put a -1 counter on the Rampart, so he won't be able to block at all anymore, and also won't be able to filter anymore after this. This is going to hurt. And with this, I think Philip took back a lot of tempo, and maybe he's still able to fuse with that Pulse of Eichenloft in hand. Tuna goes to 3. Does he fuse? Does not seem like it. But an Icy Hammer always puts on a little bit of pressure, so even if he doesn't manage to fuse, it's still fine. Seems like he is pitching Crossfang. And I would think it's for an Icy Hammer. And keeping Eichenloft in hand. Lowens needs to be thinking of how do I finish the game quickly, right? Because long game he won't be able to win without his equipment. He just needs to hit like a couple of fuses, manage to basically take over momentum, get some natural good draws, the natural fuses, crippling crushes, strong turns like those. Because if he's just taking it like that, he won't be able to finish. There's pulse. Handle hold. Oh, and with the Oaken Old as well. So that's going to be a fused Oaken Old for 11 go again. Dominate. And this might be enough. This might be enough to take it over. If Lowens opts to keep the Pulse of Candlehold in hand, his chances for natural fusions are also going up. But he also still needs to find a 3-cost to attack with. So it might not be. It might be enough. Maybe not. Maybe. Still gonna need to find 2 more cards. And Philip is basically seeing if he can block this out. I think still has a lot of equipment. And it seems like he also has a turn Timber in hand. Block the Oakenwold out. But does he still have a turn after that? Is the real question. And I see we're seeing Rampart's Crater Fist. That's 3 block. And on top of that, there's a turn Timber, finishing off the full 11. And right now, Laurens is probably considering: do I hold this pulse? Do I go for hammer? He's actually going to put cards on top. So next turn, Laurens will be having both a Heaven's Claw and an Oakenhold. He did break the combat chain, so the Rampart can block again, actually. So that's kind of awkward for him. So Philip only really needs a 4 block after this, or like a 3 block in addition to the Rampart, to prevent the Frostbite following from the hammer. There's a shield, and there's dash, but that's not enough to block it out completely, right? Or is there still a crown floating? Maybe there's still a crown floating. And meanwhile, just having the small disruption of a hammer, an icy hammer. I don't know where Philip's icy, where his frostbite went. It's not underneath there anymore. Just gonna swing back with another hammer. I think this is a blink being pitched, so no frosty hammer this time. And this doesn't seem amazing for Lowens. He didn't have the natural fuse. He had to block out with the other 2 cards. I think he does manage to set up an Oakenhold in his arsenal. So he is setting up his comeback, but it's going to be a slow and steady setup. And honestly, if Philip wants to take something, wants to take a little bit of damage to get back into the game, he can just choose to. Oh, crown block. That's a total of 2 right now. You can just take 2 damage, go down to 13. And this seems to be a strong turn for Philip. Strong enough turn to, oh, there's a crippling crush. Pitching all of his cards, keeping 2 floating. And honestly, I think 11 is pretty hard to block for Starvo. He doesn't have his crown, he doesn't have his... Yeah, he has a shield, but there's a -1 counter on it. And even blocking for 6, or even blocking for 7, is going to be really awkward for him. Wait, it's 4 or more. So he needs to block for 8 even. Yeah. I think this basically means Allowance will skip a turn. And this is not going to be great for him. Maybe leaking a little bit of damage through the full block as well. There's Channel Lake Frigid blocking 3. And then he's pitching for a shield, as well as Pulse of Eisenloft, making Channel Lake Frigid block for 4 instead. That's a total of 11 blocked out. That's pretty clean. So now maybe he gets the hammer back. Maybe. And Philip doesn't have an arsenal, so he actually kind of won the trade, it seems. Except obviously Lowen's lost his Pulse of Eisenloft. He even managed to keep an ice card in hand for Frostbite as well. So this is going to be a pretty big threat for Philip still. Didn't set up the crown. And is that a winter spite? Yeah. Doesn't seem like an amazing turn for him as well. Probably he's going to just actually taking the 4. What is he trying to set up? Tunic going up to 3. But he will need to pitch for the tunic, or else... Oh, what's this? Yeah, so he won't be able to just pitch an ice for tunic plus hammer right now, because I will be pitching to activate the tunic rather than pitching to Winter's Will. But he has a lot of cards in hand, so he doesn't really need to do that kind of play anyway right now. It does seem like there's another Crippling Crush coming. The amount of cards he's pitching, yeah, and that's a Crippling Crush. Really not letting go of the pressure, but if Laurens manages to block this out, it's still going to be tough for Philip to get to really gain back momentum, right? And there's a couple of cards that help him with blocking this out. Let's say stuff like Staunch Response. That's just a normal 2-block hand, basically. So I think this equals it out a little bit. Maybe Philip will draw a fusion naturally this time. Maybe he will just pressure a little bit. There's a natural fusion once again. And it's a break round. I think it's a red? A yellow? I think it's a red. Coming in for 9 dominate. Taking away Lawrence's Crippling Crush. This is going to be rough. Like, at these life totals, you have to keep blocking the hammer at some point. And once you start blocking the hammer, you won't be able to get many natural fuses anymore. And especially not if you don't have the crown anymore. So he's down to 3 now. There's only a limited amount of blocks that he can still, or limited amount of hammers that he can still take. And I think he really doesn't want to block this, but he's pretty much forced to. Now it's just, Lawrence is only going to be able to hammer every turn, or every few turns. Well, Philip is just drawing his full Starvo hands, getting to filter with crown. And it seems like Philip is in a really dominant position right now. He even gets his 5-card hand this turn if he uses his tunic for crown. And this is not a Frosty Hammer, so it's also not disrupting much. It's just damage. So if Philip manages, he doesn't even need a fusion right now. He could also just do like a blink and, you know, break rounds for 7, break rounds for 7, something like that. So it doesn't look great on Lawrence's side. If Lawrence manages to somehow block out really, really efficiently, there's a flash. So it seems like similar kind of plan as that I mentioned. Just give it a go again. Still hit for a lot of damage. Get forced to block out basically, yeah, what's usually not a very relevant card. But Lawrence does have the defense reaction, so he can push back if the hammer doesn't tax him too much. But it's going to be rough. Exposed to the Elements really sealed the game, basically, on Philip's side. There's another Evergreen coming in. So this might even be game. Some hands just don't block, so I think this is a yellow one. So this will push through 2 damage, maybe 1 damage right now, if he blocks with the Tunic. Yeah. And once again, Laos doesn't have a hand. Philip gets to draw to full, but he does not have an arsenal, so he does not get to filter 1 more card with Crown. And, you know, you mostly need damage right now. If you can hit him for 7, that's good. If you have, like, I don't know, Winter's Bite. Plus a hammer, that's good. 7 means... Isn't this a block for 5? Oh, it's just a 5, okay. Yeah. And right now, finding ice for the Winter's Wheel is also not that relevant, because on hit Frostbite doesn't really do that much if you have on hit Death. And this is just going to be another filter for another fusion. I don't think he found it. He does have some other lines of play. I think he's just going to use a D-react on this hammer just to get it out of the way. There's the shield going forwards. But he even still uses Ironhide Lax if he really wants to. But he uses the Shock Striker and shield instead. So, you know, not an awful lot to do with this hand, I think. He could set up a channel like Frigid, but I think that just opens up more venues for Allowance to get back into this game. Although, I suppose he would have a staunch response at the ready. It's just going to be a hammer for 4. Allowance won't be able to take any damage anymore, so it's just going to block it. Won't be able to fuse with this. I think he's basically waiting for a turn where he can fuse, in addition to... oh, he's just going to swing back for 7. And actually, I really like this play, because otherwise you're just continuously waiting for some kind of opportunity where you fuse after taking 1 from a hammer, having like a block 3. There's a lot of cards that you need to find. And this way he can kind of take back momentum, maybe, if Philip decides to block it or something. It's just very risky otherwise. There's a Crown, filtering 1 more. Getting his 5-card hand here. And honestly, Philip can just take it. Wait, he's at 6. Is he at 6? Oh my god, this... Oh, he's at 6. He can't just take it. He can block with a Tunic though, if he would like to. But if his hand is not like ready for something like that, also completely fine. He can throw his Greater Fist, his Tunic in front of it. Still be at a pretty safe life total. I think this prevents 6 damage. So he takes 1. And Starvo is coming back in with a Crippling Crush, and I feel like this might be game. This is a Crippling Crush for 11 or for 13 Dominate. That one basically needs a defense reaction in his arsenal, but maybe he made space for that just now by oh shit! Exposed to the elements. There's no way Philip's equipment just broke. Oh no. Okay. So yeah, that's just you know, this Starvo matchup is a very snowbally one, and Philip got an amazing start and managed to keep on pushing his momentum, and basically sealing the game with it. That was fought back really well. I think it was like he was behind 22 life with a Starvo that kept holding momentum, but he did his best to basically set up open all turns to switch back momentum again. And I think he almost managed to crawl back until Philip used exposed to the elements and destroyed his crown. And his basically invalidated his shield. Wow. Really close game. Really well played by both of them. And I think Philip will be the only player at 5-0 right now. So he's obviously already one of the top 8 in our PQ. We'll see if Lowens manages to make it, but I think at 4-2, he should also be able to. And in the next round, we'll basically get to see who else manages to get in. So next coverage will be Jimmy again. See you guys then.
All right. You're stuck with me again. I get to commentate another Alwart game. Because table 1 was, we had Philip, was on stream already, twice already. We decided to take a different table, but most of the tables below him also have at least one player that has been on stream. So we ended up on Alwart versus Donovan, which is surprisingly a matchup that doesn't have a Starvo despite the Starvo map. This is actually Oldhim versus Boltyn. I'm quite curious to see how this works, actually. I would imagine the ice react on the Oldhim side being very frustrating for Boltyn to play against. But it could be that he has enough with the attack action and the charge card. Maybe it draws him one if Oldhim doesn't block, but usually he does block, so we'll have to see how this works out. Alwart could also choose to completely pivot into the Saber plan, accepting that Oldhim is gonna defend out and just play towards his huge Lumina turn. Because if he does play Sabers, he could have up to 8 attacks on triple Lumina. However, if Donovan has it, most likely he will ice react on the first charge card or the attack action that charges, because in order for Lumina Ascension to give your weapons an extra attack and +1 and the on-hit check top at the soul, you need to have charged first. So that turn always starts with a charge attack. Sometimes it's Take Flight or Bolt of Courage. Sometimes you get to draw something, which can be quite big. But we'll see. We'll see. Although him putting down only one weapon is maybe already a bit telling for what plan he's choosing. 1 second. All right. So looks like we'll start. Looks like Alwart is actually on the Saber plan. Sorry, on the Raiden plan, not the Saber plan. And Donovan actually has taken Stalagmite in this matchup over Rampart of the Ram's Head, which I feel like is a correct option in this matchup. Although it does mean he won't be using his Crown of Seeds that often. But we'll see how he chooses to play this out. Wow. Opens with a Spinal Crush. Luckily for Alwart, this is turn 0. Well, Don is choosing to start the game. So both players will draw back up to 4, so it shouldn't be a big deal if he has enough block, and he does so. But does end up with the arsenal, of course. I think Donovan has chosen to run the Stalagmite to try and stop some big spike turns from the Boltyn, as usually they're quite light on resources. They don't play that many blues, if at all. So the frostbite from the stalagmite on the block can be pretty huge. In this case, he is floating 1. So wouldn't stop a raid-on attack if he chooses to give this go again. To Boltyn's ability. But it could also be that he will just end his turn. Because his soul count's not that high. Well, it doesn't do that. Ignore everything I said. Oh, it chooses to play Staunch Response. The V attack is fully blocked, but now there's a battlefield blitz that I believe is bigger than the Raiden attack than the V attack would have been. So I'm sure Don is a little bit sad about that, but he couldn't have. It was quite hard to read that this would happen. So would he already burn his Stalagmite block here? It would prevent the swing with Raiden for 4. I'm not quite sure if he would like to save it for a big Lumina turn instead. Looks like that's what he's choosing to do. Then the Raiden comes in for 4. So quietly, quite a strong turn. It's 4 from V, I believe 6 from Blitz, and another 4 from the Raiden. So not a bad turn at all for a 4-card hand. But Don was able to defend most of it. Well, he is playing a very defensive deck. Looking to go very late in this game and keep pressuring the opponent with the Ice Hammer. Which is very awkward for Boltyn to block after he uses all his equipment blocks. But for now, he has all the tempo, so. Choosing to play Bolt of Courage. Bolt of Courage does not have extra attack yet. So if he wants to give this go again, he would have to use Snapdragon Scalers at the moment. On his turn, he'll pitch a Crown, or maybe at the end of Alwart's turn, or although he already drew up. Looks like he did it in his turn, so he can possibly do something with the floating resources. That's a Winter Spite. Winter Spite is quite a strong card. In this matchup, Boltyn needs a lot of cards to be effective because his attack actions charge. Means you need a charge card. That's at least 2. Sometimes, if you're playing Take Flight, you need to pitch. So that would already be 3 cards. Now he has a max of 3 cards. He has 1 in Arsenal still, of course. And then there's this hammer coming in. At least I believe it's just 4. With no frostbite behind it, so it's just damage. Wow, that's a good answer. That's an effective answer. So he's able to pitch yellow for the Winter's Bite and then use the 1 floating for Steelblade Shunt. That's really, really effective. And that probably turned that turn cycle in his favor. Ooh. Empty Snatch. This hits, he will draw. But at the moment, he does not have Go again. Does have the Snapdragon Scaler still. But he would need to use them before knowing what he will draw. And Donovan could also possibly wait until he pops his Snapdragon Scalers to play something like a Sink Below, which I expect him to have 3 copies of, as well as Fate. For defense reactions, but he blocks with Spinal Crush. He's taking 1. And that's it for Alwart's turn. Could not use the Snapdragon after Don declared his blocks, because if he would do that, then Donovan would just pitch for his Crown of Seeds and prevent the last damage, so he would not draw, even though it has go again. Blocking 4 on the Spinal, looks like he has a Fate as well, so that's a big block. Very efficient block. I've been using 3 cards for this, and now it's only using 2 and taking 1. Quite efficient. I believe he should have his Tunic up, so might be some insane pummel play coming, but doesn't look like it. So he ups the bottom and looks like he's taking damage now. The reason why it went to 38, I believe, is because they didn't put the Steel Blade Shunt. That does 1 to Donovan because he attacked with a weapon. We have Express Lightning here. It's just vanilla damage. I believe he'll take this or play a Sync on it if it's clogging his hand. Oldhim sometimes has a bit of trouble playing with full hands. It's a bit strange if you're used to playing other heroes, but oftentimes they want to defend down, just use their hammer because their hammer is very, very efficient. And look to trade cards otherwise. Playing the Sync here, fully blocks the Express Lightning. Cannot give it go again either, because Boltyn only gives you +1 attack if you defend with an attack action, so can't give it go again with Boltyn. Could do it with Snapdragon Scalers, but I don't think this is the time. They're just slowly building up Soul so you can have here. But this seems to be one of the hands where Donovan can play something. It looks like Disable, it's probably the blue one. So this one, I believe, hits for 7. If it hits the Arsenal card of Alwart, will go to the bottom. So it's essentially something like a Command and Conquer. Except that it doesn't go to the graveyard, but goes to the bottom instead. They don't lose the card. But it's a crush effect, so not an on-hit effect, which means you can defend it with at least 4, I believe. And you would be safe from the crush effect, unless Donovan pummels afterwards, which could happen. Let's see, I think he's going to block a 5 on this. Maybe a 4, but is that a lead to charge? That would mean a 4. And looks like he's just taking the damage. So prevented the crush effect, because crush only applies if you deal 4 or more damage. He's only dealt 3 damage with the disable. Alwart, will he take flighting? No, V. Oh, that's sufficient. Tunic counter, playing V of the Vanguard. Charging 1. So this will most likely be one of the turns where he does pay his soul to go for a bit more attacks. Because 1 soul will convert to a swing for 4 with Raiden at the very least. But he also still has cards in hand, so maybe a bit more than that. So Alwart has given it go again as an attack reaction. Donovan can still play a defense reaction if he would like to. He might ice react? No. Playing staunch response? fully blocks out the V of the Vanguard and floats 1 resource. So he's playing Illuminate now. Oh, that's interesting. So Illuminate says if it hits, it goes to Soul, I believe. And it should be hitting for 5, which is an awkward number to block. He could do it with the defense reaction and a Crown of Seeds activation, since he has 1 floating. He's choosing to give this go again as well. If this hits, he will go to Soul, so it will replenish the Soul that he paid, but Donovan might prevent it from going to Soul by playing a defense reaction. Oh, he's choosing to play Blizzard. So preventing the go again. And he plays another Staunch. They took away the go again. And he didn't let it go to Soul. So that's a bit of a hit to Alwart's Soul. Only has 1 now. And wasn't able to swing with Raiden because of the Blizzard. Goes to Arsenal his last card instead of paying for the Blizzard. Chane goes to 1. But he can slowly keep repeating this plan. He can slowly build up Soul again. And one of his eventual goals on this game is to play a big Lumin Ascension turn. So he doesn't have to be in a rush if he doesn't have it yet. Pitching Take Flight for Take Flight. Not floating any. Where is he? Okay, he's floating 2. One of his blue ones. This is just vanilla damage, but it has go again. So it will at least be a Raiden afterwards. I'm choosing to crown this time. Floating 2. He might have something to do with those floating resources later. Could be another Staunch response. Or something like a turn Timber. Doesn't seem like he'll do it now. Blocks with a Cranial Crush. Does boost the Take Flight. Up to 5, I believe. Or depending what color it is. If it's the yellow, then this is perfectly blocked with brown. Preventing 1 damage. So now there's a Saber coming in for... a Raiden coming in. You want to block... If he blocks this with another attack action, he's going to leak a damage again. Just choosing to not defend at least. But does Earth react to prevent 2 damage? This is similar to blocking with a 3 defense attack action. But he's saving cards in his deck, which is important for the late game that Oldhim usually plays towards. He's trying to make his opponent burn out all his cards. Well, he's pitching them instead, so he will get them back. And ends with a Bolt of Courage. So if this hits, he will draw. However, he already has a card in Arsenal. Does finally play the Staunch response that he had the 2 floating for all this time. So his defense reactions are almost blocking too much damage. But I suppose he's not too mad. Just looking to play out the long game. Get to the end game where Boltyn has to block the hammer with more than 1 card every turn, or leak damage. And in the meantime, block all the damage Boltyn's doing. That's the end game that Oldhim is envisioning. And I think Alwart has found the first of his Lumin Ascensions, although there could be 1 in Arsenal as well. So he's probably looking to Arsenal that if he doesn't have 1 already. If he does have 1 already, this turn is a bit tricky because he doesn't have that much Soul. But he doesn't have to give this go again by paying a Soul. So he might choose to still go off with his Lumina Ascension this turn. I'm considering pitching an Oaken Old, important card, one of your big threats in deck. Do not really want to block with that, so he's pitching it so it stays safe in his deck. But how, or if, or how will he even defend the Take Flight? He will. either taking 0 or 1, depending on what color the take flight is. So now Alwart has to think whether he wants to use his Luminous Ascension now. Oh, he's getting ice reacted as well. Which is not the worst. I mean, you'll find your Luminous Ascension again next turn, so you have another chance then. In the meantime, you can just swing with your Raiden, force a block. It's a pummel, so he'll take 1. Is it only defense for 2? And I'm not sure if Alwart minds this all too much, because playing it a turn later means he'll have another soul that he can generate from charging. I think that's also a Beacon of Victory that he found. Wow. I think that's Remembrance, Engulfing Light, Beacon of Victory, and Illumina that he put on top. So if he does play out the Engulfing Light, he can pay a soul with Beacon of Victory to boost it. So he can give it go again. Or he'll probably have to use Snapdragon because his soul will get quite low. But if he's confident that it will hit, he could pay a soul to give the Engulfing Light go again, and then he can go off with his Lumina turret. That's what he's looking to do. I believe Donovan is just drawn up and pass. Yeah, we'll have to see if he decides now is the time to go. So he uses Chinook in order to play Engulfing. Did not need to pay for this. I think he's doing it preemptively because he's expecting a Stalagmite block, but he can still respond to getting the Frostbite. So it was not necessary. So this is kind of giving Donovan a bit more information what's going on here. Okay, so Donovan has blocked it for 3. It should get the Engulfing Light, if it's red, should be 4 already. Oh no, it shouldn't because it's a non-attack action, but he'll go to 4 because of the Beacon of Victory. And now most likely he will search a Lumina Ascension. Now, even if Donovan blocks the Saber attack with his Stalagmite, Alwart will have 1 floating. Keep going with the attacks because they cost 0 normally and would cost 1 with the Frostbite. He'll be fine. I think he'll play both of them out now, no? He's using the Snapdragon Scalers to give it go again, just to save a bit of soul. Wow. He has a triple. Wow. Is he in vet? One second, I guess. Nice turn. Okay. So what's going on here? I believe this will just be a lot of Lumina attacks, or sorry, Raiden attacks. So Alwart has signaled that he would do this by popping the tunic preemptively, but I don't think there's much that Donovan could have done about it, except for Ice React. I think Ice Reacting on the first attack was quite strong. But now, right? So he's blocking 5. Raiden should be hitting for 6 though. So he's gonna give it a go again. There's a frostbite, but he'll pay for it with the one floating from the tuning he had since the start of the turn, basically, or the start of the action phase. He might have stopped this turn cold. I was gone for a bit, so I couldn't tell how many attacks he did, but this is the risk of trying to Lumina with not that much soul, and why I completely understand why he used Snapdragon Scalers. Because if your opponent is able to block out the first attacks, he can prevent you from getting more soul. And you kind of need the soul to keep going. As you can attack, you can gain a soul. But you have to pay a soul to give it go again first before you reveal your top cards in order to gain more soul. So he might have stopped this huge Lumina turn just by completely blocking out the first 2 attacks. But maybe I'm wrong. This is the 3rd attack. It looks like I'm wrong. So I believe he will reveal 3, possibly add 3 to soul. It's only 2 though. This Steel Blade Shunt is not a light card. So we'll gain 2. But I believe he will miss his 4th attack. I believe he was able to attack 4 times because he played triple Lumina, but he did not have the soul to give it go again on that 3rd swing. So it's pretty huge for Don there. Huge win for him, basically made him waste the Lumina. And that's all 3 Luminas gone. We did see the Remembrance earlier. I'm not sure how many Alwart is playing. But he used that, I believe he used that to charge at some point. So it could be that a lot of the big threats on our side are already gone. Donovan is probably pretty happy with that because he didn't take any damage, or didn't take a lot of damage there. The cost of taking out 3 of the best cards in Alwart's deck. So we might be getting to that grind game a bit faster than I expected, unless Alwart's playing more Remembrances, in which case you could shuffle back some Lumina Ascensions and possibly try for another big turn. This may be tricky. He's playing Bolt of Courage here, I believe. Using Beacon of Victory to search something. And it also looks like he'll draw one. If this Bolt of Courage hits. Okay, so it's looking like he's trying to stop Alwart's turn by playing Blizzard before he searches the card. So anything Alwart grabs will go to his arsenal most likely because he cannot pay for the Blizzard. He has no more cards in hand, nothing floating. We'll try to search a good card in order to set up a next turn. That does sting. Also stops the Raiden attack after this. I believe he already gave it go again. Or maybe not. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, this turn is stopped. It looks like he's getting a Valiant Trust and he's preventing the draw from Bolt of Courage. The draw didn't really matter, but now he's preventing damage. And he's just looking to get to the late game as healthily as possible. I think ours is 4-1 right now. He's doing quite well. This game might be a bit tricky for him. I think this will be a hard game for him to win, if I'm completely honest, from this position, but anything could happen. And he might still make the top 8, even if he does not win this game. I think I'm just gonna grab something. Looks like he took the lightning strike damage, right? Okay. All right. Looks like he'll defend the Raiden attack. So now Donovan is starting his Ice Hammer plan, where he's just gonna hammer him. Alwart still has a couple of equipment blocks left, so he will have a couple opportunities to prevent the frostbite with one card and one equipment, but once that wears down, this might be a tricky game for him, as his deck struggles to play against frostbites. His deck is relatively low on pitch anyway. Pitching to play Tick Flight. Donovan is using his Crown of Seeds. Put the Arsenal on bottom. And draw one. I think normal decks would not block this Take Flight out at all. He might consider doing it. Because all he really wants to do is have one blue in hand to hammer and one card to arsenal. But even the arsenaling is not that important in this game because he has nothing else to spend his remaining resources on if he uses Crown of Seeds. So he may only choose to do that every 3 turns. Well, unless he has launch responses like this because they cost 2. Yeah, I think normal decks would quite often take the Take Flight vanilla damage. It doesn't really threaten a non-hit effect. But Donovan is just looking to survive, looking to hammer. And maybe at some point throw in an Oakenhold Fused in there. Playing the Valiant Trust, giving it go again. Looks like Donovan has another defense reaction, else he would have blocked. Playing another Staunch. Wow. There's one floating. You can use this floating for anything, but you might defend this with... Oh, did get the Oakenhold from Donovan. Which is a good card. He would have liked to keep that, but he's prioritizing his health over trying to Oakenhold right now. Actually, Donovan is bleeding a little bit, so maybe this game was not as determined as I thought it would be, but I think Donovan is still, or not still, maybe starting to get concerned here. Oh, it's throwing in the Engulfing Light, which will go to Soul if it hits. What will Donovan do to this? Well, Razor reflects it. Okay, so this gives +3 and it gets go again without having to pay Soul if it hits. And even if it doesn't hit, he can still pay a Soul to give it go again. But Donovan is actually taking damage. Did not expect this. And then there's a Radiant attack for 3. It's overcharged. And card that can possibly go to Arsenal or be used after this if he chooses to give the Radiant go again as well. This Radiant actually proving quite a problem for this deck. Donovan is playing a lot of attack actions aside from his defense reaction. So if he does block with an attack action, he usually bleeds 1 damage, which is not what he wants to see. Perhaps would have even been better off playing Rampart, the Ram's Head, to cover up for this 1 damage. But looks like that's it. Often just plays a Command and Conquer for 6. But does Alwart have Arsenal? I thought he had a card left. Guess I was wrong. Doesn't look like he has an Arsenal. So if he doesn't, it's just a 6. Oh, it's quite healthy. He may choose to take this, but could also just consider trading 2 cards. Wow, and the pummel follow-up with the Tunic counter. There's no way Alwart can prevent this because he cannot play defense reactions, so he will have to discard a card at least. And take around 10. It's a red pummel. But even after that, he will have 19. need help. So still quite fine. See what he can do with 3 cards. Okay, so he's pitching for Take Flight, charging. So now it has Go again, which means it will be Take Flight followed by the Raiden Sword. And Donovan cannot Stalagmite this as he's floating 2. Pitching something. I believe he used the reaction. Yeah, the damage prevention reaction. And he used his helmet to reveal the top card of his deck. He can pay 1 as an attack reaction, reveal the top card of his deck, and he can play it. Doesn't look like he was able to play it this turn. So that's unfortunate for him. It has to be a card that he can play this combat chain. So it can't be a non-attack action, and he may not have wanted to give Go into the... Not sure. So now we are here at the Frosty Hammerland. Oh, wow, it has an efficient block on the hammer. Getting 1 card for 1 card. However, let's say before, Donovan's looking to pitch a lot of his cards so they remain in his deck and he gets them back later, and Alwart's playing cards. So his deck keeps getting smaller and smaller. What is that? The Battlefield Blitz? I believe Battlefield Blitz gets Go again if you've charged this turn, but he doesn't, so... May just be vanilla damage if it's Battlefield Blitz. I believe that's Pulse of Ice and Loft, so he will prevent 2 damage and make Alwart put a card on top of his deck. Which is really strong. It slows down your opponent and you take less damage. You're taking away their card and preventing some damage. But Donovan has gone back up. No, he has not. Not bad. Goes turn. Looks like another Command and Conquer. And looks like Alwart's just taking the damage in order to preserve his hand. Now gets to play a 4-card hand. We'll see what he does. For Boltyn, it's pretty important to have big size hands, because your charging is tossing you a card from hand. So even now he has only 1 card left in hand. But this is a Take Flight, so it should be followed by at least Raiden, and then possibly the card from his hand, which will get a charge bonus if it's something like Bolt of Courage or Engulfing Light, because he charged before. And this still cannot be Stalagmite blocked, because he has 1 floating and Raiden costs 0, so he could do it if he's 100% confident it's something that costs at least 1, but he can't be that certain, so I don't think he will Stalagmite here. Probably will defend this in some way, or actually has already Earth reacted maybe. Bit tough to see for me what the card in pitch is. Taking 1, looks like he's Earth prevented to save damage. Is a Raiden? So this will hit for 3. Blocks an attack action 4. So this will hit for 4. Takes 1. So these Raiden attacks are quite efficient on the same level as the Oldhim attacks. Hammer. But this will, well, it has the bracers. Doesn't need the bracers. Has a phase 4 scene, which perfectly blocks 4. Some Opticard. And it came from Arsenal, so he again has a 4-card hand. Wow, he's playing Celestial Cataclysm. So this card, a 7 attack. It costs 0, but it costs him soul. 3 soul. Which he has managed to amass during the last few turns. So this is a hyper efficient attack at 7-0. Would go again. Donovan is forced to take 1. I believe he blocked with another Okanold. He still has 3 cards left to play, so this is Snatch. Donovan has to be wary of something like Razor Reflex here. He can't give it go again without in any other way. But he can only give it go again if it gets power. It only gets power if he charges, so like he's prevented 1 crown, I think, and blocked it out. Throws the Ice Hammer back. Alwart still has defense reactions that block the hammer quite nicely. He's trading 1 for 1, but there's a limit to how many of these red defense reactions you can run. I believe we've seen at least 4 already. He really wants to try and make a big push or several big pushes to end the game before he has to start inefficiently blocking this hammer. Still has a block on the bracers as well. Oh, so this is Tunic for Take Flight. He's thinking about what to charge. There's a Bolt of Courage. Looks like he will crown. Finally choosing to use his Stalagmite block. So this will give Alwart a Frostbite, which means he will have to pitch something if he wants to continue doing things in his turn, even for the Raiden that normally costs 0. And he will Ice React. He'll have to put a card on the top of his deck as well. So while the Ice Defense reaction from Oldhim's hero ability is just trading 1 card for 1 card, he's just trying, by doing this, he's making Alwart's offensive turn smaller. So he has a better chance of being able to either defend it all out or just take less damage in general. So we'll block the Raiden for 3. Raiden goes to 4 because of the charging. He took 1 in the end, but he still has a card left. Chosen to Arsenal this in order to be able to crown it, or maybe we just want to save it in general. And I believe Alwart is running out of deck. I think we can see the end of his deck there. So there's Donovan is reaching his goal. He didn't get any very efficient hammers because Alwart was able to block them out quite well with 1 card. But he is running out of deck. So he has to find a way to push 9 damage through to Donovan before he runs out of deck. Because else Donovan will just end up in an endless loop of hammering him until he runs out of cards in hand and in deck. Or really has to think, how can I make a big turn that pushes damage through and not get blocked out, essentially. But it's tough. He's quite a lot of soul, so maybe he can do something with that. Perhaps another Celestial Cataclysm would be a really efficient attack that's hard to defend. And looks like it's just a Battlefield Blitz. Which does not have Go again. He'll defend it for 3. He's not charged, so he doesn't get the bonus, and he will also Earth react to prevent the next 2 damage, or just has to Arsenal, which is not the worst because he wants to play out the big turns in order to have a bigger chance of being able to push through some damage. But Donovan is still coming in with these hammers, and he has to most likely respond to it and block it because Frostbite can be quite efficient against Boltyn unless you're pitching yellow for Take Flight specifically, where you have the floating resource to pay for the Frostbite. But otherwise, it sometimes forces you to pitch where you would normally not have to pitch. We'll have to see if he chooses to use his remaining block on bracers and perhaps 1 attack action to defend out this hammer that is threatening a Frostbite. Ooh, so he's chosen to take it. Which health is not the problem at the moment. It's that he has to finish Donovan before he runs out of cards. So taking the 4 from the hammer is not the problem. It's just whether he can pitch for his cards. And looks like he did have the exact thing that I mentioned, where he's pitching for Take Flight. He's thinking about what to charge though. So with the Frostbite, he'll have 0 floating, but he'll most likely not need another resource, since the Raiden is swinging for cost 0. And most of his attack sections are cost 0 as well, except for Take Flight itself and Battlefield Blitz and Bolting Blade if he's playing that. But he might have sideboarded it up. It's quite hard to make such a big charge turn against Oldhim that has ice defense reactions, and frostbites, and that kind of thing. So this is just hitting for, I'm not sure what color it is. It might be blues at this point. Blues and yellows. It could hit for 2 or 3 or 4. Looks like he's reacting. Ice reacting? Yep. So that's the ice defense reaction. So Alwart has to put his card on top of his deck. It might be Ice and Loft also preventing damage from the Take Flight, actually. It's a bit tricky for me to see. And now he's using Crown of Seeds to prevent 1 damage and to draw a new card instead of the one in Arsenal. How will he defend this Raiden? He has to defend with an attack action for 3 would be enough because of the Crown of Seeds preventing a damage. Looks like that is the case. Now he's just coming in with the hammer again. Like I said, this is the end game that Oldhim likes to be in. I'm sending you out, keeping 1 or 2 cards depending if I want to put it in Arsenal or not, and then I'm hitting you with this Ice Hammer for 4 that threatens a Frostbite. Because most cards in Flesh and Blood do not defend for 4. They usually only defend for 3 unless they're specifically defense reactions. It looks like it's a Soul Shield, so we're starting to get to the point where he has to commit 2 cards to defend the hammer instead of 1. Does still have the Bracers block, I believe. But yeah, it's looking tough for him. And he's now drawn the rest of his deck, so these are the last cards he'll play with, including the one in Arsenal. Donovan's now coming in with a big attack. Not looking to end the game, but just to take cards away from Alwart, possibly. believe this is a dominate on there, right? So he'll have to use his equipment. A card from hand. And this. As I believe it's a macho ground that has dominate, so he can only defend with one card from hand. And he has to defend with a card from hand because otherwise he will be on 9. Could choose to take the damage. Go down to 1. Sorry. Go down to 1. Go down to 3. But yeah, he's also thinking, how many pummels have I seen? Can I get pummel here? Because Donovan has a card in Arsenal. He has a card to pitch still. So that's another concern he has. Can I get pummeled here and just lose the game on the spot? So can I risk not blocking with a card from hand? And if I do block with a card from hand, do I have enough to push back? So he's choosing to take the risk and take the 6. It was 7 maybe. Even. And now he gets to play one last turn with a full hand. And I'm not sure if he'll reach. That's Bolt of Courage. This does not have Go Again. And cannot gain Go Again unless he has a Razor Reflex or if Donovan defends with an attack action or Alwart manages to boost it in some other way. So he's choosing the Crown of Seeds to prevent 1 damage. He's just trying to survive this. I believe he's blocking with a Channel Lake Frigid that doesn't boost the Bolt of Courage because it's not an attack action. And he still has a Crown Prevention floating in case something happens. I believe that's Courageous Seal Hand to boost it by 3. And using the Boltyn attack reaction to give it Go Again. Donovan might take 2 here. Or not. Was it a blue Bolt of Courage? He's playing the Celestial Cataclysm here, which is the very efficient attack I mentioned before, but Donovan is able to defend this out, so is it enough? Currently he's thinking, okay, I have to block this Celestial Cataclysm, but I also have to block the Raiden after, but it looks like he'll make it. This hitting for 7 plus 1 goes to 8, so he'll take 1 since he's defending 7, and he will swing with the weapon for 3 or 4. Probably just defend this. He just has to survive. Yeah, that's the block. Yes, he had Beacon of Victory defense attack reaction that can boost it with up to 3 because it's 3 soul, but it's not enough. Donovan has managed to survive the onslaught. And Howard, of course, with no cards left, not defend anything anymore. So that's the game. So congratulations to Donovan. He will, I believe, is guaranteed to make top 8 now. And Alwart might still make top 8. Depending on how the tiebreakers go for him. But yeah, that's it for the Swiss rounds. We'll be back later with the top 8. And we might have some guests join us to commentate if possible. See you guys soon. Iemand hebben die daar zit voor de... Maar dit hoort nu oké te zijn. Oké.
Okay.
Oh, do we need to? No, I paused this stream. Should be good, right? Yeah, this is the live stream feed, so it should be good.
Yes. So we're back together this time with the top 8. Mr. Philip versus Mr. Wouter.
It's Briar versus Starvo. Wait, did they already play? We already had a Briar versus Starvo on stream, right?
I don't remember who played.
Wait, was it this match?
It could have been.
Either way, now we have another one. So
Who's favorite here?
the person who starts. So Philip.
Philip start? Oh yeah, he's number 1 seed.
Yeah. So
Okay.
in Top Cut, the better seed gets to choose who goes first. So Philip will be able to choose who goes first, and it will be very, very, very likely that he will choose to go first.
Did you see the disgusting opener last time with Philip versus Laurens?
No.
He opened turn 0, Oakenol fused
Oh, then Hammer
into a hammer, and
into
then,
Arsenal.
and then Laurens was at 25 life with a frostbite. Oh my god, that's a god turn 0. I thought it wasn't that great because Oakenol doesn't do much when you
Yeah,
when
but,
it's turn 0 because it gets a draw up anyway.
yeah, but they
but it
still have
did
to
something.
defend. 'Cause they're gonna lose if they 1 card block the Oaken ult. They're gonna lose 2 cards, and then they have 1 card left to block the hammer, which basically is never possible without equipment, unless you have sync. I don't think most Starvos play sync of Fates. So basically, Philip will choose to go first, just in case he gets a Starvo activation.
Philip played Wytze.
Oh, yeah, okay, makes sense.
Okay, so we see Rampart over there.
Stalagmite.
Stalagmite.
So
What do you think of that?
hold on. First, I need to see if he has the Starvo trigger or not.
Is Starvo moving forwards?
It doesn't look like it.
Oh, that first the tunic. He always does the tunic counter first,
Okay.
just to keep the suspense a little bit longer.
Okay.
And?
I don't think
No?
this is it.
Never lucky.
Man, Wouter gets a start on 40 HP.
What a lucky guy.
What a lucky guy.
So
But Stalagmite, I quite like Stalagmites in this matchup specifically. Because in my expectations, this is especially since he's Casino Starvo with a lot of elemental cards, this is expected to be a shorter match where the Stalagmite can have a huge blocking impact. The most notable example is when you block Briar with Stalagmite and they have 1 resource floating, right? They can't use the Rosetta, so essentially you're blocking for the block value, which is 2, and then also the damage Rosetta would have done, so another 4, so 6. Blocking 6, and then getting to block again in another turn, where you can possibly also stop Rosetta, is just very, very big.
yeah, we're seeing an Evergreen coming in for 7 and getting blocked for only 5. So it seems like Wouter has something good in hand.
He might have Channel in hand. And something else, or Gorto?
5 counter update, question mark.
Please. Please, friends. No. No.
Basically, if you're here, tell them to update.
Oh,
yeah.
thank you. I don't know if
Um,
Avery did it, but thank you.
Thanks, Avery.
Oh, thumbs up.
Yes.
Double thumbs up. So what did Wouter hold? Because he deliberately chose to. Either he has like what cards can't block. So it can be Lightning Press, it can be Talisman of Tides, it can be Amulet of Earth,
It can be Gork Tome.
and it can be Gork Tome. These cards can't block, but he didn't block with 2 cards.
But he blocked with Blue Burgeoning. So that means that's a tithe. Oh no.
So that's probably one of the cards he is
Like-
holding.
If he had Channelman Heroic in hand, he would have kept the Blue Burgeoning probably. Unless there's another second blue in hand, right?
But that's a bit greedy, right?
I don't know if it's great.
Because then you would 1 card block and take 4.
Yeah, but
You do guarantee
there's 1 more card, right? So
You do guarantee your mount, but this mount turn is going to be bad anyways because you're going to play the Talisman of Tides.
yeah, if it was both Mount and Talisman of Tides, that would have been pretty bad, yeah.
So we're not sure what the other card is that he held. One of them was probably this Talisman.
What do you
And
think?
Philip is considering crowning in response to the Talisman.
That makes sense. Yeah.
This is the one chance he's going to get to do it before this Talisman blows up his card. Already a judge call. Judge, are you going to do it? Am I going to do it?
You can judge call.
Oh, no.
Okay. So we see Talisman of Tides. Oh, he's actually playing Art of War in response. I didn't specifically expect that one. And he's probably going to take the +1 in addition. So every attack action should be blocking for 4 right now. Or mostly 3, I guess. Some of them 4. Nimblism to create an embodiment of lightning, followed by, would it be Snatch? It's a lightning surge. So it's 7 go again. And
I play the staunch on the command. You can't play the staunch on the command. So just give him back the staunch and you're gonna take 5.
okay.
So what happened? Oh,
Nimblism, lightning surge, 7 go again. 1 more card in hand. So either getting pitched for Rosetta or Arsenal.
I feel like this is a mount. There's not many cards that you would not consider just blocking turn 0.
Yeah.
Because it's a free block, right? Like you said, you're going to draw back to 4.
Mm-hmm.
We understand that Talisman of Tides literally doesn't block, so you
Yeah.
can't block with that. But what is the other card that he didn't block with?
Oh, also, Philip used Art of War from Arsenal, not Crown of Seeds.
Oh.
So it seems like Philip doesn't have his fusion because he's
Is
actually
he
blocking
playing
with
Eisenloft?
Eisenloft, yes.
He's burning his Eisenloft this early.
Yeah, just a +1. But
I mean, the consideration is that he's not going to get to his second deck cycle in this game. He's just like looking to block efficiently. Maybe he still has Starvo activation in hand despite playing this.
yeah, it's very possible. And that's a
Hurtler
Search being
blue.
pitched.
So
But which cards would he have kept in hand in turn 1? So it's obviously Talisman of Tithe, right? But
yeah.
Nimblism, Lightning Surge, and Hurtler Surge would all usually be used for blocking, I would assume.
I feel like he kept the Lightning Surge, but I'm not convinced 100%. Because personally, I would have blocked with a Lightning Surge.
Yeah.
Just to save the health, right?
Okay. That's interesting.
But it could be the blue.
Yeah, maybe it's the blue just in case he draws the Channel Mount.
Okay, so we have a Dominated Evergreen.
Okay.
But this is not the worst for Wouter. Because this... Oh.
Bye-bye.
Because this means there's no hammer follow-up. Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Okay. Get some memer killers over here.
Just numb the memer kid. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
But
Okay.
this is... Okay, so this... Bulls is going to Arsenal, but this probably means he has to accept that this Talisman is going to rob his card. Unless he wants to keep it until he gets an Oakenol to recycle, right?
Yeah.
But most likely, I would just accept that this Talisman is taking one of my cards and just crown.
Like, not being able to crown for the rest of the game is probably not the solution for this. So
he might not do it next turn. He might do it next. He might not do it this turn. He might do it next turn when he has the Tunic to do it for free.
But now we're seeing Force of Nature with Scar for a Scar. But Scar for a Scar does not have any additional power yet.
Did you not fuse it?
I don't think he did. I didn't see any fuse.
He didn't fuse it. That's threatening a Lightning Press?
Oh.
Okay, so he's going to play Blizzard first. This might already be enough to stop the turn, even if he can't stop the draw from the Force of Nature.
Yeah, this Blizzard is actually really good.
Because if it's double red, you probably just accept that you're not going to have a turn here and Arsenal one of them, regardless of Scar being able to hit with the bonus. Like, if you have Lightning Press, you probably have to accept Blizzard and play Lightning Press and Arsenal the other card.
I think so too.
If you do have blue, you can pay for it, obviously, but I don't think he has it. So this Force of Nature was interesting.
So this is where the regrets are coming in
Yeah,
for playing the Force of Nature out.
Yeah, because this would have paid for the 2.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if he would have been quite as decisive to play the Blizzard had there not be a Force of Nature as well. But that's rough.
I do think this is a really good turn to finally Crown of Seeds, to pop the Talisman of Tides.
Yeah,
Because you won't often get a timing where you only take like 4 damage in trade for, or 3 damage even. Trade for that.
yeah. The only thing is that he doesn't have. Looks like he will do it,
Mm-hmm.
but he can't use any of the other floating resources. Not even for Null Rune. I don't think he's running Null Rune even. But essentially, there's 2 floating, but it's not the worst. Like you said, he can still defend. He can still hammer, and then he can still arsenal afterwards, most likely.
I think he only has 2 cards left.
Or is he gonna Starvo?
There's no way he's gonna Starvo.
You only have 2 cards left?
I think so.
Oh yeah, he played Blizzard, of course. He had 4, played Blizzard, then he pitched, so he has 2. So he's gonna take this and hammer, maybe?
Yeah, I think so. That would seem like a good play at least. He pitched a red evergreen. So that was
Okay, so he's
never
not
going
floating.
to be doing much. And I think they just wrote down the 3 hitting. Just need to update the life counter a little bit.
We don't have Avery to warn them anymore.
Never lucky.
We'll never update the life counter again.
Feels bad, man.
Okay, so it's just hammer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is
Just a
it
hammer.
ice card or not?
I think it's a Frostfang, but I don't see the Frostbite yet. Last time Philip actually put his Frostbite underneath the hammer. But this time it seems like he's not very consistent with how he's displaying his kind of attacks, his tokens.
It's ice 4, they're on equal life, so cap is only blocking 1. So it's not cap grasp in this turn. You can consider taking this. If you have a 3 block, you can consider 4 blocking it because of the embodiment. If you have a blue, you can consider taking. We'll have to see what happens here.
Yeah, it kind of depends if Wouter actually has like blues or something, or needs to pitch like a red or so in order to get past the Frostbite. If he does have a blue, it's not that bad to take it, right?
Yeah, I think if it's... You're still really healthy at this point, so it looks like he'll take it. There's the Frostbite.
And hopefully he doesn't need to pitch a red for that. I think he does have Tunic 3 now, though, or no?
Yeah, but then you would still have to pitch a red for the tunic.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Oh, that's a
Captain's
Captain's
Call.
Call.
Probably blue.
Oh,
Oh,
that's not
Rebel
good.
for 2. Don't want to see that.
That's okay. Could be worse, you know?
Actually couldn't. I think 2 is the lowest your Rebel can go, but...
Could be worse in the future. One day.
You could miss Sonatas, I guess. It's
Don't worry,
worse.
for every blue that gets revealed, there's a Gork Tome that's also getting revealed.
I don't think that's how
almost
I
the
don't think
same.
that's how the statistics work out for blues versus Gork
Oh,
tomes.
but if you play Korsha, you have 2 hits.
Oh, okay, nice. That's pretty good, actually. I should play Corsham just for that.
Yeah, everyone should play Korsha.
I think the price of Corsham is going to go up after this.
Pro tricks.
He's blocking with Lightning Surge, which is not an efficient block, so he probably doesn't need this card.
It's an efficient block, right?
Oh, because
yeah.
it's only 2 damage and you don't really like blocking for 2.
Yeah, so it seems like he's not fusing. And
he's blocking more, so he's probably just going to hammer Arsenal again.
Yep.
That's Heaven's Claw for 3.
Yeah, and a Crown of Seeds to make it 4. And
he may be able to prevent the embodiment, though. Oh, or not.
Well, you can't do anything about it. Exude Confidence.
Depends on the color of Heaven's Claw, but I don't think
That's
he
a
plays
blue.
reds. Yeah, I don't think he plays reds,
Yeah,
so...
you can't do anything about this. Uh-oh. Is this where they judge call? Wait, what?
He
It's
pumped
9
it.
power now?
He pumped it.
Is that only 2 costs? Oh, wait, he
Yes.
used the tuna counter. Okay.
Yes. He's gonna Arsenal the last one. Or was it necessary to pump though? Oh, it doesn't have go again. Doesn't have go again.
Yeah,
so
it doesn't have go again.
Yeah.
Pushed 2 damage through. for
Yeah, I
your
was
tuna counter.
thinking he could Rosetta, but he couldn't because
He also
and-
didn't play a non-attack action that turn.
he didn't
so
have
it's
go
like
again, so it's the
kinda
same
weird.
damage.
Break ground, probably red,
Yeah.
and no ice. I suppose, yeah. Just,
This is the kind of hand you like to see if you're Briar playing in Starvo. You didn't get
Mhm.
dominated. Not going to be followed up by a hammer. So
getting frosty.
if you have a good hand now, you're really, really happy to just take 7 vanilla.
And
Sure. What he has? I think there's a mount. Oh no,
there's
it
a
wasn't.
Tome of Harvest though.
Oh, it wasn't a mount.
And Tome of Harvest always leads to incredibly strong turns on its own, I think.
Sometimes I usually draw mount off Tome. Actually,
Yeah.
it's not even a joke.
I mean, it's very likely, right?
I actually somehow usually draw mount off of.
But then you also need to find a blue as well. So,
But if
or
you,
you don't even need the blue, I guess, since you already pitched the blue.
yeah, but then you still need a blue.
This is it.
But it can be.
And
Oh
it's a
yeah.
mount. But he had to pitch the Force of Nature for that. So
But
that's,
it's okay. It's still gonna get a counter because it has a burgeoning in pitch.
yeah, but like having a Force of Nature and a mount, that would have been sick, right?
Yeah, but can't complain. Mount is
Unlucky.
mount.
Never lucky, Wouter.
I think he's snatched too, so there's no reason to complain here.
Nope, there's a Coax.
I think he had a snatch. Do the
Mhm.
snatch later.
Yeah,
But this can give go again.
to the
This
snatch as well.
This can make a quicken token.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think so. Coax of Commotion is an interesting card, right? You would consider it's bad, but and even I think in Briar it's also bad, except if you're in a mount turn.
Mm-hmm.
Because now your card is potentially worth 7 damage.
You go again. Go agains are pretty
Quicken-
limited sometimes, so having the
Yeah,
quicken is really
You get
strong.
the quicken, and your opponent is Starvo, so you know if he Starvo triggers, he already gets go again anyways.
Mm-hmm.
You might hammer or non-Starvo break ground into hammer, but that's also fine, and you didn't get Starvo triggered.
They can reorder it then. They can just do the icy hammer
Blizzard.
first. Ooh.
So I don't think he can play for this.
Yeah, definitely not. Otherwise, he wouldn't have pitched the Force of Nature. He can still pitch both of his cards, but that's really
He's a
expensive.
snatch in there, so I don't think he's very.
And he also loses on his arsenal in that case. So
I think
this is going to be
I think he's just gonna take the L.
faster.
I think he's just gonna take the L, but he does do 7 damage though.
Yeah, 7 damage is a lot, and maybe he will get a quicken token for both players.
Yeah, he can still hold the quicken token for next turn.
But it's pretty scary if Starvo doesn't block, right?
What are they gonna do? Crippling Crush, Spinal Crush? They don't have resources for
Open
that.
old hammer.
Oh, that's a bit.
Yeah, it's only 9 dominate.
If it was fused, they were close to Starvoing with go again, and he did take it.
But do you actually quicken here?
I think you don't have to unless you're already holding like 2 non-attack actions. 2 attack actions that don't have go again.
You definitely don't draw here. That's for sure.
So
He
it
does
looks like he
nothing.
did not do anything.
Mhm.
Oh right, so yeah, the Coax is normally I don't like the card. It's only exceptionally good in this kind of turn where you can extend your channel mount turn where your card is more valuable than theirs anyways.
Mhm.
But it's a 4 for 0, so
Yep.
you can. Oh god, he actually has Starvo,
Oh,
but
and
not. Is he gonna play Okanol from Arsenal? Don't do it.
oh no!
Don't do it.
Oh no! Is this
Oh,
it?
no, don't do it. Oh, lucky, lucky Wouter. So this is probably a sigh of relief somewhere here for Wouter.
Mm-hmm.
If this is an Okanol on your channel turn, it really. But this is quote unquote just 7 to 9, depending what color evergreen this is.
Hey Jimmy, is hammer better or is Winter's Bite here better?
Might be Winter's Bite.
Depends on the hand, I guess. But
Because if he takes his 9 vanilla, he's gonna block out Hammer with equipment, right?
yeah.
So he's not gonna get a Frostbite if he doesn't want to.
Mm-hmm.
So Winter's Bite might actually be better here. You really would like to any chance to take out like 7 damage from their hand. Trading a card for a card now is good because of the opposite of what I just said about Cogs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Their cards are kind of worth more than yours at this while this mount is down.
Yep.
So if you can trade your Winter's Bite for something they have, that's probably gonna be worth it.
Yeah, you can trade your 1 ice card for a 7 attack.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's pretty big.
Blocking with your attack for 7 is pretty good if it costs 0.
Mm-hmm.
But Wouter, 9 is still significant amount of life, so he's gonna go down to 11 or 13 if it's blue. But
And I mean, the hammer will
it's 11.
threaten his life even more afterwards. So maybe
But
maybe the hammer's fine.
He's gonna block with equipment if it's.
There's also the stalagmites still that might be able to stop the General Mount turn.
Right.
So,
So Wouter would really like to have 1 blue in hand just in case this happens.
mm-hmm.
Also in case of like Blizzard again. But he already played 2, right?
And what will Philip do?
Winter's Bite?
Another
Both?
evergreen from Arsenal. That wouldn't be the greatest. Yeah, that's a hammer. And
But this will just be a clean equipment block.
I'm pretty sure there will be an equipment block, yeah. Unless Wouter has like garbage in hand.
I don't think he has complete garbage.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Oh.
Yeah, I guess general.
It's
an extra pitch. Who knows?
I've pitched like Mount Blue before to keep
Yeah,
up my Mount another turn. But
maybe that means there's no second
maybe
blue card.
he doesn't have a blue, and if you make that read as Philip, do you Stalagmite block immediately?
Yeah, definitely, right? I think you always Stalagmite block just in case. Unless like
Wait.
What?
Wait, but in this case it was
Holy moly. I think
I think I would have equipment blocked if I
yeah,
knew
for
this.
sure. This is like you could have gotten a second mount up.
That's also true. And like worst case, your second mount lives till next turn, right? So
Yeah.
you still have a mount. And you get the embodiment of lightning immediately, but we'll have to see. He might still be able to pitch a different blue for anything, like Rune Chant, Blizzard, Stalagmite. And then he's also there, right? Then he also gets to keep his mount.
It seems like he didn't have any attack actions in his hand yet. So maybe
thought-
he was too
I thought he had
spooked.
Snatch last turn. But maybe I saw wrong, it was Cogs.
I mean, could have been Snatch, but it was an Arsenal maybe. And
yeah, but
got
that's
to bottom now.
That's the risk of Arsenaling it when he had 2 cards left. Unless the other was a blue.
Mm-hmm.
But it wasn't a blue, right? We made the read that he couldn't pay for Blizzard, so it had to be like 2 reds.
Yeah.
So either he Arsenaled Snatch or he Arsenaled a different red.
It's going
This
to be
does not
extreme.
go again.
Yeah. He
It does
doesn't
hit
go
for
again
7.
yet. Do you make a read now that Wouter doesn't have any non-attack actions in hand? Or playable ones, like I guess Earthler Surge could be possible, but not very playable.
Yeah, you also need another blue for that.
Mm-hmm.
That might be hard.
I think you make the read here that he doesn't have any non-attack actions in hand, because otherwise you would have done it more efficiently, right, with the embodiment of lightning.
Yeah, then you could have played it first, exuded, and then play your other attack action, Snapdragon that if you need to.
Yeah, you don't really want to waste Snapdragons if you don't need to, I think.
It could be like some elaborate mind game, but I think he would have played it before. Just a safer play.
Mm-hmm. And I think as Philip, you will always want to block with Stalagmite here.
Unless it's Revel specifically. Revel and Runeblood.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So if it's Revel and Runeblood specifically, he would need to attack first. Which is what's happening right
Be sick.
now. So Philip is now throwing his Stalagmite in front of it.
He's cashing in all of his equipment.
So he's blocking 6. And 1 floating from Crown?
But that's pretty scary to do, right? Because like, what if Wouter still has a Snatch or something coming in?
Yeah. What I'm scared of. I thought he had one, but maybe he arsenaled it and tomed it away. I think usually if you have tome and another blue, you kind of tome.
Yeah,
Because
definitely.
that means half your hand is already quote unquote bad. So
I mean, if you have a tome, you get a 5-card hand off of the tome with a half a go again
yeah.
of the
But
embodiment
if you have
cycling.
only the tome, then he could have played out his turn, but double. So
Yeah.
we'll just see. He's gonna get the frostbite. If he has another earth blue, that would be really, really good.
What's also kind of funny is that Philip can't play any defense reactions anymore because he's not blocking with any card from hand that is higher power.
Right.
So if he boarded any of those in, I don't know if he would against Briar. But maybe there's like Sync Belows or something. He won't be able to play it.
Still thinking about whether he wants.
Yeah. The Frostbite's going to hurt Wouter a little bit.
He's gonna use Snapdragon.
He's going to have to pay 1 for the Snapdragon Scalers as an attack reaction.
Which
And I think
always
they're reading
happens
it right
after the frostbite. So he will have to pay for it.
now. I'll head over.
I think they're already knocking on our door. Je moet, want je krijgt al in de defense stap. Ja, maar je kan niet die gebruiken voordat je die frostbite
maar dat
krijgt.
wist wel.
Ja. Okay, so in the end, he another mount.
That's a lot of mounts. I guess he top decked it off of the
tome.
So
Was that Blizzard?
it seems like a Blizzard.
Huge.
That hurts.
But at least he gets to keep his mount another turn.
Yeah.
But he did burn his Snapdragon now.
But
So-
this turn is not going to be.
This turn is over, I think.
Yeah.
Because else he would have pitched Blue Earth. Oh, he can't play that.
He can't play that. That
can't
feels
play
bad.
that.
Holy shit.
That's actually Pog.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually sick.
Yeah, that such a feels bad for Philip. So
That's
now
actually sick. So the correct line there was to play Blizzard before the attack became like resolved, attacking.
yeah, but at that point he wouldn't have baited out the Snapdragon Scalers either.
Yeah, that's true.
So there's some this Exude opener was actually pretty strong here.
Now he has go again. We have to think he has another attack action.
Mm-hmm.
What will it be?
Imagine
He
if
already
it's
paid
like
for the frostbite.
It is a snatch, but he doesn't have the non-attack action to give it go again anymore. So
Yeah.
it doesn't do that much.
Yeah, because he's gonna have a card in hand. And it's 2, then he might have a better choice of what to arsenal, but it's probably a red since he didn't pitch it for the frostbite.
Yeah, but either way, there's going to be another mount turn after this,
Yeah, because he was able to pitch another earth card.
and Wouter gets to choose what he's going to arsenal. So it looks like he's going to have a really good turn next turn.
An extra chance to get lightning surge here. Which, like, a lot of times it wouldn't really matter what you arsenal here, but it might.
Lightning Surge matters. Anything that is Tome of Harvestable matters, I guess. If he draws a blue and something, he can keep the blue in hand.
Arsenal, mount up.
And
Philip still has a
Philip's
hand
turn,
though, because he only he tried to play the Blizzard. So he still has the Blizzard.
That means that next turn, Wouter will need to play around the Blizzard though. So
Yeah, now he knows that his opponent has a Blizzard, but he got another chance to draw blue this time.
but this doesn't look like a Starvo fusion this turn. And I think Philip did plan his turn to
Maybe hammer, break ground arsenal, that kind of thing. Now he might be left over with an extra card in hand. Is not being able to play the Blizzard.
he still has another usage of the Stalagmite though, so Wouter will once again need to plan around that a little bit.
Channel Lake Frigid.
Is that a channel like Frigid?
That's Channel Lake Frigid.
Yeah, channel counter to channel.
So I guess not. Well, he's still gonna have Blizzard in Arsenal.
Yeah.
That's
Channel Lake Frigid and Blizzard to play around Channel Mount Heroic.
pretty devastating. But
Imagine if Wouter has a triple Earth now.
at least double Earth will get you pretty far. At least.
I know the play. Just have triple Earth in hand. Pitch them all to Sonata Arcanix.
You're a bad play. Well, actually, that's a good play in this case. Actually, I wouldn't be mad at doing it here because then you keep your mount. So now he has to think: am I gonna have a turn through the channel? And I know he has a Blizzard. Am I gonna have a turn? Am I not gonna have a turn? If I'm not gonna have a turn, I might as well block from hand, even though it's sad and I have the mount.
But like, even even if you only do one attack, it's a hit for 7. Maybe it's okay.
Yeah, but you don't need blue for that. Well, we'll see. It all depends on how many blues he's holding now. Either way, he has the option of cap grass blocking again, like he did last time, if he wants to keep his entire hand.
This turn is brutal, though. Imagine getting your... What happened? The first turn stopped by Stalagmite. Then also having your second turn stopped by Channel Lake Frigid and the Blizzard.
Yeah.
This hurts. And we know that Wouter does not have any Earth cards or any Channel Mount Heroics left because they're all on bottom. So until...
No, he blocked one. One's on bottom.
Yeah, he blocked.
He blocked instead of blocking with equipment.
And the other one is on bottom. So basically, the only way to find Channel Mount Heroic back is by playing Sonata Arcanix.
Yeah, he's a shuffle. Because he's not going to reach there.
And then it's still like RNG to find it, right? So.
Yeah, it might still be at the bottom after shuffling, right? You can't know. But they're on 12, 11, so as is, he's never going to reach that part of his deck.
Yep.
So that would be his only chance of getting a different mount. Or he has to play through this Channel Lake. You know what the insane thing is? If you're holding triple blue, you can actually pay for stuff because of the Channel Lake.
Yeah.
And then you have some chance of holding. Okay, he's going to keep his hand, so he's going to try something at least.
Yeah, equipment box. Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be the triple blue, but
if it's triple blue, it's pretty pog.
Yeah.
And he can keep up his channel, I think. It's like paying for Rune Chance 1 blue. Playing for the Blizzard is another blue. Playing his cards is probably going to cost the other blue.
There's 1 blue, though.
Okay.
He's making a Rune.
Wait, is he doing
what?
it? Is he doing it? Is he doing it? Is he doing it?
Is
Triple
more
blue?
blues?
Triple blue pog?
There's no way, right? Like,
okay, wait. You don't go too far with the blues, though. You don't want 5 blues. Don't go too far. I think 3 is perfect.
What does this mean that this hand would be? There's
okay,
another blue.
2. Okay, pog.
He's playing the Nimblism first.
And the Entwined Lightning.
Then he has an Entwined Lightning coming in for 10. But that's not an amazing turn. Oh, there. Ah, okay, yeah. He had to make an aura for Swarming Gloomville to get go again.
But that's painful. That costs him 5. So he still has exactly enough to play Twilight Lightning, but he might get Blizzard.
Yeah. But then he would still have the Entwined Lightning.
Then he still has the Entwined Lightning in Arsenal, so it's not the worst in the world. But you don't really want to play it like this. I think he chose this specific order because he knows Philip has the Blizzard, so there's no point in holding the Nimblism.
But would you not... Wait, you could have... If you didn't make the Rune Chant...
He has to make the Rune Chant to give it go again.
Or it needs a hit.
Yeah, but
for 9.
It's never going to hit if he doesn't make the Rune Chant.
Doesn't it? For 9?
Maybe you're right, actually. Maybe that makes sense.
Maybe.
Maybe it was worth a gamble to try that.
Yeah.
And then you could also fake that you don't have a second blue. Because then you would only need to pay 2, right? So you're only showing him the 1 blue.
Yeah, you could bait out the Blizzard.
If he plays the Blizzard, he only has 4 cards to block. He reduced a decent amount of his equipment blocks. But if he plays the Blizzard, he can't crown. So then he only has 2 equipment block.
Either way, it's a 1 and 9 coming in right now, which is a big number.
So I think Philip will have to either Stalagmite block this or Blizzard it, just so he doesn't take the Entwine for 7.
Which is floating? 1?
On Wouter's side, yeah.
Hmm.
So he's crowning the Blizzard?
It's crowning the Blizzard away.
Because he only had 1 card in hand, right?
Hmm.
When he went to Arsenal the Blizzard?
I think that might mean...
Because he did like play channel with something.
I want not.
I don't think so. Maybe.
I'll double check, I guess. You continue.
Just thinking about his turn now. Looks like he's full blocking the Gloomfield so it doesn't hit. Might take the Arcane still, or block the Arcane still. Oh wait, he can't block the Arcane. He doesn't have no rune.
Feels bad, man. The
Which
no rune
might-
would have been good here.
Which might be a thing later in the game if it reaches that far.
Ah,
Because that means you're always going to bleed at least 1 from Rosetta.
yeah. I mean, yeah.
Even with Crown, I mean.
Even with crown, yeah.
And then you're probably bleeding Rune Chance and stuff. So, but you don't really want to be blocking here. But okay, so he's
It's always going to be Stalagmite because he won't be able to do anything regardless.
and he
after
threw away his
Stalagmite.
Blizzard.
And yeah, what else?
Or not?
It's
Wouter actually accidentally showed him the last card in his hand, so he should
Yeah.
know it's Entwine Lightning.
did he just put his fist on his shield?
Yeah, his shield is his fist now, and his fist is his shield now.
Happens sometimes.
He's taking?
There's no way.
No.
There's
Oh, the
he's
Rune Chant
taking the rune
resolves.
chant.
Rune Chant
Um,
result.
He's and it gets negated by
By the
the crown of
crown.
seeds.
Now there's still this casual 9. Considering blocking it,
That's
which is not what you
Spooky.
like doing in Starvo, because you have a lot of 2 blocks, right? But despite him playing the channel lake, he still has to block with 3 cards.
what is this?
Looks like an evergreen on top. On bottom.
An
And a
lightning
break
or a
ground in the
break
middle?
ground? Yeah. Okay. Dropping 7. Taking 2.
So he 3 card and Stalagmite blocked it, and he's still taking it. He's reconsidering. He wants
So-
Arsenal probably.
4. And also preventing Wouter from continuing. Oh wait. He
Yeah,
won't be able to do anything.
he won't be able to play Entwine.
So
But he can still Arsenal it.
that prevents 7 damage. So it's pretty good.
Yeah, it's not the worst because he's gonna.
But yeah, once again, the end game is going to be a lot of damage bleeding because Philip does not have any no rune.
He doesn't have
So-
no rune. He now burned all his Stalagmite blocks, and he only has 1 Crater Fist block and a Tunic block left because he burnt the boots already.
Yep.
And Wouter still has this Entwine Lightning that he will Arsenal because there's no other option.
Yeah, so after the mount pops, there will be a 5-card hand coming in from Wouter, probably. I mean, there could be a hammer, you know, and
And he's probably
And
gonna
an
get
Arsenal.
hammered in Arsenal. He kept the 3rd block card.
but Wouter still has his craft,
Wait. Oh no, he can't. I was thinking he has Tunic up, but he
Yeah,
has to pay to
but
use
Tunic
Tunic.
costs 1.
So, but next turn might be huge for him.
Yeah, there's a 5-card hand with a Tunic counter. It's actually
He could use Tunic before the Frostbite, but the Channel Lake is down, so
yeah, Channel Lake Frigid prevents it. So I think this is going to be a Frosty Hammer. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth it, right? To keep the Evergreen in hand.
wait, does that work? Wait. You can pay the 1 floating for the Tunic. He's gonna have 1 floating In a frostbite? No, that doesn't work. Then he has one floating, but there's the channel is still down, so the entwine costs 2. After the frostbite resolves.
I like Frigid.
So
Strong card.
there's no way to play around this channel lake.
So, Philip considering his next move.
Probably Ice Hammer.
He's deep in the think tank now.
But Wouter has an embodiment of Earth. He could, depending on what he has, he could. Oh,
He's going for the break ground.
I'm not convinced this is the winning. Well, that's not true, because if Wouter thinks too easily about this and takes a 7,
He dies to any
he dies to
Starvo.
dominate a lot of stuff. But he has a 5-card hand to pressure 8 HP on a Starvo that doesn't block that well with no arsenal.
Yeah, imagine if he has like Revel and Runeblood at some point.
So there is still the consideration to take the 7, but he does have to be aware that if he doesn't finish or at least burn a lot of Philip's hand, that he's gonna die to most dominated. He still has the grass block and the tunic block, but he can use that for dominate attack, so he never use it here. He's taking the 7. I think this is a good position for Wouter, actually.
Yeah.
Because channel's down, channel's gone. Philip has 4 hands, no arsenal, so no crown. Only 1 equipment block. Oh, 2 with the tunic, sorry. Oh,
And
fused?
there's a Force of Nature fused.
Has to be fused. That's
And the Tome of
Harvest.
Harvest. If he also has a blue with that, that's oh no.
God. This is gonna be huge.
I've seen this play before.
So is it gonna be embodiment of lightning?
Technically, the embodiment of lightning has support first, but they're lenient.
I think as long as you don't play another card, most people should be fine with it. But
Oh, he's got to watch out a little bit with.
he could have also verbally said it. So, but it is correct that there should be an embodiment of lightning. Now he has 4 cards in hand.
4 cards in hand and an embodiment of lightning.
And the
so, like,
Force of Nature 5.
yeah, as long as he has attacks, this could be good.
But does he?
If he doesn't,
Surely. Oh, Coax?
that looks like a coax.
A Coax for 5?
Only 5 though. So,
But on hit, he could draw 2.
Yeah.
And give your opponent 1, of course. But
and there's still always the threat of stuff like lightning press, razor reflex, stuff like that. So it's a pretty scary spot for Philip to be in.
I don't think he can let this hit because he will just make quicken token at worst. He might not choose to draw if he doesn't have that many go again attacks that he can play afterwards, right? He can play 1 because of the quicken, but if he has 3, then he can't play them all out. In that case, he might not choose draw, but he has to block this out. And I think that's Oakenhold.
Ice card, I think it's Winter Spite. Not sure.
Okay.
Else,
To see
doesn't
what
really matter.
else Wouter has here. He has Lightning Press here. Oh. Or Razor Reflex. Oh, not Razor Reflex. Lightning Press is enough. Absence
Call, breaking the combat chain.
Go again, probably?
Give go again to a second coax.
Oh boy. Well, at least this one doesn't threat. Wait. Is there a world where you choose +2? How can you give go again? Only if you have Razor Reflex? You have Tunic. There is some universe where you have Razor Reflex, but I don't think so. So it would probably be go again 4. And if it's go again 4, he can end his turn cleanly with Tunic Rosetta now that all the Stalagmite blocks are gone. And then Arsenal. Or play the last card. I don't know what it is. But this, Philip doesn't like this.
Yeah.
For sure, he doesn't like this.
Um,
Probably a Quicken
so
token.
This was for go again, so
Probably a
now
Quicken
he's
token.
making Quicken tokens on both sides. Well,
That means he's going to play another card. Yeah, exactly. Because if he was going to weapon
Shoot.
swing, he wouldn't make the Quicken token.
but he could have drawn one if he wanted to. And then
That's
Rosetta
true.
follow up after
That's true.
Exude with go again.
Since he already knew he had Exude in hand, I think drawing one.
Oh wait, he always has the Rosetta follow up already.
Wow, he's already dead.
Oh no, the non-block. He's pulling the Jimmy. Double ball lightning.
This is how it feels to lose nationals. Philip, remember this.
Yeah, blink and pulse of candle. Pulse of full haven in hand.
No, Philip.
That doesn't block well.
Philip.
Yeah.
He's-
But
This is what we call the Swiss curse.
yep. This is what we
If
call
you go
the Swiss
XO
curse.
in Swiss, you're gonna die in top 8.
Yeah.
Wow, I
And that
did
was
not
rough.
expect. I expected it to. It was looking good for Wouter, right? It was
Mhm.
looking very good. At the worst, you're gonna like take all his hand. That's cool.
Yeah.
Because there's also Rosetta after this. Even if
Mhm.
he was able to block this out, he would survive on like 1, but with no cards in hand. He has no arcane barrier, so he would just die to Runechar Rosetta.
Mhm.
But he already died because he had no block.
Yeah.
Philip actually died.
I think the biggest turnaround was when Exude couldn't be blizzarded.
Yeah, that was huge.
And I think it was correct to blizzard at the layer step before Snapdragon Skaters were even popped.
Yeah.
Just to
wouldn't
make
have-
sure.
He wouldn't have baited the Snapdragon, but he would have stopped the turn.
He would have stopped the China Mount Heroic turn, and that was huge in the end. But yeah, GG's.
Okay. So if there's any German watchers, you should probably be scared now because he's going to invade your country next week now that he doesn't have a
Is he?
PQ win.
Oh, Philip.
Probably.
Yeah. So prepare.
We'll see you in the next round.
Yes, we'll be going
Well,
back to
probably
the
we'll see a
top 4.
Boltyn.
Yes, we'll probably see a Boltyn versus either Starvo or Oldhim. And we'll see.
Boltyn sounds rough.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes.
All right. See you in a bit.
See you guys.
They stream out.
Okay, we're back. We had a small dinner break. You're welcome, guys. We warned you for this.
Well, to be fair, we finished around the same time the last game finished.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So we just had to wait a little bit for an Oldhim Starvo endgame and went to fatigue. So
Turns out, if you can block Hammer with Earth React, Crown, and Ram, you don't lose cards.
mhm.
And if you can't, you lose cards.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Starvo does lose cards, so that was a game over for Starvo. But now we're going to spectate another Oldhim versus Boltyn game.
You haven't seen this yet. I have already seen this matchup.
Ah, so you're experienced in this.
Yeah, I can recognize all the 2-pixel cards.
So what do you need to do in this matchup
Uh,
as Boltyn? We saw last time it went wrong, just a little bit.
did you see it? Yeah, you saw it.
I spectated it on stream.
Yeah, it's rough. I think he still wants to do the same though, but he has to be it's tricky. He kind of wants to do that with a bit more soul as security in case the first attacks get blocked, so he can still give go again. Because in the last game we saw of Alwart versus Donovan, he actually played the triple Lumina, but he can only attack 3 times because he couldn't give go again to the last attack because he was short on soul.
Yeah.
So he basically missed a free swing for 6 for almost nothing. And that cost you the game because those are his. And he also lost his remembrance because he had to charge it, I think. I'm not sure if he had to charge it, but he charged it, I believe. So he
Yeah.
couldn't get those Luminas back. He still got pretty close, actually.
But I think in the end game, Donovan's tried to be a little bit more aggressive as to be able to finish the game. And now we're in a untimed Oldhim format. So yeah, I think we will be sitting here for another 2 hours.
I'm gonna go home at the middle of this game
Oh,
because it will be 1 p.m. I mean 1 a.m.
oh, how do I commentate? How do I solo commentate an Oldhim game?
I want to see you try. Actually, this sounds hilarious.
Oh,
I'm
no.
pretty sure you're gonna die at the first quarter.
At some point, you'll just see me snore. Funny.
Accurate representation of what happens in the game sometimes.
I'm a very good commentator. Anyway, I think seemed really rough for Raiden last time, for Boltyn last time. Mostly because like we tried to set up big turns, right? By trying to unload like three soul turns or something and going like really wide. But like Oldhim Ice Reaction stops you in your tracks sometimes, and sometimes Blizzard stops you. And you need to play around everything.
Yeah, Ice React Blizzards. I believe he was even playing Stalagmite last time. Yeah, he was playing Stalagmite.
Yeah. And there's only a limited amount of turns that you can do like big pressure turns because like at some point you run out of cards. You charge. Charging is a really expensive mechanic versus fatigue.
Yeah, you lose a card. Normally, you would say you lose a card from hand, but in this context, it's also relevant. This card from hand is not a pitch card. It actually goes to soul, and once it leaves soul, it goes to banish, so you're not getting it back. So yeah, he has to be kind of careful in how he uses his cards and where they go. And he might I'm not sure how many cards he played last time. Maybe he chooses to play even more cards in his deck this time.
Yeah, that would be a good idea actually. If he, I think,
Because I think he's gonna have enough time to assemble his big turn. He won't die before being able to do that.
I think I checked his deck earlier, and like every card is technically playable in the same deck. It's just that you're reducing your odds of finding triple Lumina, for example, which could hurt you a little bit. But
Yeah,
double Lumina is still pretty good.
the triple Lumina was pretty well. It didn't have its full effect Because he missed the last attack.
Mm,
It did give +1, but not entirely how you want to believe it's in.
so he's running 69 cards, and all of which
Seem playable.
lead to charge, maybe not that much. Okay,
Where's lead to charge?
red, lead
Oh.
to charge.
You know, you can always charge it.
Ah, lead to charge.
Yeah, you can lead to charge by charging it.
Okay,
See, it makes sense.
yeah, it works. It does work. So
Because you're gonna have to charge something anyways. Might as well charge the lead to charge. It has to be a card. It doesn't matter what card it is, except for V of the Vanguard. Makes you charge a light card. Other than that, oh, and Lumina wants you to reveal a light card
right.
to go to Soul.
So yeah,
So it does matter. But it might be worth it. I'm not sure.
Not as
Oh, it's
very
Wytze from
shit.
only Wytze.
It might also kind of be bad to hit too much with Lumina Ascension, right? Because you get into fatigue faster. It's kind of weird. It feel like this matchup is really, really tough for Boltyn. What if he's suddenly going to pivot to Saber OTK? Do you think that would be better?
Support. Oh, I think this is a good idea actually. But it requires you to have more setup, right? Because you need more soul. Well, you don't need more soul. At some point, your opponent can't block them, right? But you have to be safe until like Saber 4, I would say 5 even.
Mm-hmm.
So, but if you get it off, you get more attacks. But that would require you to play Courage, which he has probably, right? Uh-oh, you all just call. That's rough.
They're just asking who can start and if they can start.
That's
So
rough.
Paul on the left will be starting off. And honestly, it probably basically just means Arsenal setup. Maybe a hammer just to fatigue faster.
It also means you're not giving Boltyn a soul for free.
Yeah.
But, I mean, we did discuss it costing a card from hand, but if you have to charge anyways, I think starting with 1 is pretty good.
You have to charge at some point, so better as soon as possible, I think.
Everyone has to read this.
Everyone reads this.
I love it.
Mm-hmm. Something.
Oh, you were reading something?
Combat
I'm
Chane.
gonna read something too.
Time to read Crater Fist.
Wait, Trader Fist does something except for blocking 3?
Yeah, it has
gives,
temper.
It gives crush. Oh, I thought it gives crush attacks power.
No,
it has temper.
It's
So it's gonna be broken instead of sitting there doing nothing.
You can pay 2. You can pay 2 to extend your channel like Frigid instead of using it for block 1.
Wait, that's kind of OP.
Mm-hmm.
Well, is it really? Maybe OP is different.
I've seen it being used like
but
that.
it's interesting. You could do it.
There's probably also some times where you Crippling Crush loading 2, where you might as well create a fist.
I think you can consider. You have the cards for it. I think you do the Easter egg, go again, and then hammer. Honestly.
Right now here?
Yeah.
That's it? Oh.
Oh, but this might
Ooh,
also work. What
that's
is this?
the Thunderquake.
This also works.
It's just an 8, right? But it does eat 3 cards?
So the reasoning why I said this is that I want him to block cards from his hand. So he fatigues faster, right? Slightly.
Yeah. Sometimes he has Lumina in hand and then it's really awkward to block.
Yeah, you might also take damage. I think it's worth it to throw out the attack here.
Mhm.
But I guess it's hard to play Thunderquake at later moments. I guess we'll do it now. E-Strike. Oh. Okay. Considering sinking?
He's thinking
I
about
don't think
it.
he's not. I think he's keeping it. No.
Wonder what card that would be. I could imagine something like Lumina that you would want to set it up into your arsenal as soon as possible and then cycle through your deck a little bit,
Yes.
generate some soul.
We got the arsenal. I think
Mhm.
this is sink below. Plus holding. Read Boltyn. What this hero exists? What does this hero do?
Yeah, Boltyn is pretty scary hero power, so
I'm really surprised he didn't opt to play the Saber build though, but maybe he's tested it. He knows. There you go. Charging the lead to charge.
lead to
Exactly
charge.
as I wanted it to happen. Exactly how I wanted.
How many take place? He plays 9,
9?
damn.
It's the only card that has go against charge. So
Yeah, it's really solid in this
you don't have to
matchup.
pay a soul to. I'm not even mad to see this sink below.
Yeah, that's fine.
Any damage you get before your big turn is just bonus.
Mm-hmm.
So the tricky part about Boltyn is that if Paul blocks, the radiant's gonna go to 4, so it's not a clean block. Or you just don't block.
Okay, that works.
Has something big to play. No real reason he wouldn't block. His plan is to just hammer.
Could it be? Oh,
Hammer pummel? Has to be hammer. That's too suspicious, right?
so what do you do if it's hammer pummel?
Well,
Just don't
hammer
block?
pummel just threatens damage.
Yeah.
I don't think you cared that much if you're going down.
You're mostly getting screwed over if you block it for 4 for Xaxes and then get pummeled, right?
I think you don't care. I honestly think you don't care about the pummel
Yeah.
or the hammer damage. Oh, you care about the frostbite though, so that might be a consideration. But I think the pummel threat is too big.
Mm-hmm.
If I had to make a guess, I would like put a 90% on the pummel here.
I mean, he took 3.
He took 3 for no reason.
You wouldn't take 3 for no reason, right?
Especially if you should know this is going to be a fatigue matchup. You just have to survive through the Lumina turns. So yeah, just taking 3, giving up. It's not a. It's almost 10% of your health, right?
Mhm.
You have to think about it this way. All you have to do is survive Lumina, and then there's the other damage you can mostly block out. If you have to, like, just block out till the game ends.
Wait, is that Rampart?
Yes. So there's a difference
Cool.
here. I like Rampart better though.
Okay.
It plays more into your fatigue. You won't be.
2-card block.
He doesn't want the frostbite, but this is also blocking only 5. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and you're still getting a frostbite.
So,
Oh,
fate. This is full block now.
yeah, but it's still not very clean, right? You're overblocking by 2, and you're using 3 cards to block that.
Yeah, you're trading 3 cards for his 3 cards, but you're Boltyn, so now with 1 card you're not gonna do much unless it's like Illuminate. Oh wait, his 2 cards. One of them came from Arsenal, I guess. The fate. So
Yeah.
he can like charge. That's it. I think. Or Illuminate? Illuminate would be quite good. There you go.
Yeah, Illuminate is pretty solid.
Illuminate's quite a good option here. And now he cleared his arsenal by playing the Fate. I think Alwart also made the read that it had to be Fate. Sorry, that had to be Pummel.
Mm-hmm.
So he just made it so that Now this Illuminate might hit, he might get a soul, and then he still gets a new arsenal. Getting the fate out of it. So this is quite nice for him, I think.
Yeah.
Um,
What if he ice reacts?
quite possible. Would be a good. I think that would be a good play.
Yeah.
You just have to slow down his turns, make sure you don't bleed as much as possible, and I think you always win the long game.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not always. The previous game against Dawn was very, very close actually in the end, but it did. And maybe the extra rating hit would have changed things, but it's a block for 4 with the cranial crush.
It's still floating a crown.
Yeah, it's still flowing crown damage, but
That's okay. The
yeah, but
lunging presses.
it's still floating the crown. He can't play Courageous Steel Hand because he didn't charge, so I think it was a good play. I think I see the first Lumina there. So he's gonna try to get this card out of Arsenal, unless it's also Lumina.
Hmm.
If it is also Lumina, I think this is a bit unlucky timing. He doesn't want to see both of them yet.
Yeah.
He
Usually.
might have to pitch it or take flight or something. I think I see Snatch. I don't think he wants to see the Lumina right now. He can't do the combo now. He will get blocked out unless you have some attack reaction to go over, but then you might get Oldhim de-reacted, so you have to be careful with that.
You have to be careful with everything against Oldhim.
I think it's not the time for Lumina, so he has to pitch it, I think. But I'm not sure if he can pitch it.
He could also just clear his arsenal, probably, right?
Yeah, if it's not another Lumina. If it's not another Lumina, it's quite alright. He can clear his arsenal and then put this one there.
It also doesn't really matter to pitch it that much because, like,
Yeah, but he might not be able to pitch it.
yeah, that's
unless
the thing,
he
I guess.
uses the attack reaction.
The second Winter's Will pummel turn in a row, but this means that Paul did leave open his defenses. He does not have an arsenal. Usually, that means you can only block for what is it, 12-ish, a little bit more with D-reacts. Not a bad turn to pop off, actually, if you can.
But he doesn't have the soul, he can't do it. He only has one soul. And yeah, if he uses Snapdragon, he could do it if he uses Snapdragon.
I think it's
If he has double Lumina,
possible.
but I don't think this turn threatens enough.
No, not that much.
So, and if you're burning 2 Luminas to do 5 damage here, like, what are you really doing? That's not. But it's tough. This might be one of the best openings he has. That's true. But, like, we saw last time, in my opinion, that game was a 90% for Oldhim from the moment that he triple Lumina.
The Vanguard pitching Lumina.
So he did have an opportunity to pitch Lumina. This might mean that the card in Arsenal is a Lumina.
Right.
I think he charged the yellow take flight. We could have pitched that instead if you wanted to get this Lumina into Arsenal.
I think it would have actually been interesting to pop off with Fee. So I'm not sure if it's enough, but like
You
it's,
can't
it's a lot
pop
of
off
damage,
with
right?
V because you're gonna break the combat chain.
Oh, right. V only works on the attacks on the same combat chain.
Yeah, and once you play Lumina, you close the combat chain. So it never works like that.
Never lucky.
So I don't know what he has in Arsenal. If it is, gives it go again, was to be expected.
Is there a Blizzard incoming?
Would be quite strong, I think. He's taking it.
So this is going to be a pretty wide turn then. Maybe
Could be
Flint
sword.
Thrust.
Could be. He doesn't have oh, he has tunic for. Could be.
Isn't Thrust only 1 cost?
Oh, maybe you're right. I thought trust was 2, but I think it's 1. Because it has the conditional power boost.
Just the snatch?
Snatch?
Or it does get boosted by B, right?
Yes.
So snatch 5 go again. Pretty good. And then following it up with the Raiden at the end.
Might be something else even if he gets the draw off of it.
You do see a very clear difference between the playstyles of Don on Oldhim and Paul on Oldhim. Because it seems like Paul is taking like a lot more risks, dealing a little bit more damage, while Don was actually just a wall. A stone wall that never leaves any openings. And I wonder which strategy ends up working better in the end.
I think being the wall was better.
Tunic counter.
I don't think the
That
because Alwart doesn't care about his life. He's gonna if he pops off, he's gonna regain a lot of life. He doesn't really care about his life. But Paul is trading his life for Alwart's life, which may put him into reach of dying. And if you're trading cards for cards instead, your card should go further. Just because of how charge works, how Oldhim defense reacts work.
this
Staunch.
staunch. Okay.
So he baited out the. Is there a point in using the ram to staunch this? Did he ram the V? He didn't ram the V, right?
Now you ramp this.
Is it a bait? It's a weird bait. Is it a bait for sync? The fake that you have sync? But like,
You'd always use your soul here for go again, I think.
yeah.
A little bit, I don't know. It seems weird.
You could like fake that he has sync or fate, but I don't think Alwart would like buy it. He would just give go again if you fade or sync, he's gonna raid in you.
Seems like he's going to leak one as well from the
Yeah.
Boltyn ability, as well as from the V power up.
So I
So
think,
he's taking 2.
yeah, I think this is a slight misplay.
Well,
it costs him 1 life. We'll see how much 1 life matters, but
yeah. We'll also see what he's going to do with the last card in his hand. I think it was an ice card. But you would like to set up Arsenal at some point? Just to keep the Crown of Seas rolling?
especially around
That's
now.
right
I think he
now.
has Tunic 3. So now is a good time to have Arsenal so you can use your Tunic effectively. There's not many other things that you want a Tunic for Ram Shield. I guess you can Ram Shield. But you might as well see what you get with the 5-card hand. There's still a chance he plays Oakenold Fuse in Oldhim. It's not impossible.
Yeah, that's why you can never really loosen your grip on Oldhim. You can't just like do nothing for an entire turn and then I don't know, go ham with a 5-card hand or something afterwards, because like there's a lot of big threats in Oldhim. It's just like random glacial footsteps or something, or thunderquakes or macho grande. And that will just, I don't know, take a
Another
lot of
V?
damage.
Doesn't have that many soul though.
Yeah, this V seems relatively weak, and
Because
he is one of the biggest threats in the deck, I think.
so
As a neighbor.
he can give it go again to Raiden, but he still has a card in hand that he might not be able to play. Well, he might have Battlefield Blitz. Either in
So-
arsenal or in hand.
He go again, Battlefield Blitz Raiden. Is
Yeah.
what you would think the turn would look like.
Yeah, that's what this is representing to me. If it's not that, you might as well double charge the V.
Yeah.
and then use one of them for Raiden and have a soul. If you weren't gonna do anything with the other card anyways.
Yeah, that's a pretty
Just-
strong turn
Because
already.
the short to medium term goal is to make sure you have enough soul that when you find the Luminas, you can go off. And then the longer term goal is killing him. But so around crown floating. Attack action covers 5. This fee should also be 5 with the Boltyn buff.
Mm-hmm. So that blocks out. Act reacts. Gives go again.
Is it Battlefield Blitz?
If it's Battlefield
Or take
Blitz,
flight? There's Battlefield Blitz.
So this entire play would have just been stopped by an ice react, right?
Yes.
I do think there's ice in hand.
Not sure. Maybe you would expect Oldhim to have ice quite often.
Yeah.
Because let's say you ice react this, it's like you're blocking this Battlefield Blitz, right? But you're blocking it in a more efficient way because it's hitting for like 5 or 6 even with V.
Mhm.
Especially if you attack action block this. So let's say you ice reacted it, you're trading your card for his card.
He's just taking 6.
I think Paul's taking a lot of damage in this game
Mhm.
that he doesn't need to take.
I wonder if he's
playing a lot
underestimating
more
Oldhim
aggressive.
or-
Yeah, maybe he's
Cool.
always using the equipment. Or it's a full block on the Raiden.
So what kind of hand would he have that he would preserve his hand that much?
I think you would prefer. Well, it's tricky because he already used the resource on Ram, but I would, if I was the Oldhim, I would try to save this equipment for the Raiden turn, or sorry, for the Lumina turn. This card in Arsenal has been there for a while. I actually am like 80% convinced it's a Lumina at this point since he pitched one away. It will be tested how much Alwart wants to protect this, but he has 3 blocking equipment, so he could still block with 1 card in hand and the equipment, or 2 card if he doesn't like the cards in his hand.
Mm-hmm.
You can see a clear difference in play styles here. That's true. I think at this point, no, he has only 1 card. Well, he's Tunic though.
Yeah, it would have been sick.
Yeah, it would have been.
3rd pummel in a row.
But if you take the Lumina there, assuming that it is a Lumina, that's huge. And we're
Mhm.
charging another lead to charge, so see, they're literally here to charge.
Ah,
I was right.
we're literally here to lead the charge, huh?
I was right.
And this is the Bolt of Courage. Probably just the charge.
Yes, but problem is, how do you block this? Just giving a draw, I don't think you care that much about the draw, but maybe it wasn't even red bolt. It could have been yellow bolt or blue bolt.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like that fully covered, so it probably wasn't red bolt. Alwart has been very consistent in applying the +1 on attacks after charging, so probably can make the read as yellow or blue. Oakenhold Fuse?
Oakenhold Fused.
Okay. I said it can't happen.
I was going to look up. I want to look something up.
What are you trying to look up?
If only I knew.
You should probably know what you're looking up before you're looking it up, no?
I got distracted by the Oakenhold Fused.
He's not so smart.
That's true.
We're kids. You two can be like Ian and make top 16 in the Pro Tour.
Oakenhold Fused. Is this bad?
It's gonna stop you for a turn.
Yeah.
I don't think Alwart's afraid of dying. If I were him, I would not be afraid of dying. But like, it's not dying, it's that you might be forced to Lumina earlier than you want to. That's the risk that comes with taking too much damage.
Yeah.
But there's not much he can do about this anyways, unless he's holding Soul Shields. And even then, he probably can't cover. Unless it's Soul Shield Arsenal specifically.
At least it's only 9. It's not like 11 dominate go again or something.
What toxic deck would do that?
It's even double dominate.
What toxic deck would do that?
Yeah, there's no way LSS would design something like that.
Well, you can Bracer, Helm, Soul Shield block this fully, actually.
Yeah.
So,
If you have a
you
Soul
know
Shield.
he doesn't have Pummel, so...
Oh, is this a Jimmy play?
Yeah, it would be quite clean.
I don't think it's really... Oh.
I'm so good, man. I'm the best commentator the world ever seen.
Pummel.
No, he revealed both of them. He fused. Come on. Imagine there's suddenly Ice Pummel.
Ice Pummel. Earth Pummel. We need a pummel on every element. Okay.
So he blocked the damage. He can charge some more.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not that he's trying to do damage with this pull. He's trying to build up his soul. It looks quite inefficient, but this is the cost of playing Boltyn. Like, you're setting up for later. And
Funny thing is, if this goes unblocked, no one cares actually.
Yeah.
Like, okay, you get to draw a card, and then you can't give it go again with Boltyn. So, yeah. No.
Also holding Channel like Frigid. The thing is,
I
I don't think...
Did he just draw 3 Channel Lake Frigids?
I think I see at least one, and then one he just blocked with, so it could be 3. But, like, I don't think Alwart cares that much about Channel like he's gonna pitch a yellow and then do his charge past turn thing.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter that much. Looks like he Tunic Crown before turn end. No, wait.
Efficiency.
He's gonna... And hammer?
Yeah, there's the
there were
second.
3 Channel.
That's kind of funny. Imagine drawing into that.
But like even if he takes a Frostbite, he can pitch yellow charge in a pass turn.
Yeah.
Pitch yellow charge with something pass turn.
Is that much better than blocking? I guess blocking means you won't have access to the cards anymore in the late game, so you fatigue faster.
I think you can take the damage.
You also don't need that much more soul, right? You're basically just charging for Celestial Cataclysm.
You
see?
Depends if he has Beacon or Lumina. Those are good cards. He's probably just doing the charge. Wait, can he though?
He can't charge anymore, I think.
Oh, Illuminate. Okay.
Always Illuminate.
That works.
Pretty strong.
I think this game is looking better for Alwart than the other one.
Yeah. His opponent's taking damage.
He's been holding this Arsenal card for way too long.
Yeah, this is definitely Illumina.
Or Beacon. Which basically Illumina, but at the cost of 1 soul.
Illumina, but
So
a little bit worse.
He's getting there, and his opponent is at points trading life, so... Which he's happy to see. Like, he'd rather be 20-20 than 40-40 when he goes off. So... He even has more life at this point, so... He's just slowly getting there. We know he pitched his Lumina a couple turns ago. We won't be seeing that one until quite a few more turns. But the second one, or the third one, if you want to call it the third one, is still somewhere between that one and the top of his deck. So
yeah, and I mean, he can just beacon to the last one, so he just needs to find a beacon at some point.
No. Welke set is Volka? Okay. Still
Okay.
ice, snatch, something.
So not gonna keep up the channel like Frigid?
No, but I don't think he was expected to.
And also no Frosty on him?
No, I don't think so.
That seems like a good start. Might be able to.
Checkable 4. If he has the hand to play out.
Will depend a little bit. Seems like an okay hand. I'm not sure if there's a charge in there. Let's get a charge off the top. Looks like snatch, right? No.
Pitch 2? Command?
Snatch, CNC. Yeah. I guess it wasn't the best hand. But at least
What is the
CNC.
card he's holding, though? He didn't want to block with it. Which I could understand for fatigue reasons, but maybe it's the second Lumina or Beacon that he's...
Imagine if it's Beacon.
But he can't Beacon here. Well, he could, but then he's going to hold a Lumina. And
Yeah, that's
reveal,
true.
like, all his plans. Because he can search the Lumina, but he can't play the... Well, he can play the Lumina, but he won't get extra attacks because he didn't charge. So... It could be the second Lumina or Beacon.
Okay. CNC currently threatens nothing much.
Just damage.
But Crown of Seeds is on the defending one at least. Always going to be a rampart in there. I think you'll probably leak one through usually. We'll see. Because Paul won't be able to play defense reactions here. So vision blocks don't really exist here, I think. Leaking one is okay. You can also just leak 0. Lose 2 cards.
You can't actually Oldhim react this.
Oldhim react, huh?
I think that's why he was looking at the card.
That's interesting.
Is it a judge call? It's gonna be a judge call. Je mag dat ding Oldhim reacten trouwens. Wat? Oldhim? Oldhim mag. Je mag alleen geen kaart spelen. Je mag wel dat doen.
Okay.
I'm gonna leave you. Bye bye, yeah.
Ready?
Not now, but in like 15 minutes, I think I have to leave you.
Unlucky.
Don't worry, Ian. I can get home. By the time I get home, this game won't be over. We can continue.
Nice.
Looks like double card block. Is contemplating using a Oldhim react, or maybe they were just wondering if you could, since that was a judge question.
Ice React doesn't seem that strong here, right?
No, because there has to be a reason he deliberately held it in hand, and if he did it to keep it, then it doesn't matter if he redraws it.
Oh, Remembrance.
Oh,
He can't block with it.
Oh,
But like, is Remembrance even good here? There's no Luminous in Grave, right? Oh, V. Yeah, V is a pretty good one to shuffle back, I think.
that's true. It's a shuffle back. So this means the Luminati he pitched earlier, which should be around the middle of his deck right now, can be anywhere,
Mm-hmm.
which can be good or bad. Who knows?
But it also means that the third Lumina that was already in the top half won't be in the top half anymore.
yes.
So
But he might not necessarily mind. He wants to go off at some point, but it doesn't have to be that fast because he's on 28.
But this is only Remembrance, though. So if Paul manages to survive through a first triple/double Lumina turn, there won't be any more Luminas. This is going to be a little bit dicey.
I think Alward's looking good in this position.
Yeah.
Because his opponent is already 25. I don't think he plays Sigil, so he's going to stay 25 or lower. And then at some point, he's going to... I don't know if he can manage to get the triple Lumina off. If you play really patiently, you could essentially pitch until you see them together. Right? It might be like in the last 10, 15 deck, but you could.
You could.
There's a risk, though, that Lumina also fatigues you.
Yeah.
Because it checks top to put in soul, which costs you a card.
Imagine using Lumina and then getting all of your power cards, all of your fee of the vanguards that you just shuffled back in, right into your soul. It could be bad. It could also be okay.
The Raiden turns are going to pressure, let's say he finds a triple, right? Then he's going to pressure 24. And as well as the charge card beforehand.
Yeah.
Which is not enough to kill him yet, but we might see Paul take a few bleed damage in the next couple of turns as well.
If it's...
But I wonder if it would be... I wonder if it would have been worth it to play Gallantry Goal.
Over Braveforge Bracers. I think it would make sense.
Just so you have like a little bit of extra reach. But that involves you having to pitch, though.
That's a Valiant Thrust going into Soul there.
I would have thought this Valiant Thrust would have been a good card to do chip damage.
Yeah.
So...
Take Flight plus Valiant Thrust is a pretty
what is he holding that he's... Perhaps his hand is all red and he doesn't want to pitch for the Valiant Thrust, but...
Yeah, he played the Take Flight off of his Tunic counter, so maybe this is actually the pop-off turn.
Oh. It's possible, yeah.
He has enough soul.
He has enough soul to get all his Lumina hits, but I don't think he's holding... He's not holding two, at least. I think we made the read that one of them is in Arsenal, but he needs at the very least two. I don't know if he can be patient enough to keep stacking his deck to go to 3. So there's the beacon, so maybe this is the time.
It could very well be.
But like we said, he was...
Beacon,
there it is.
Finding Lumina. Second beacon, maybe? He wouldn't shuffle his deck if it's the second one, I guess.
No, you would tell your opponent, you don't need to shuffle.
I mean, he didn't let his opponent cut, so maybe it's actually the case.
He searched the Lumina.
Lumina.
There's the double Lumina.
And this time around, there's no threat of a Stalagmite block or something.
Yeah, Stalagmite can't stop this turn. So he's deciding to go off with 2. This does mean he, at some later point, can still play the third one. For like a smaller pop-off turn. Also has a chance... I don't know how many remembrances.
Only one.
Only one, so there's no more chance of triple. But it may very well be that this double already pressures, let's say, 10 HP.
Yeah, this is 5/5/5, right?
Yeah, this is 5/5, and he still has a card.
Mm-hmm.
That can be
Um,
almost anything.
I think I saw Razor Reflex. So that's kind of useless.
So
there.
that's gonna go to Arsenal if that's the case.
Yeah.
If he could end with like Bolt of Courage, that would be quite cheeky.
Mm.
But if it's Razor Reflex, then most likely goes to Arsenal. So now he has to think about how to block. The problem is this isn't just 5, it's gonna be 6 if he blocks with an attack action. And a lot of his cards are attack actions outside of Winter's Bite that blocks 2, Channel Lake that blocks 3. But he already saw all 3 of them. So he's not at the third one yet. He pitched it before. So outside of that, I don't think he has a lot of non-attack actions. He could have defense reactions though.
I remembered what I wanted to look up. I wanted to know if Boltyn's ability, if it gets blocked by an attack action, if it remains until end of turn on the same weapon, but it doesn't.
Okay, so he's floating 2, I think. Now he has 3. Oh, sorry, 2 more Boltyn, 2 more Raiden hits. I think that's another staunch in hand. If it is, that's quite good for Paul.
Would be a pretty clean block out.
Yeah, and then he's only gonna take 1 swing most likely.
Maybe not even.
No, he's gonna take 1 swing.
Still floating too, right?
Yeah, but that's enough for 1 staunch, and I think he only has 2 cards left in hand, so.
Oh. You don't see the Raiden moving, but it seems like a second attack already occurred.
And it looks like he took the second hit.
What's the card that just hit?
Or
That's
does
a
this,
Boltyn Blade, right?
does this staunch not cover?
No, it's
Why did he not take like 5 damage on the second one, right? Huh?
he did.
Okay, I guess they wrote it first and
Yeah.
did that thing later.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
he still has a card in hand even.
Yeah. So once again, Arsenal setup, ready to block.
Maybe maybe there wasn't enough damage. But he still has feed turns. Because he shuffled 2 back now.
Mm-hmm.
He still has some random steel hands that can push through damage if Paul's unprepared. No Earth React, no D React. So I think this can go either way. We're not that far into the decks yet. Empty Snatch.
Yeah. That's such an obvious read.
There's no way. He's gonna Snapdragon this. Or he can't steal. Oh wait, well he can reflex.
Yeah.
Reflex or Snapdragon?
The reflex is pretty risky at the moment, so because Oldhim has like a shit ton of defense reactions. So.
Yeah, I think he just threw into a sink. So I think Paul can quite safely like block 4 with the Ram Shield. The Ram Shield and the card from hand to cover 4. And if the reflex comes out, he can sink and float the crown as well, yeah. I think he should ram if he doesn't have staunch. There you go. And then block 4 and just make him reflex first. And then sink and then see if he wants to Snapdragon or not.
And
even if he Snapdragons, at least you didn't give him the draw, right? So there's the reflex. I think he's holding a sink, so he'll probably sink.
Yep. Always sink. But at least it baited a little bit out. I think is basically blocking for 3 right now. He's still floating the Crown of Seeds.
That's true.
Prevention.
That's true. But it comes at the risk of Alwart having to snap. Well, actually, no. He can do Boltyn now. Because it's more than base. He can Boltyn, but he can't Raiden. Well, his Raiden will do 0 damage. So.
Oh.
Huh?
He's... Huh?
How does it have go again? Didn't hit. Yeah, it looks like they're.
Okay.
I think Alwart was either under delusion that it hit or that it gains go again regardless of hitting. Ja. Skills. Oh, ons verder vast, ja.
That goes.
You should probably hold this before I run away by accident.
Ja, jammer jongens dat jullie. Ik heb wel een goede show. Maar dan kan je dan ook.
Laatste turn die ik kom.
Let me see. So, latest news is in. Donovan won against Wouter, so,
Yeah, so Briar is out.
we're going to have another Oldhim in finals.
It's either the mirror or against Boltyn. So the third time Boltyn was shame. I'm gonna ban on you guys now because I'm sick and tired of watching this Oldhim grind.
Oh, that's rude.
Actually, it's quite interesting to see whether people make it through the Oldhim or not. I thought this was gonna look quite good for Alwart. Now I think it's pretty open. It can go both ways actually.
Yeah.
There's still large V turns remaining.
Mm-hmm.
There's still some Lumina, one Lumina somewhere in the deck that can push through some damage. So I'm not sure where it will end actually. But yeah. You're gonna have to solo queue that again. Or you can get Wytze from only Wytze.
Oh shit, Wytze from only Wytze.
Bye guys.
Oh, bye. Oh, timer. No Arsenal turn. Chance. Then again, Boltyn also doesn't have an Arsenal. So, who knows? Who knows if he has anything to do here? Finalists still got to go home after. Yeah, I know, right? They still have to play another. How many hours does an Oldhim game take? 2 hours. Okay. Jimmy is very optimistic. But that's why we host these tournaments in a hotel. Buy your hotel rooms now at portgarden.nl. Shit, I got a cookie. I finally got paid for my hard work. Having parties in this room and knocking on the door, so sorry for the lack of commentary. But it does seem like we're in a fee of the Vanguard turn. I think we probably charge with 1 again. Usually these turns are supposed to be power turns, but it doesn't seem that strong right now. Looking like, yeah, just a charge. This fee of the Vanguard probably hitting for 4 at the moment, and then there's an ice react coming in, and that kind of completely ruins the turn, I think. Oh, unless there's still the helm that can actually put the card that is put on top with the ice react and put it back onto the combat chain later. So if it's something like a Valiant Trust or something, you could still pay for the helmet. Ooh. However, Alwart doesn't seem that happy about this kind of trade. See if the fee of the Vanguard will hit here. Does seem like it hits. But also, on the other hand, Paul seems like he wants to reserve his hand this turn, for a little bit at least. And Alwart is swinging back with another Raiden, and he's actually using the helmet. Vanishing is, I think that's just an Express Lightning, so it's not super threatening, but it's damage. Like, every damage on the fee of the Vanguard turn is great damage for him. So What is the helm called? Helm of the Sharp Eye or something? Helm of the Sharp Eye. And you can play it on this combat chain. Only works if you control a weapon with power greater than twice its base power, which is equal to 0 for Raiden. So now it's just Raiden swing coming in for, I think, 4. And after that, another Express Lightning coming in for, I think, 5. Which is a lot of damage. I don't think if Paul chooses to keep this entire hand, he's going to be eating 9 damage. And honestly, it's not that hard to bleed 9 damage through on against Oldhim. Oh, he's just taking it. He's going for it. Then finishing it off with the Express Lightning. And actually going down to, oh, he's even going down to 4. Damn. You see another Fee of the Vanguard going to the bottom of the deck. We won't be seeing that for a while, but I think it might actually be possible that we reach it. And obviously, here's the Oaken Old coming from the arsenal. This is what Paul has been keeping his hand for. And this is going to hit for 9 dominate on hit with 2 on the bottom. And I don't know. Was this worth it? Maybe. He does happen to have the Soul Shield right now. So he's going to be able to prevent 6 of the 9. And the last card obviously is going to the bottom deck right now. So still developing a little bit of soul. Once Alwart starts drawing good cards like Celestial Cataclysm, you can actually cash in the soul. Alwart's just gonna swing for 0. See if Paul gets baited into blocking or something. And Paul's just like, nah, not this time. Nice try. Hmm. Oldhim does have a 4-card hand to work with this time around. And then actually usually kind of scary to give him 4-card hands like this. Because Guardians have a lot of high-costed cards. Just like blue 6 costs that deal a lot of damage if you give them the hand for it, but usually they'll just end up using it to block. I think we can see some big card like Thunderquake or Disable coming in here. He actually top decks an Enlightened Strike to also attack with. Most likely going to be something like Enlightened Strike Go Again plus Hammer, or Enlightened Strike Go Again and a big Guardian attack. First of all, the Enlightened Strike for 5. Alwarts will have to block. Won't really need to block. We'll have to make a consideration if he wants to preserve his life total, or if he actually wants to make this turn, wants to put pressure onto Paul this turn with his current hand. And I do think his hand looks pretty solid right now, as far as I can see. And right now we're also at a point where Paul would need to block every attack that Alwart's throwing at him, because like he only has 4 life to work with. So we'll see. Seems like the chat on screen is a little bit behind. Just gonna check if I can update that. Just another Ice Hammer it is. Okay, so not blocking the Frosty 4 and using the defense reaction instead. So I think I do see the Lumina in hand. So it seems like Paul is just going for or Alwart is going for a small turn here, setting up the Lumina and Arsenal, and then going for a huge turn afterwards. And let's see if that works out. He's going to swing with his Raiden again. Basically saying, basically just petting Oldhim. Does give Oldhim the opportunity to do potential defense reactions. So like an ice react is possible here. Round of Seeds coming in. It would be funny if Paul gets baited into an ice react. That might just be exactly what Alwart wants him to do. I wonder if Paul is going to be afraid of stuff like a Razor Reflex or what other cards are there that Raiden represents? Does Beacon pump Raiden? Beacon of Victory, target attack gains +X? That actually works. That's kind of funny. Kind of a cute way to finish this game. But obviously there's always defense reactions available, so not the safest. Final Crush though. That might just put an end to all of Alwart's plans for this turn. But usually, if you look at the deck size, it seems okay. You can just block the full 9, wait for the next turn, or block 6, and then still try to move on with your turn. Right now, you're at the point where you can just charge. If they block and manage to get your power higher than base Raiden, or Boltyn ability to give it a go again than Raiden. Which is a pretty efficient use of 2 cards. It does seem like a 3-card block. Maybe he's going to throw in an attack for 3 during the next turn. Just waiting until pressure gets relieved a little bit. At some point, Oldhim won't draw impactful cards. So once again, swing with a Raiden. Maybe baiting out something. Raiden getting insane value. Already having hit for like 3 times 0. And Glacial Footsteps. It's used as well. So we'll come in for, what is it, 10 or 8? 8 dominate. But honestly, there's no real on-hit threats. So this is probably the turn where Alwart can just choose to take it and pop off with this Lumina out of Arsenal and potentially other follow-ups that are also in his hands. I don't really know what he would have. But keeping everything in hand and just going all out here seems like a pretty strong line. And it does seem like he's picking up his pen, taking the full 8 damage, going down to 9. So let's see what Alwart can actually present to kill Oldhim this turn. And obviously there's a lot of things that he needs to take care of, or like play around basically. Because these potential blizzards, potential ice reacts, potential earth reacts, potential defense reactions are very hard to take into account. But I don't think there's anything that really stops him right now. He's hiding information on what kind of pitch colors he has in hand by not pitching and using the tunic counter instead. And he already used Take Flight, which doesn't even require anything else to get go again. I don't think it's a... I think it's like a blue Take Flight, so it won't deal that much damage. But stuff like Blizzard are very risky in this at this point. I think right now is when... Oh. Ooh. One big thing to notice is that we block with Rampart. And if Alwart chooses to break the combat chain by playing Lumina Ascension, Rampart will be able to ramp up to a 2 block as well. So that might just be pretty scary for him. Oh? Pounding his soul again? Is he planning to do... Oh, Celestial Cataclysm. Oh, this is huge, actually. Coming in for a 7 for 0. Banishing his 3 soul. And then still being able to follow up with Raiden. With a Luminat Raiden. That's actually... This is actually going to be huge. Well, basically needs like a defense reaction to capitalize, or to probably to even survive this turn. So, and if not, he's just gonna have to like block very inefficiently. We do see him picking up 2 resources. There's a staunch response. Okay, but this seems like this game is not over. Not over at all. Potential Oldhim D-Reacts awaiting him. Oh. Ice got pitched. And his last card is going to the top of his deck. And now we will need to break the combat chain to play out Lumina Ascension. So what we'll see is 2 more swings for 4 with the Raiden, of which 1 gets blocked for 2 or for 1 by the Rampart. But I don't think it's actually good to ramp up the Rampart anymore right now, because it would cost him another card from hand. Lumina would heal on hit as well, which could be relevant. Because I don't think that Paul will be able to block it out completely right now. Or block both hits out completely at least. Oh. He's actually pitching for the Rampart. And blocking for a total of 4, using his Tunic, Crater Fist, and Rampart again. And what will he do with the last one? That's the staunch response, and that's going to be the game? Oh no. He actually had the pitch for that. Oh, it wasn't the game. The crowd is going crazy because he thought it was a concession. But he actually manages to block it out completely. However, this time around, Paul does not have the have an arsenal to work with, and is also stripped off of all of his armor. So it still seems a little bit favored for Alwart. Maybe there's something good he can do with the 4-card hand. And he's leading with Take Flight. Only 1 card left in hand. Celestial Cataclysm getting pitched to the bottom. So maybe we'll see that in around 6 turns or so. Maybe less. And I think by then he will have the 3 soul to be able to use Celestial Cataclysm. After this attack, we'll still be expecting the Raiden to hit. Oh, defense reaction? Costing 1? Huh? Oh, okay, yeah. Just blocking with a pummel and a shield. And a Battlefield Blitz. This might just be the game here, actually. Or do I see another staunch response there? This one should be coming in for 5 go again, I think. And that's a staunch response, because you have to have the out against the Raiden. That's a Thunderquake, so he actually bleeds 1 here. Okay, so we have another 4-card hand coming in for Alwart, and no arsenal for Paul. And I think I just saw a Fee of the Vanguard in Alwart's hand, so that means that it's another big turn coming in. We don't really see what the other cards are. Also not the 3rd Tunic counter yet. Oh, and there's Steelblade Shunt, so at some point you will also have the Steelblade Shunt to finish off Paul if Paul isn't careful enough. And being at 3 life really makes things complicated for Paul. Shunts. So Shunt deals 1 damage if it defends a weapon attack. This attack gets blocked with 2 cards. And he's deciding to not use his soul, saving it for whenever he draws into Celestial Cataclysm. And just swinging with a Raiden. And Raiden isn't very efficient to block right here, because of the Boltyn hero ability. And I think Alwart might be setting up a 5-card turn for next turn. Unless, of course, he has lethal here. Either way is fine. Winning the game is pretty good. Gonna make some considerations on... Oh, yeah. +3. And go again. Isn't... Oh, right, okay, that's not game. Because he overblocked this. It's not game yet, but he can search anything with the Beacon of Courage, and then there's the game. GG. So yeah, We saw a very different playstyle on this Oldhim, going for a little bit more aggression, and in the end, Boltyn just managed to get this game. Oof. Yeah, if Boltyn manages to get into the late game where you're at like 1 HP and you're forced to block at some point with your attack actions, this Raiden just always bleeds one through basically, and the Boltyn hero ability is just very annoying in general. So I think Alwart also played a little bit differently this time around. After losing against Oldhim last time, I think he actually sideboarded in all of his cards. So I think we will be seeing the same sideboard this time around in the finals with Alwart versus Dawn. Oh, I'll be going to set up a little bit more, and hope to see you here in the next round of me commentating Oldhim versus Boltyn. So in the end, Alwart actually who does win the tournament right now. The finals are not gonna be played out. They have made a deal where the second place would get the gold foil, the first place would get the ProQuest invite, and Donovan conceded. So we won't be having another game of Boltyn versus Oldhim, but we do have living legend points for Boltyn. So I think that's pretty much going to be it for the stream. Thanks everyone for sticking around, for watching our commentary. Hope you guys liked it. And see you guys another time.